It is episode 226 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, we don't know. We just don't know. But I've got a couple of things tonight that we're going to be touching on. I did spoil a few things. I put it in the title. We're going to talk about Tom Brady's card vault. And listen, I found out some scandalous things about this. Scandalous. Truly scandalous. Probstein announced that he'll be doing a new platform. Eric is excited already. But he's in no position to be excited because I have it on good authority. Bobby, this scandal with Tom Brady's card vault, Eric is involved. I have sources. That make abundantly clear. And listen, you know how shocking this is? Do you know how horrifying it is that Eric is involved in a hobby scandal? The entire world has changed. Everything you believed in, you shouldn't even believe it. You know how I know? You know how I know that only the content gods are real?
Why?
I have Billy Cilio with Wi-Fi.
From Upper
Look
Deck.
at it.
Oh, Jesus.
No Mr. Roboto.
Oh, movement.
No Mr. Roboto. No digitization. Look at it. Look at it. Oh my God.
I taped my beautiful Carlos card on me.
Amazing. Sensational. Fantastic. Billy, you joined us in the 20th century. How's it going?
You know what's funny is I'm always driving home from work and you guys just start and everything. And so I'm just like, why don't I just stick around for a little bit and maybe knock out the first 45 minutes, an hour, and then I can go and then I can get yelled at as much as I get yelled at and then get into home and watch TV or something like that.
I love it. I love it. So let me read a couple of comments, Billy, because the last one I think is particularly pertinent to the situation. So let's quickly touch on this. First, Josh was out of the block with good. It's Friday night. You know what that means? Because I'm Carlos Live. You're damn right, Josh. You're damn right. And don't let Eric say anything because this is a special moment. We need to make sure we cover this. Jeff, good evening. How are you? Zach, hit the like button because Eric sucks if nothing else. Damn right. You got it.
Fair enough.
Paul, evening all and Eric. Truth. Amanda here says, oh, sure, Billy uses a good Wi-Fi for Carlos' show. This is a high production situation, Amanda. Let me tell you. Hold on, Billy. Before you answer to this, I want to say one thing. I understand Amanda's frustration, but I must tell you, it is a completely different level when, number one, you have your own signed card that obviously you have in your possession. But number two, we don't take weeks off around here. There are no excuses. Eric, I have it on good authority that the Graded Gamers podcast with an English man had taken a week off. There were alternative means that the show could have happened. The show could have gone on, but it did not go on. This is the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We do not take off. The holidays don't exist. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Year in, year out. Since October 2020, there's been a live stream every single week on this channel. And that is why we have Billy Cilio with Wi-Fi.
Well, Eric always takes off, but then falls down on his bike.
That is true. That is true. But
He joined us on Valentine's Day. Interesting.
Yeah,
Amazing.
lots of stuff to do. But I want to. So I'm at my desk. So there's a lot of cool stuff around my desk.
Oh yeah.
My wall of stickers and cards that people have given me. I have a bowling pin signed by the dude and Eli and the director.
Nice.
The dude I have my Steve Eiserman Lindstrom mug.
Ooh.
This is one of my favorite things. So at the White Elephant, I got a Monopoly board and I got this card, and people are like, "Oh!" And it's an Armando Galarraga. And what this card does, I keep it here. They're like, "Oh, well," I go, "No, it's a tiger." I go, "But it's perfect because it reminds me that I'm perfect." But sometimes other people see it another way because he pitched that perfect game that the Jim Joyce called a safe when the guy was out. So
that's just a perfect game. Yeah,
that's just there to remind me that I am perfect, but every once in a while people might not see me as perfect.
That is a very deep cut, Billy. That is very deep.
Yep.
Now I must ask you. Obviously, we're gonna get to Eric's scandalousness in a moment, but before we do, I have a question. Is it true, the rumor, that you have a snack drawer near you that will be the inspiration for several other Upper Deck inserts? Especially when you get really hungry, you open the snack drawer, and whatever you first see.
Wait till this insert comes. You know.
I think that's a great one. I think that'd be an amazing insert and totally on brand.
I have a mac and cheese. The cheese, what? The cheddar? Who? I got a little mac and cheese. No, I actually don't have a snack drawer because I eat stuff too much. So I have
He does
I
have a
do
snacker.
have
It's just
I
empty.
do have a McNugget. I have
I can see it.
Where's the
I
cheese?
have
McDavid
these-
McNuggets. I'm seeing it now.
I have a dancing Hawaiian person. It moves in
Mhm.
the light. Yeah, it's my. I mean, I have a bunch of stuff over here. Oh, you'll appreciate this or understand this. Oh, don't knock that down. Just a second. I do have my Ty Mello action figure.
Nice. Nice.
Yup. And I do have a Katie Letterkenny Funko. I don't like Funkos, but sometimes people give them to me as gifts. So I do have a Katie Funko. And yeah, it's just a big mess.
Amazing. It all makes sense. Amanda's saying, because I'm perfect, but every once in a while I create constellation cards. It happens. You know that NyQuil though. I got to be honest. That NyQuil, the color scheme on it, and it's funny you brought that up because I happen to know for a fact in a text message thread we have, one of our associates, Yannick out in Quebec, showed a chemical composition card, and my first thought was of you. I literally responded immediately to that. Somewhere, Billy is shedding a single tear that you brought this to our attention.
I can see it now. You get like enforcers, right?
Yeah.
You put somehow get NyQuil in there because enforcers will put you to sleep.
I still think we need another food angle though. Can we get like barbecue potato chips or something in there? Like that could be a thing.
Wow,
We already have
Billy.
chips.
Chips, everyone loves chips.
No, but I mean specifically barbecue. Like we can have different
Oh.
flavors of chips. Like we started off with chips and then we go beyond chips to
Gotcha.
different. There could be parallels that are different types of chips.
Doritos.
That would have been funny. Different types of different parallels, different flavors.
You're welcome, Billy. I look
You
forward
gave
to
him
next
ideas.
year,
Watch
to
it
next year or
coming.
2 years from now when that comes out.
It's coming.
I think in ice next year we actually have an SP ice or spice, and it like has different levels of heatness.
Spice
Spice.
EI.
Wonder where that came from. But yeah, so there is like a spice insert, I think, in next year's ice that comes out that has
Will
like
there be a
different rarities for different levels of heatness.
Will
and it
you
kinda
be in
goes
there
from-
as Spicy Eye?
I will not. We're not allowed to make cards of ourselves.
No, but that's why you include the spice -E-I. We'll know. We just, we won't say anything until it gets through. It's got to get through first.
So while Billy
be,
is
Rob?
here, remember I posted something, the pictures of the Mr. Gretzky. Maybe he can decipher what these things truly are.
Oh, the Gretzky
Yes.
one. Hold on, I
Yeah.
will see. I've got it here. I can pull it up.
With all
Bear with me.
Billy's knowledge, he might be good for something after all.
Wow.
I mean, in the
I think
sense
Billy,
of
though, to be honest,
identification.
I'll pull this up so we can look at it. But I gotta be honest, Billy. I think the first order of business you should do, I honestly think, stick with me here, ice cream cake, because do it for Bobby. Bobby loves nothing more in life than ice cream cake. He's very passionate about this. You
Cake
do
with
this,
cake.
he will like buy all the cases.
Mm. There has to be cake in ice cream cake to make it an ice cream cake. If there's no cake in the ice cream cake, then it's just ice cream. You leave it on the countertop, it melts, it becomes a puddle. That's it. Cake
Wow.
lasts a good long time. 2 weeks in the fridge, probably.
It does.
Just saying.
It is true.
Not like it would last 2 weeks in the fridge. It's like Billy's empty
Whoa.
drawer of candies that aren't there because
I don't have one. I have some cough
You don't
drops.
have one because you never keep it in there. So you start there and then
No,
it just
everybody
goes.
knows if they want to talk to me at the office, they have to bring me candy. That's how it
Wow.
works. I have other people have candy at their desk, and if they have problems and they need something answered, they bring me candy.
That's smart.
Yep.
All I'm getting is that listen, I'm Latin in my life, and bribery is always welcome.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is my birthright. It is what we do.
Mhm.
All right, so here we go. I was able to get all this stuff on a window here. So Bobby was locating these items here. So we got some Gretzky stuff here. Looks like we got
Zoom.
yeah. So you got these things here, and then here is some of the back. And it's a little bit. There's only so much we can blur. Some of this, the copyright and all that, is a bit blurry.
Well, there's some numbers on the side too. If you can kind of go into those, it might help them a little bit there.
So the
To the
form, so when we build stuff, like usually the base set is form 1. And it's
Mhm.
like, let's say 100 cards or whatever. There's different size forms and stuff like that. And that's kind of how you can, like, the different sizes and stuff. When they made 660 card base sets, it's because you could fit 110 cards on a form if it has a border. So with border, you can fit it. Like that's why some of the sets were 660. I don't know the whole 742 or whatever heck Topps baseball was way back in the day. I don't know what it is now, but so you have like 100 up forms and 100. It can be 100. It's the same size sheet, but whatever. So the form is form 3. So that's probably, there's a certain number of base cards in the set, and I'm guessing it's like either 60 or 100. But that was on the third form of base cards. That was done.
But
And
this
it's probably just
formation seems very specific.
so. And then when when I do a costing, like one of the problems with acetate is acetate's expensive per sheet, and you have to test like hundreds. You have to test the color, like each color you have to test like a couple hundred times. So you're going through probably about 1200 and something sheets if it's 250 each. So you have to test, like that's what we do. So each color is tested, so 250 times. So I'm already in it for 1250 sheets if it's 250 sheets, because you have the 4-color and then you have a black. So I'm guessing that this is like a sheet, a color test sheet where they were testing stuff. Now I don't know why it says form 3 and it's just one card. Like that part of it makes no sense to me. I'm just telling you, when I see that, that's kind of what I see.
I will give you 2 suggestions. Well, one being, it could be the 1998, the Gretzky, what was it, the parallel that they have.
Yeah.
Or it could be the reprint.
If they just reprinted one card.
Wouldn't they do multiples, cut it down and do stacks opposed to... Now, you have to understand, they're not card makers. They're actually going through the process if they're reprinting. So they're doing, how many you've got here? You got the 612. So you got 12 cards. They're doing how many reprints? It's not like they're doing a production line, but they're doing enough to sustain. So I'm just guessing because there's no other reason or purpose for these all being the same.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you.
We need answers, Billy.
I wish I had them.
You just have to guess.
I'm just telling you how.
Just have to guess.
I'm just telling you how it's printed for us. But
blast from the past.
It doesn't make sense that they're all the same. Like,
did you see the acetate? There was the acetate there, the black, right? Those black sheets. Was it not acetate?
That was the last. Yeah, that was last. I don't know if they're acetate. They're like negatives.
Are negatives?
Let's see here. Well, they are. The image itself is negative. Like if you look at it there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so.
But Bobby, are you in possession of these, or did you just see these online somewhere?
No, somebody showed me and asked me what they were, and I went, I don't know, maybe the reprint, maybe 90, I don't know. And just the small print, he found 1,200 of these sheets, so I don't know if that means anything. I'm just kidding, Billy.
Hey, it's Topps' problem. If we use that design, we get sued. So
that's what I was. So that's what I was telling Bobby. Anyways. They were only able to use the design the one time, and then they got sued for it.
Anyway, so it might be the reprint, and some backyard kind of guy did whatever back in the day doing the reprints. Anyways, good little story. Regardless.
There you go. But around sounds like an expensive and obsolete way to produce cards. Yeah, it's a lot of ones that you have to run through in order to get. I think that's for basically color testing and to make sure that they appear correctly. Is that right, Billy?
Exactly.
All
the vendors do it.
It's a lot of effort to put in that just for nothing, for naught, right?
Yeah.
So it had to be for something. And the only thing that we know of Gretzky are those 2 issues, either reprint or I guess the 1998, right? I don't know. Anyways,
as far as we know, it's got the doubling up in the 6-in sheet is kind of weird. That's the part that's a little strange because that Blast from the Past set, there was a whole set. So there's 2 different things. I remember there was a situation where back in the day, Topps had because Topps themselves had the designs, so they could do a Gretzky. I think they did a Gretzky rookie, and then there was like a refractor version. There was like a chrome version.
Yeah.
So they have the rights to that. They could do the Gretzky. And I think they did the same thing with Wah. I think you get Wah, and I think Eric, they have Ray Bork and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
So they were reprints of the rookies, and Topps could do that. and they
Yeah.
could do a chromium version and a refractive version because they have the rights. It was their design, so they could do it.
Well, along with this is a Messier and a Bork.
So that feels like it would be the Topps version. Yeah. So that would be probably Topps stuff. So for them, having one card on a sheet would actually make sense because they're not doing a full set. They're basically just doing the reprint of the one card.
Or testing it somehow. Or,
yeah. So they would have the right to do that because it's their card and their design.
Yeah. But the one thing is that with those cards, you can see in the boot of the Gretzky, usually says, made by OPG 1979, whatever. In the 1998 one, it has a whole bunch of writing saying what it's related to. So it's like about 3 lines opposed to 1 line. And I was checking that, unless they added it later, but I don't think so with all those proofs the way it is. I don't think they did. So that kind of ties you back into the reprint again.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So Eric, afterwards we can pull out the Ray Bork that you have from that series because you can see on the back what the writing was, what they put on the back to designate it.
I don't know if I have that. I have the Gordie Howe.
Well, you know what would help you? You know what you could do? I bet it would be nice, and I'm not talking about Sports World.
Yeah.
Billy, I think it's time that we have a discussion. Eric has had, he's had mean words about you in the past. But you know what else he's had mean words about in the past? A lot of people. But I'm being more specific. He's had a lot of mean words about Tom Brady.
Tom Baby.
And what's interesting, it's interesting you say that though, Eric. The reason why I'm fascinated by this is there was news this week that your hero, Tom Brady, purchased a 50% stake in Cardvault, which is a whole chain of card shops.
Yeah.
And obviously this is his foray, going deeper into the sports card world, Billy. This was a whole big story about it. But what's interesting is that Eric is saying all these things about Tom Brady. And I find it fascinating personally because I happen to have gotten some of the marketing material for this card vault. And I just think it's very interesting that
perfect.
I like this is Bobby, you found some proofs and look at this. So right here, Cardvault by Tom Brady. It says Cardvault has set the gold standard for what a modern fan experience should be. Like, and look, Eric's there with a nice professional headshot like that right there. Like, Billy, I'm sorry. Like, that looks like a man who should be like, yes, Mr. Brady. Yes, sir, Mr. Brady. Anything you say, Mr. Brady.
That looks like a picture of Eric with Ray Bork like far behind him, where he's trying to sneak a photo with him, and that's the only time I've ever seen Eric dressed up is when he's trying to sneak photos with Bruin players.
Well, look.
Ray Bork likes me.
I'm sure he does. But Eric, my concern is that you're presenting two very conflicting messages here. On the one hand, I have you denouncing your boss. On the other hand, I have you promoting. Shamelessly promoting. Like he's even suited up. It's the whole thing. Like it's the full presentation.
This might enable him to be Hall of Fame adjacent.
All I'm saying, like I feel like Eric has brought a level of professionalism that we're not accustomed to seeing in this situation. Like Eric, is there anything else that you would like to tell us? What else are you hiding?
I'm hiding a lot of things.
Clearly.
On this specific subject, nothing else.
Interesting.
But there's many other things that I'm hiding. Yes, that is a fact.
Eric, were you ready to step in if someone got sick to do the broadcasting for the Super Bowl in that picture? Just curious.
Almost,
if Tom got the flu, I was going to step in for him. That was the plan. I was just off camera just in case.
How they got that picture.
Interesting. Yeah.
But
look, all I'm
so Cardvault is
your passion in life. Go on.
Is a competitor of ours at Sports World.
Which is what makes your Judas turn more shocking.
We also, what really bothers me now is that we do business with them. The guys come in a lot and purchase things from us to then sell at their place. We've had little deals and big deals done, between the two businesses. And I'm wondering if one day I'm going to look up and have Tom Baby standing in front of me.
I'm wondering who would have facilitated such things, such deals between these places. I wonder who could have done such.
I haven't spoken to the person that's friends with the owners yet. I haven't had a chance to, but the go-between I'm curious to get some other inside information over this whole thing.
Is Ray Bork your in between to Tom Brady? Is my question.
No,
That's a stretch.
Oh, I thought that's who you were talking
Good
about.
thought.
My bad.
Now, do you have any concerns about Ray Bork being a zombie?
Yeah.
Because you've already told us that he's part of the
I
undead.
have no concerns. He has yet to bite me. And the many times that we've been together, he's yet to try to take a bite out of me. So either because he's not a zombie, or what is probably more logical is zombies like brains. I have no brains. Therefore,
That is true. On this point, we agree.
Right. So he has no interest.
So you may have a natural immunity, is what you're saying.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think that's fair. So see, Billy, I'm glad. See, you came with Wi-Fi, and you see what happens, Billy? We've learned something tonight.
Right?
We've learned something new. This is scandalous. Truly scandalous.
But
amazing.
But on a somewhat serious note, yeah, I mean, we do business with Cardvault. You know, they have a couple of stores around New England now. They're very high end product. You're not going in there and just buying a couple of typical things like you would at any other card store. It's like you better have money when you walk in there.
Do they take crypto money?
They probably do. I have no idea, but I've only been to one shop, the one at Foxborough Stadium, and there wasn't a lot in there, but what was there was uber expensive. All modern, and very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they're
probably that's why they needed the endorsement of Bougie Eric. Like, we need to go high end.
In all honesty, I don't think there were
busy.
I don't think there was 100 cards in the shop.
Listen, when you're charging good money per card, like, what do you need?
Yeah.
Listen, all they had was a showcase. All they had was a showcase full of chip cards and chemical compositions, the highest of high ends, super high end stuff.
They're selling boxes of modern wax for very high prices. I'm sure it's the going rate. And
well, how are they very high if it's going rate?
Because I don't have $1,000 for a box of cards with like 4 cards in it or whatever, But
well, after the national campaign, there as part of that promotional thing, like, you're gonna be rolling the thousands, buddy. Rolling in them.
Oh, it's very boutique. Where if you came to say our shop, we got 5-cent cards if you want them.
Listen, you're not going to convince them you're Eric from the block. Not after what we just saw.
So
you're not going to convince them. Like, I'm sorry. Stop trying to hang out with the commoners. Just go back to your own kind in the castle.
From boutique to sublime.
We do have a business relationship with Cardvault. We've had it for a while. So I'm just being clear that the business I work for does business with Cardvault, who is now owned 50% by Tom Brady.
Well, look, all I got to say, Bobby here. Go ahead, Billy. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to politely ask, have they positioned their locations far away from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu schools?
Yeah.
Tom Brady has had some bad luck with some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu instructors.
I think there is a radius that any Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu
wow, you can't even say it. That's wild.
Need to stay out of that radius.
Well, Eric's personally in charge of making sure the new locations are carefully located. So, first of all, good evening, Baz. Secondly, I just wanted to say, like, my biggest concern, and Bobby, I think it's very telling that as we learn this Cardvault revelation, we learned about Eric's secret life as ambassador to Cardvault by Tom Brady. I find it interesting that he's not wearing his Sports World hat today.
True.
How convenient.
I didn't go to work today, so I didn't have it on.
Well, clearly not. No, maybe you didn't go to work at Sports World, but you might have gone to work at Cardvault.
So realistically, you have no competition for the most part.
How interesting.
They're not your competition.
Clearly not.
Really.
Bob Jackson says, whatever brains you may have had have been pulverized by your numerous, uncountable amount of concussions.
I have had a lot of concussions.
Paul C says, funny how he casually discusses going to Foxborough to hang with Tom Brady. I know.
I did not hang out with Tom Brady. I have been in his presence one time.
And then you go back.
And it was the high five, fist bump, bro hug.
No,
you go back to swimming and go back to work.
it's when I liked him. So I was excited to be in his presence. But now I'd tell him to go pound sand.
Have you considered that maybe the alienation that you have is that he didn't screw over your buddies on the autographs badly enough? Because as we all know, it was your idea. You basically said, "Hey, they're idiots. Give them the X. Give them the old X. You know, screw them."
As bullshit as that whole thing was and still is, I don't forget that it also is. I'm upset with him from years ago when we found out that he was getting paid by the Kennedys to do that charity that I rode 100 miles in one day for and raised like $5,000, and I thought it was all going for needy kids with intellectual disabilities. And to come to find out, a portion of that $5,000 I got went into his pocket because
Which makes your business association really awkward.
Because
really
he was the face of Best Buddies charities that the Kennedys run.
For the record, Best Buddies is a really bad name for a charity.
That is the name of the
Like,
charity.
I feel like that should have been a tip off somewhere.
Best Buddies is the name of the charity. The Kennedys run it, and he was the face of it, and that was his, charity work. And come to find out, it was not charity. And a portion of my money that I raised for charity went into his pocket. And from that moment on, Tom Brady, the human being, I had no use for.
So
was he on the Patriots when you found this out?
Yes.
And you told him to pound sand, which is exactly what he did. So he went south to Florida and pounded
it was my fault.
Yeah, he took his instruction literally.
No, this is 100% Eric's fault that Tom Brady went to Tampa.
I think there's this card in this for you, Billy, somewhere.
He's a great quarterback.
Brady, pounding sand.
I got no use for him as a person, and I don't want to hang out with him or anything else.
Billy, could there be like a card that is like themed after like Rasputin? The advisor that gives the advice, and basically Eric is Tom Brady's Rasputin.
Well, I was thinking about, I'm working on Metal Universe right now, and Eric's just out there sometimes. And I was like, should I have Eric write the bios on the back of the cards for Metal Universe?
Yeah.
But
Eric is out there. Billy,
since he just got a new job, since Eric just got a new job, I don't know if he's gonna have time.
Right.
Well, listen, as you described,
he's a jerk.
You're 100% right. Like Eric is oftentimes out in space, sometimes Emmanuel in space. Like he's out there. It's a wild place out there. Just saying. Paul here says, I appreciate Eric disclosing his business interests before the 1 hour mark. We do too. Although I think he would have been reluctant to say it had I not uncovered the marketing material. By the way, I'd like a refresher. Eric, which rule is the one about not messing with people who Photoshop better than you?
6 or something.
That may need to be just
7.
Billy, we have rules. There is a rule that was invoked earlier. Could you read what rule number 4 is, please?
Don't mess with someone who Photoshops better than you.
That's right. Billy, that's not a joke. I have rules. I have rules to the show. And that is one of the rules. And Eric, once again, has learned why that is one of the rules.
Yeah.
I don't even remember sending you that picture. I don't even know how you got it. I don't remember.
Carlos has sources, buddy. Carlos has do not. I
know where it came from. I was at a wedding. I don't know, because you cut Michelle out of it. She's next to me. But I just
no hablo inglés. No hablo inglés.
Yeah.
I am a man of peace. I know nothing.
Yeah. I don't remember sending it, but I don't. You must have, I guess. I don't know.
It's not that it was sent. It was maybe taken.
Yeah.
I've got access to many things, Eric. I've got access to many things. You don't want to know.
I thank you for not involving my wife in that, because the other half of that picture is her, and thank you for leaving her out of it.
Listen, we're only focused on the matter at hand here. We're focused.
You just don't need to victimize the innocent.
Michelle does not need to be involved in your shady dealings. All right, your shady dealings are your own.
Yeah.
Rob here says, any storms you were part of the TO? We did have a fair bit of snowfall the other day. Today was okay. Today was sunny. Today was actually pretty nice. I believe, though, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's supposed to be another big snowfall on Sunday.
Tomorrow, actually, and Sunday, yes, through the day. So we're going to get hit 3 times. Yesterday, we got about 10 inches, maybe even a foot.
Yeah.
And we haven't got like anything close to that the whole winter. And tomorrow's supposed to be a little bit. And then Sunday's supposed to be pretty big again, about 6 inches, 7 inches, something like that, maybe more.
Well, that's why it's good being in this condo complex. Like
It
Eric, like
is.
Bougie Eric, I have people. So I actually had a
You have
path
people?
dug out for me. So when I went to go run errands, I had a whole path dug out for me.
Michelle-
I don't need to go out
Michelle
and shovel
has
like
people
the
He can
commoners.
sit down and just be, hey, shovel that there. Yeah.
You're doing
yeah.
great.
You can just-
You're doing
through
great.
the
Great
window.
job, guys. Great job.
Through the window. Yeah.
Michelle has people too. And that's how she talks to them.
And that's
Oh,
how you
really?
should. That's how
Yeah.
you talk to
No,
people.
Are
has
you the
people too.
people?
I am the
Are
people.
we the people?
I
Well,
am,
that's how she humbles you from your ridiculous amount of business dealings.
yeah.
Real quick, I'll read the. Let me read the comments and we'll get caught up. We'll make fun of Eric more, but we'll come back to 1 second. Brendan Ryan says Eric's part of the Brady Army now. What's your 5th general order? Hold on, we'll get back to that. Atlanta Canada is hit with wind and cold today. This I hear. Ben World Peace. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you. Happy Valentine's Day, Eric's wife from Michael Ham.
Oh, come on, Ham!
Ah,
God damn it!
Michael Ham says Billy is on good Wi-Fi. Nice, exactly. That's right, buddy. That's right.
don't you know?
So let's take advantage of this because again, this is a special occasion. Amanda was
Hold on a second.
seething with
Hold on
jealousy.
a second.
Seething.
You got me for about 25 more minutes.
That's why I want to take advantage of it while we still can. You did give them the full miss. I watched that episode and had so much fun. It was funny though that you were trying to comment on what it was. You were trying to anticipate my comments in the chat while it was going on. But you had full Mr. Romano, and I enjoyed watching Ian get like he wanted to say more, but at the same time your Wi-Fi kept cutting out. It was rough. It was a rough scene.
Yeah, it didn't go well. It didn't go well.
No, it didn't.
And
But,
Ian,
but
all
I
of
did-
Ian's comments were like 3 seconds late after what I'd say something and then 3 seconds later you hear his comments.
Mm.
See? Mhm. Not that I would rub it in. Again, man of peace.
Mm.
Eric, as you well know, man of peace.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
never even think of rubbing it in or twisting the knife. Just
Oh.
twisting the knife. Just
So to speak.
I would never. I would never even consider it or deem it. But I'm just saying, consistency matters. You skip a week, then you got to restart. Eric, the counter starts all over again.
Yeah.
Takes a really long time to rebuild up the counter. That's a tough scene. Real tough scene. But it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Mhm.
So Billy, tell me, when you're sitting there trying to think of your next food themed insert, in
Yes.
deep contemplation, there's a lot of thought happening in it. What do you do? What are you thinking for inspiration other than obviously you're hungry, it's almost lunchtime. Oh wait, what's in the snack drawer?
Is that Snickers? No. It's a Mars bar. They don't have Mars bars, do you?
Yeah, we have Mars bars. Yeah.
Okay, just wondering.
An almond joy.
Yeah, we got Mars bars, I'm pretty sure.
You don't have to bring an Almond Joy. That's like totally different.
No, it's
Like weirdo stuff.
coming up with the
Coconut.
inserts is always fun. It's coming up with inserts is always interesting. It's kind of like, okay. Oh, speaking of, there's Gene.
Gene,
There's
the
Gene.
dancing machine.
Is that
I'm
Gene
gonna- I
McLeod
wanna
there?
show you something. Yes, it is. So, my brief for metal. I would like to give you examples, but let's be honest. Gene is going to come up with an amazing base design. That's what I'm putting in there, because I'm not. Well, I figured you would have. So, all right. Sorry. Thanks. You too.
Amanda said hi, just in time. There you go.
So yeah, you can't not have Gene make your metal universe base card. It's just the rule.
You
I
get a
love that
big
even at
waiver.
the office, the
But
internet
it's just
slowed down
finding
for just a
stuff, man.
second.
Yeah. Why is it?
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Why is it going out?
We couldn't get there.
Oh man,
Oh,
they didn't pay the
yeah.
meter. They didn't pay the meter.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh.
It's just you had to get Gene in on it. See
It's
what
next
happens?
level. It's moi, chef's kiss.
It can handle
love
one
it.
person, but it couldn't handle two, and that's
I was
when
gonna
it went
say.
all to hell.
Hang tight for a second, Billy. I'll read a couple comments. Side Slab says, any news on the Quebec Expo? Cancel my trip there because of the storms
No
they got
problem.
smacked with. As far as I know, still on. Brad is out there with Sherry. Yannick is out there as well. I think we
Yeah.
had that fun.
Yeah, I'm well aware that the Quebec Expo is happening because I got a phone call today, a harassing phone call.
We're talking about like you harassing Marcel phone call, or were
No.
you like on a lower level?
No, Yannick calls me, and I'm like, oh, all right. He's probably telling me more stuff is being shipped here, and I'll get to that in a minute.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
And it's him and Brad.
Nice.
So I don't want to talk to Brad. I don't like Brad. All right. But no, instead, I got Brad in the background. Ruined my entire day.
Interesting. Wait, just so we're clear, isn't that the same Brad Hartland that kindly gifted you a Boobior rookie?
I think
Is that not the same one?
I don't recall that.
I think
I
that
can go to
is
the tape.
one.
I can go to the tape.
I don't recall that.
All right,
It's a
Billy, what do you
one and
got?
The same.
Nothing.
Oh.
I'm just listening. Just listening.
You got to lift it up a little bit. The best part, my favorite part, by the way, and Eric will appreciate this, is that it's in a BGS slab. That's the best part.
All I can think of is look at that crappy slab you got that in.
That's the single best part. That's literally the best part.
Look at that dumpster fire.
Billy's got all the props today.
Yeah, he's got a bunch back there. Look, in fact, he's got a bowling pin in there.
Don't knock that. That's a house of
I
cards.
blasted Billy.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have one of those.
There you go.
I'm
So Reedski
sticking
has a
this
question for
into
you,
the
Billy.
world.
It looks like your Wi-Fi is recovered. Somebody turned
Yeah.
off their Netflix, so I think you're okay.
I don't know
for
what's
the
going
moment.
on. Yeah,
That was
right?
Gene.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Gene is like trying to surf some Netflix on the way out. Reedski says here, Billy, do you know what's happening at Upper Deck booth at Four Nations? So are they doing
No
anything
clue.
Four Nations, Wes?
I don't know if we're having a shop there. Like I know at some of these things we have shops. Like we usually ask one shop that actually buys the Boston Centennial set cards and opens them. Like we might invite one of those shops, and then they can sell some stuff. But we might have like an activation booth for our e-pack and the P card station where they can take like cards of themselves wearing the memorabilia. That seems to be the norm of what we do. Now we are one of the sponsors, so we might be more involved in that than I know. I know that our higher ups are in Montreal right now. So like we have a lot of people, a lot of places right now. The office is a little more empty than usual.
Just
In fact,
him and Gene.
I was in charge there for a couple days because all my
Until
higher
Gene
ups
showed
are
up,
gone.
and then
Jean's in charge of design, so she has her on the other side of this wall is all the pre-press, and she deals with those people. But yeah,
And apparently has access to 16K Netflix. Like as soon as she showed up, like your internet was going fine, and then all of a sudden she went and like Bazzy was talking about it. It's like, does Gene have a metal hip? She scattered the Wi-Fi. Listen, as soon as you reference metal,
exactly.
Whoa.
Maybe that's why it's her favorite set.
So
she's got interference going on.
you had an opportunity to get paid to come to Boston and work the Upper Deck thing, and you could have visited your family, which is like a short distance away, and maybe a buddy or something that lives in the area, and you chose not to.
There was literally nobody there.
What
Nobody.
I did, Eric, is I have to pick and choose what I want to go to. And it seems that All In is in the United States this year and in Texas, and we're having a fan booth, or there's a fan fest this year. And maybe I chose to work that instead of something else.
yeah, someplace warm where they have good barbecue.
Exactly.
Like Atlanta.
Simple stuff. No,
That's where it's exciting.
don't say
Well,
Atlanta here.
You know what the best part is, Billy? If I'm not mistaken, I think they're doing All In Texas, but I believe I could be mistaken. All In is July 12th, isn't it? Let me see.
It's around there. Yeah. It's the week
Yeah.
after. I thought I was going to be in Vegas, but it's actually 2 weeks after for UFC. Yes.
Yeah. That is right. That is right.
It's just
Here
they
you go.
call it
All in Texas.
International
Yeah,
Fight
All
Club
in
now.
Texas. All in Texas takes place on Saturday, July the 12th. So yes. So while you're there, when the time comes, I will send you a message. I expect some birthday wishes because you're going to be doing All In on my birthday. That is literally my birthday.
Oh, so if Miss Baker decides to stop by our booth, I should maybe have her do a little call out or something for someone's birthday.
I don't know. All I'm saying, look, I'm just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there.
Launch
Not
those
all
in
of
the
us, not all of
morning.
us are trash like Eric. Some of
Mhm.
us appreciate you and your efforts in bringing Wi-Fi to us,
Yes.
despite what Amanda says.
Despite.
I'm just saying.
I mean, Amanda could have paid for my Uber to Starbucks to then do the show from there.
So what is more, the Uber there or the Starbucks itself? Come on.
Very good question. Very depends if I want that big Rice Krispie treat to go with some iced
Oh, yeah,
coffee
well-
or something.
Well, listen, the Rice Krispie treat is pretty solid. It's overpriced like everything else, but it's
Yeah.
pretty decent. It's pretty solid.
You can't
Isn't
go
it
wrong.
like the marshmallow dream bar? They call it like, they don't call it Rice Krispie treat.
They
They call it
wouldn't
like
call
the
it.
marshmallow
Whatever it
dream
is,
bar or
they're
something
actually
like
they're big, they're good size, and they are tasty.
Mm-hmm. I do like their
Yeah.
lemon blueberry cake.
that. Yep.
How do I go?
So there we go. So here first he says, Brandon Ryan says, Eric, would dare sully Brad's good name? I know.
Good name?
Outrageous.
He doesn't have a good name. No.
Billy from experience, McDonald's internet is better than Taco Bell. You're welcome. I always appreciate it.
No.
So
No.
Rob here says, if you have a spare moment, please pray for Brad and Sherry. They're somewhere between New Brunswick and Montreal. They have gotten to where Yannick is. We saw a picture.
Yep.
Yes,
Group
they're
shot.
at the Quebec Expo.
Yeah, they've gotten there. Behind the scenes, always fun to see. I'm surprised there isn't more out there. Yep. Mana says, Billy is keeping the Carlos meet and greet at the Expo in April. Well, the thing is in July. All it is in July. So the
No,
timing
she's
doesn't.
She's talking about. I'm not 100. I'm there. I might not be at the Spring Expo this year because
I don't think the Spring Expo isn't one you usually make it to, is it?
no,
don't
I've been
recall.
doing both. Tony
Mm.
likes to do. Tony kind of likes to do the national, so
Right.
I've been going to both. He does the national. He doesn't like to travel as much, but I think he does want to go to another one here soon. And we've got 3 other product managers. We got Pat and Matthew and a new Matthew, and it's kind of like I hate to be the person that like goes every single time. So I think I have to spread the wealth now. Whether Grant decides, because I'll be going to the national. I didn't go to the national last year because it was the same time as Comic Con, and I always go to Comic Con. So I went to both expos, and I kind of will probably be going to the national this year. So I might have to kind of give up an expo to allow some of these other guys to kind of get out there and talk to people, or sometimes they just bring me and I introduce the new guys to all the shops and stuff. But I don't go on the marketing budget anymore. I go on the PDT budget because my job is to walk around and talk to people and kind of get a feel for what's selling, what's not, what they like, what they don't, all that sort of stuff. And I can't really do all that. I need to hear it from the shops and the people selling it, and we have people working in the booth that can tell us everything that everybody likes at the booth. So but if I'm stuck at the booth all the time, if I'm working with the marketing department, I can't say, hey, I'm working with you guys, but yet leave for like hours at a time talking to people. So and Tony can do that too. And Grant's been going Grant's gone, I think, once or twice now in the last couple years. So I haven't I'm kind of anticipating not going, but I will be happy if I still get to go because I do enjoy the expo.
Anticipating not going.
I'm anticipating that they're going to let somebody else go because I've been going to all of them.
Matthew?
We got 2 Matthews, we got Party Time Pat, and then Tony too. I think Tony wants to go again, and I went in the fall. So if I went in the fall, he's going in the spring.
Better in the fall.
Billy, when you say you're going to go to Comic Con, I know
And
that
Eric only goes in the fall, so
Yeah.
Well, now we'll see though. Like he's got his card vault responsibilities.
Oh, true.
Oh,
So
that's
we'll see if that changes anything. That might be big
Are you
time.
making? Are
Might
you guys
change
making the
things.
banners for the booth already, Eric?
oh, yeah, sure.
He might be
I think
there on
they
the
should
12th,
use that
Billy.
picture. I think the picture was very
Right?
classy, very photogenic. I'm expecting you to suit up, Eric. Suit up.
Okay.
I think he'll be in Texas on the
Marcel will be impressed. He'll be like, you look less like a homeless person.
12th. Less.
Amazing.
5% less.
Plus, it's what, the 2nd or 3rd week in April. I might be taking time off a little bit before that because somebody might be celebrating their birthday that week on
Carlos.
the 11th.
Well, April, no. In July, yes. April, no.
I know.
Yeah.
So,
That's
Billy,
important.
you said that you want to go to Comic Con. Now that Upper Deck is making these, these Marvel cards and everything, is that something that Upper Deck's gonna like have a booth and have it?
Well, it's
have
gonna
a-
be DC
Well,
card vault.
oh,
It's
come
DC.
on, let me rip on him first.
I thought he was making Marvel cards.
First off, Eric, we don't have the Marvel license. We have the DC license.
Since when? I don't pay attention to that stuff. I was trying to be serious.
Starting
You're working for
starting
Cardvault. You got to know
January
these
1st.
things.
So like it's been a month and a half.
Okay.
That Fanatics has gotten the Marvel license, and luckily our boss was very proactive and got the DC license before any of this even happened. So we have the DC license, but that's not all. I mean, we have the boys, um, we have a bunch of gaming stuff like Call of Duty. We have X-Files, we have Bond, we have stuff I can't mention yet. So yeah, right. So we've had a booth. It's in the corner. It's usually in the corner right next to Funko. We've had it for years. I hide in the booth so then I can go run to the exclusives on the floor because when the door opens, they're like the first 100 people. Well, guess what? I'm already in the building. So I sneak and I run over to the I run into to all the signings and exclusive stuff. So
Okay.
that's how honestly, like before I even worked at Upper Deck. I used to stay at Jason's house a couple years and would go to Comic Con. But they had a booth back then. They've had a booth for years. It's a very large booth. It's very popular. I think it's got the double decker on that one too. And
Does it have
yeah,
a breaking? Does the
let
same
me
thing
let me
as up
put it
north?
this way.
The
We have
breaking,
a we have a
leaseways, the whole
no
thing.
no no no. We have a lot of our artwork shown. We have a lot of our um, UDA stuff available. It has a lot of the products and stuff. We have exclusive sets and stuff. If you go to our competitors, you'll see a small little corner of one booth that has a little bit of Star Wars, and then the other competitor, you'll just see like a glass booth, like one of your glass booths at your store, just filled with blasters, and that's it. So we do Comic Con pretty big because and Jason was even on a panel talking about Neopets.
Mhm.
We got a lot of stuff. Yeah, someone just said Neopets. Shoot, I didn't see that before you typed that, Amanda.
I don't know what a
I've been going
Neopet
on.
is.
It's a TCG, so it's a game,
All right.
and yeah, so we'll be there for sure.
That's great. That was really my question: is if Upper Deck's going to have a presence there because of their comic book cards that they make. So that's and then it helps you because I know that you're there not only.
Oh, I
Uh,
don't go there for work.
yeah, right.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm barely at the booth. I think I did one podcast talking about one of the sets one time, and other than that, I go by, I say hi to the people. I hide sometimes in the morning and then run, but other than that, I am running around the floor or outside all day.
Yeah. No,
Makes sense.
that's awesome.
Fucking Marvel
Ham says,
cards
"Can I make an
there.
insert, Billy?" I think you should let him do it if he can name the proper snack that you haven't already
What's
considered.
the insert? You can't just say that and not tell me.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. I think Ham should just name out snacks and see, and you'd be like, "No, I already thought of that."
He wants to make insert fish cards.
I had them already. I put them in champs. We made let me see. I can put it on my computer and then turn my computer. I made
Mm,
plastic fish like things. Just a second.
amazing, amazing, good times.
You
There
can
you
see
go.
it.
Hold on.
Yep.
Yep, you can see it right there.
I made
There
those
you
cards.
go.
Eric's double excited because it's
I hope
Canadiana relics.
I hope Ham has the whole set.
He should.
Yeah, we had that champs was an interesting set because we had all this Canadian military memorabilia. And last minute, the NHL said, we don't want you doing that because we're gonna try to work a deal with the military. Like they were gonna do something with them, and we don't know what it was. I don't know what it was, but I was just told, nope, you got to cut out all. And we had bought like suits and rib patches and ribbons and all this really cool stuff. And so that's where the map relics came from, is because we needed something on the fly to make up for memorabilia. So I'm like, well, let's get like 100-year-old maps and put them in and cut them up and put them in the thing. And the funny thing was, like, so we're buying the maps, and the funny thing was, the legal department was like, well, you can't do that because we don't know if they're real maps and blah blah blah. I go, you cut up comic books, and there's no COA. That's what it was. Some of them,
Mm.
like these maps, these old maps. I mean, it's still just kind of like a cool old map, but they're legit thing. But they're like, well, there's no COA for some of them. I go, are there COAs on comic books? And we cut those up and put them into cards. And they're like, yeah, you're right. Okay. And so that's where the map cards came from. And we still use them to this day. They were in the last set of good one that came out.
It's one of those things where like the whole cutting out thing can create those little murky things. So I did the mail day this past week. And again, Eric's best friend, Brad, sent an envelope down my way. Eric being the ungrateful swine that he is, won't acknowledge it properly.
That
But
is
I'm just
true.
saying. But
True.
and Billy, you'll appreciate this. So one of the cards that was included was some artifacts. So we've got this one right here.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, those have been doing extremely well too. The ticket stubs.
Yep. And then Eric should appreciate that the ticket stub piece is
Yeah,
from the fictional hockey team he made up.
Right?
It's pretty sweet.
Catching
And this was
on.
actually number to 18. This was actually number to 18. And then we got an older school picture Medano, so that's kind of early Dallas Medano on top of it. So timing wise and thematically, very appropriate. But it's actually a pretty snazzy card. It's got a little acetate going forward. It's got some of the rainbow foil on there. Number 18. It's a good looking. I like the design on. To be honest, I like Billy, as you well know. I am thrilled. It is one of my joys in life to critique and criticize. You done good. This one's good.
Yeah, of course it's not my set. That's why you like it.
I'll say brilliance. Compliments to the chef. Mwah. Chef's kiss.
That was
Didn't
that was
involve any-
party time, Pat.
Do you have anything to do with these memorable moment inserts for just the cards, I guess, these memorable moments cards in the Bruin set? I like those a lot.
That's party time, Pat. Also,
All right, last chance, Billy. Ingrained.
no. I do
What do you
flagship.
do?
I do. Oh, what do I do?
So you see, so all I'm saying is like pretty good. Just saying.
My pure focus has been SP
Put yours up.
signature legends and making sure that everyone in that set was a legend.
So many, including my homie Steven Reinprecht,
Yep.
and of course the legend Hal Effin Gill. Yes.
No, so no,
Deserves the brick.
I do all the flagships. I do the cup. I do SP Game Use. I do Metal Universe. I do Ice. I do Fleer Ultra. I do a bunch of entertainment stuff too. There might be one or two more. I did Parkhurst. Did you guys see my Like a Boss insert?
I actually am pretty sure I did. I'm fairly confident I already made fun of it in another venue, but I'm trying to think. I'm confident I did. Like I feel like I did.
So,
Hold on. Like
You know what's funny is of the achievements of collecting stuff, the first achievement to be sold out, to be out, was the Like a Boss printing plate achievements. That's one of those. They're just
yes. You know what? I could be mistaken. I feel like I showed it to. I think I showed it to Eric and Bobbles. I feel like I did, and I actually pulled up a specific one for him. If you, yes, I got the Pasternak. It was the Pasternak that I pulled up because I have to go that route.
was Pasternak Like a Boss.
He was like a boss. Special Bob, Billy. Sometimes I wonder, like, what kind of snacks are you like on Scooby Snacks? Like, what kind of snacks are involved when some of these things happen?
Well, I build sets for different types of
brownies.
people. I build sets for
Can you describe to me the type of person? just for the same. Could you give me the customer profile on Like a Boss?
it's such a good it's so good. It's so good. I don't want to say it's so bad it's good, but it's like just one of those things. And you know what's funny is I couldn't do like the legal department wouldn't let me do like the like the 16 or the 32-bit sunglasses or whatever they were. So because of
See,
for legal
Billy,
purposes.
I made that joke. I was like, I'm surprised they didn't have to deal with it. Yeah, the deal with it, the digital glasses, and I'm shocked you didn't write like a bouse and try to really get in with the kids.
I said I wanted it like one of those motivational posters.
Eric sees this and he's highly motivated. I can
They-
see it right now.
They absolutely crushed the design. Obviously we had to airbrush some metal chain on them, and whether they did a good job doing that or not, I'm sure they did their best. But this came out exactly how I wanted it.
The only thing that is trying to get out of my mouth, and I'm trying so hard to keep it in, is Flavor Flav. That's it. That's all. I just had to get that out.
So we're gonna do a retro version of it where it's like different glasses and like a different hat. And no, just kidding.
Maybe that's the next logical step. Hold on, I got a better picture of it. Hold on. There we go. That's a better picture. And I definitely didn't buy it, and I'm definitely not sending it to Eric at some point if that's what you're thinking. I wouldn't even dream of it. So Billy, so like I said, you asked me if I knew about Like a Boss. I want to quell all rumors. I definitely didn't buy a copy on ComC that's going to wind up somewhere. Definitely didn't do it. I'm quelling that rumor right now.
That's amazing.
Get another brick. It's going. If it shows up here, it's going in a brick.
Listen, if that one goes in the brick, I'm telling you, there's some Reggie Lemons that are going in the ocean. It's going to be the lemon tea party, except there's no tea. We're holding on the tea. We're going straight to the party.
I love my new Reggie, number 37 out of 100. Got my new Reggie right here. Oh,
it's all about the legal department, Ham.
He's having Wi-Fi issues again. He's frozen.
I think he's in contemplative thought. He's moving. No. He's in contemplative thought. No. But Bob Jackson's here says, what sharks are in SP Signature Legends, Pafaloon and Lake Ents? Listen, all the sharks. All the sharks.
Like he's in mid-blink. He's frozen.
Great.
Look.
Oh, shit. We hear the Roboto. Like Tell Gene to turn off the 4K Netflix. Turn it off. Oh, he's back.
It probably didn't help that I have like 20 things open.
Boy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, stop trying to download the internet, Billy. I understand. I understand having functioning internet is like wild and crazy. But we don't want to download the whole internet. Let's see here, Zoomer insert. Yeah, Flavor Flav should have been SSSSSP. Yes. But again, the 2025 version of the motion hologram card. Keep waiting. Billy's trying to download it right now as we speak. But although I got to tell you, Billy, I actually thought my zinger from Amanda's podcast was a really good one because I can't remember what the context was, but they said something like, when are you going to do this? You're going to do that. I said, oh, Billy is trying to do it. He's just trying to download it on his dial-up, and that was a good one. I was very proud of myself on that one. It was perfect. Wow.
All right, I said 6 o'clock. Am I back? I'm back working here.
You're back.
All right, I said 6. I'll be listening. I might make some smart ass comments, but I know if I come back on my phone, it's probably gonna suck. So, thank you for having me.
For the most part, you hung in there, Billy.
Because yes, thank you. Next week I will be. Actually, I did this last year, I believe. It's the Spirit Awards. And if I remember correctly, I was at Santa Monica Pier, talking to you guys in the dark.
Yes,
that is true. Yes, in the darkness with Aaron Rodgers.
You were in the darknst. Cold.
So
you were very cold.
Next week is the next week is the whatchamacallit, the Spirit Awards. So I will be there, and maybe I'll sneak on to see if I have any kind of internet. But you guys have a good night. Tell Bobby good night for me.
We will.
We'll see you guys later.
That's good. Take it easy, Billy. So let's see here. Needs to upgrade that RAM. I know, man. Hey, look, we were impressed that it held on because if you're doing it from the apartment, it would have been straight Mr. Roboto from beginning to end. You got to admit, Eric, for the most part, it actually held up. We were actually able to talk to the guy.
Listen, I don't understand. It's got to be him. There has to be like a metal plate in his head or something that somehow interferes with the Wi-Fi connection. I don't understand. He is at an office, a professional place of business. They have wired networks, and he
allegedly
still cannot get Wi-Fi to work. I'm telling you, there's a metal plate in his head. There has to be.
I don't know. I gotta go. There are some things. Man is still irritated. I understand it, man. But like I said, look, Billy is only using the HQ internet for professional live streams and podcasts. You cannot take weeks off and call yourselves professionals.
What is she doing?
Other than being irritated?
Yeah, other than being irritated. Why don't you come on here and be irritated?
I was going to say, that's fair. I think that's a valid point. Amanda, look, you let me know. I can send you a link.
I think
before I
she
do,
should,
I
I
wanna
think she should come on here and
express irritation.
name her grievances like it's Festivus.
Ooh, I love me some Festivus. These are facts. All right, let me read here. Bob Jackson. Carlos, how is the phone procurement going? You lost me. What phone are we procuring? I posed the question. Question mark. I don't know. I could procure a phone. Do I need to procure a phone? Should I procure a phone?
Yeah, I don't know.
But yes, yeah. You let me know, Amanda, if you want to get a link.
I'm still
Bobby's picking up the wife, so that's why he kind of gave us a shake and took off. But he should be back a little bit later once he's taking care of that business. We did have forewarning on that, and obviously we want to take advantage of Billy's time, when he was in the office during that time. And you did get a Gene McLeod cameo appearance as well. Got a chance to see some of the stuff on the desk. Pretty nice little bonus. And we found out about Eric's Cardvault ties.
Yeah, I was just shocked when I heard about that this week. I'll tell you. I was like,
I think you were shocked that I found out about it so fast. You thought, oh my God, I've surely got a couple of weeks to prepare for this. No, my sources are very good, Eric.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't expect him to really be a hands-on owner, but I don't know. I'm sure that
I'm just impressed that you're going to be able to handle those duties to go along with your full-time running of Beckett. I feel like you've got a full plate already.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was nice that Ray Bork sent over a nice Valentine's Day wish. That was good.
I'm going to punch. Paul's going to get punched in the face.
Just saying. I don't even know what to tell you.
Paul, wear a hockey full caged mask in November, because I'm going to punch you in the mouth. Wow.
So many threats of violence. I cannot relate as a man of peace. Did you recap Eric's Blair Witch biking video? Which one? There's several.
I posted a short one from my ride Wednesday night on the Instagrams, and I thought people would be interested in seeing a very small cut of what I do, and I got nothing but negative feedback and jokes made.
I like this. Paul C. Bring it on, Bionic Hip Boy. Facts. All facts.
Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, that's pretty much real time. Paul says, side news, have some Chipotle mayo for lunch with my breadsticks. And Eric was even repulsed by that. On behalf of other Paul, we're not scared, old man. See, both Pauls have rejected your utterances. Just saying. We do have another matter of scandalousness right now.
Did you see my video?
Looking at it right now. Check it out. I needed more crashes.
Now, see, I didn't crash Wednesday night.
That's why it was disappointing. This is trash.
And this is mostly uphill. Now, of course, this is like 8 o'clock at night, so it's pitch black, out in the woods, far from the automobiles, and this is uphill. You can see I have a buddy there. He's spun out, so he has to walk up the hill. And if and thank you for keeping the volume off so you don't hear me breathing heavy.
All I'm saying is right here. Are you even pedaling? These are valid questions being asked right now.
Yeah,
here, anonymous person, graded gamer here. It says it's like watching the Blair Witch Project all over again. Curmudgeon is right. And I think the reason I kept the volume off is because in accordance with the Blair Witch, yes, it has the sound effects of heavy breathing.
Well, I am, like I said, I'm going uphill.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what night riding is like. It's good in the snow because the light reflects and it gets a little bit brighter. But yeah, we ride year round, whether it be daytime, nighttime, snow, rain, sleet, hail, hot, cold, it doesn't matter. We ride.
Wow. Amazing.
Now, you thankfully didn't show the video from last week where I was at the mountain and I spent the majority of the day on my ass. So I thank you for not embarrassing me and showing that video of me eating it. Now, Baubles tried to, just do the sound effects of me screaming as I hit the ground last week, but that got quickly pushed aside and we just moved on, which I was happy about. So thank you.
Eric, like I said, listen, Eric, you don't even need to thank me. I
Thank
would
you.
never even dream for 1 second of ever embarrassing you.
Well, I
I
wouldn't
wouldn't do.
want
I
you to
would
show
never do
that.
any such thing. I
Well,
would
that's
never do any such thing.
no.
Like I said, I would never even dream of for 1 sec. We are nothing if not here supportive.
yes,
We are here to help. We are men and women of peace because Amanda's here as well. So we are men and women of peace.
yes, yes.
We do not discriminate. And I would never even think of embarrassing you for a second as an esteemed member of the hobby establishment and member of Cardvault by Tom Brady.
I'm
We have
not a
respect for that.
I am not a member of Cardvault. The business I work for does business with them regularly.
Mm-hmm.
I do not work for Cardvault by Tom
Mm-hmm.
Brady. And it's funny how they, his name has to be added to it now.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, like you bought a 50% share. If you don't buy a 50% share and put your name on it, like what the hell's even the point?
Yeah.
What are you spending the money for then? Like I said, thou doth protest too much about your association. I feel like the gentleman over there, he's associated. He's seen things. He knows things. And he's vouching for Cardvault. We have a quote.
That's somebody's quote. Yeah.
It says Bougie Eric on the bottom there.
It does
It's
say
very
Bougie
clearly,
Eric.
it's
It does
very
say
clearly
Bougie
labeled.
Eric, so it must be true.
Rule number 4. Rule number 4, fucker. Rule number 4.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Good evening. How do we know this is Eric? Usually by now he's been heard on the mic. Yes, we did address that, and thank you for bringing it up. All right, so real quick, let me quickly say hello and thank you to our friends at AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.com and the AMGcollectibles.ca and the YouTube channel. We've got our podcast still going on as well. We're having some fun. Obviously, Sherry and Brad are off at the Quebec Expo or the Montreal Expo, or whatever they call it this time around. I forget. It's in Quebec somewhere, and it is one of the expos, one of the branded expos. So we'll get some stories from them about that. That's going to be fun, and then we'll get an update on it. So that'll probably be on the next episode. So we'll have that included as well, and then any fun stories or anything that came in. I did get some stuff that came in the shop already. So Steve already sent some of that stuff my way. I like that he sends it out in advance, kind of as they come across it. So I've already got some stuff. So we'll have a little bit of fun with that as well. So that'll be good. Let me quickly read here. And we want to thank AMG for supporting the channel, the podcast, and the live stream. Eric, how about them Kendricks? A lot of chat down here in the USA. Lady, read the Super Bowl computer. What do you know about the Kendricks, Lamar? Are you Team Drake or Team Kendrick? 133 million people saw it, Eric. 133 million.
I listen.
You're a person, allegedly.
I really don't care who does the Super Bowl halftime show. It's not something I care about. I was like a lot of white guys at my age having no idea who this was.
I happen to know you sent a text message right around that time. You said, this is not Jimmy Nelson. This is the weirdest Jimmy Nelson concert I've ever tuned into.
I didn't understand the fact that it was because I'm learning things since a diss track, I guess.
And this, Eric, this is basically what you would do to like everyone, or that they would do to you.
I was shocked though, because I'm watching it going, I don't get it. I don't understand a word he's saying. I don't get any of it. Oh, there's Samuel L. Jackson. I like him. The
important thing though, Eric, the important thing you need to know, and I think this is key. This is critical. What Ben World Peace though is also saying by writing it this way, he's just had a lot of chat down here in the USA. So he is, as I have been alleging this entire time, he is pointing out that you are not American. So he is explaining it to you as an American, as a non-American so that you understand.
But I wasn't offended by it, or I didn't really care one way or another. I know there's some controversy over. Yet,
Eric, I literally did a watch along. We were Paul and I were yammering on during the entire. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't care about a halftime show ever. I don't really care.
I was right there with you. I don't really care, but I didn't get it.
By the way, that includes everybody. That includes last year's. That includes next year's. That includes all.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Yeah. All right. The only one I even remember, is when they had a wardrobe malfunction.
That's been a while. That was a while ago.
That is the only one I remember. And I'll forget next year. You'll say, "Hey, remember last year's halftime show?" I'll go, "I totally forget." But
now, can I quickly add something here? Something that's more important. Something's more important than this. One thing that struck me is kind of interesting. So first of all, obviously, I did do the watch along, And again, the important takeaway here is remember, Eric is not American. Ben World Peace has pointed this out. Just want to make that clear. But also, in addition to that, I heard a lot of people talking big thing about, oh man, this Super Bowl is going to be boring. By the way, it was boring. Obviously, I watched it. Very boring. But they talk about it's like, oh man, you know, the Chiefs again. I'm not going to watch it. They had a record rating.
Yeah.
You're all full of crap. Everyone that I heard saying, I'm not going to watch it. You're all full of crap. Not only was it a record rating, it was a record rating for the halftime show too. So you're all watching all that shit. Whether you understand what was going on.
People turn it off. I mean, it wouldn't mean a record rating for the halftime show. I mean,
It was a record rating for the entire thing.
Yeah, for the whole thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's my point. Is that literally all the people were there was all this talk like, oh man, you know, I'm boycotting. Nobody boycotted shit. Less people boycotted. More people watch.
No,
Bullshit.
Because you know, I learned something a long time ago in the 90s with Howard Stern is that whether they like you or not, that people will watch you for love, people will watch you out of hate, and the rating numbers don't differentiate. They just go up. So it doesn't matter why you watch the Super Bowl. The rating numbers were up. So
There you go.
even if every single person watched it to hate watch it, the sponsors and the people who paid $1 million a second for commercials and all that went, this was a really successful.
Well, for the record, the commercials were trash too. Like it was just a disappointment top to bottom.
Nothing
It was like
jumped out at me.
it was weak. I would say this past Super Bowl was really weak top to bottom for me. Obviously the watch along honestly was my favorite part. I enjoyed doing the watch along. That was fun.
The part that I did thought was kind of neat because I'm just watching it, kind of half watching it because I don't get it. And then all of a sudden I thought I saw something and I quickly looked around the room and I went, was that Serena Williams? And then like they didn't show her again. And I'm like, I could have sworn I saw Serena Williams. And then it turns out it was Serena Williams.
It was Serena Williams. Yes.
I'm a huge Serena Williams fan.
Well, apparently she's Drake's ex, and that was part of the whole diss track thing.
Yeah, that part had to be explained to me after because I have 2 kids, and they were very excited about the whole thing, and it was explained to me in great detail by both of them separately.
Amazing, sensational.
Yeah.
I just assumed you went to the Burrell, who is the source of all the knowledge on the rat beefs. That's where I go.
Well, yeah.
My good here says, Eric, where does it stand with your buddies and Tom Brady autographs? Yes. Judas, tell us what happened with your buddies and the autographs if you betrayed them and joined the ranks of Tom Brady.
Last time I talked,
I'll be back in a second.
Listen, like everything, when you get into legalities, it gets dragged out. The last time I spoke to my buddy who was involved in this, he says, it was in the lawyer's hands. Now, I'm like, well, what does that mean? And he just kept telling me it's in the lawyer's hands. So that worries me to the point that we know that Tom Brady has more money than God himself, can pay unbelievable attorneys to drag something out for the rest of eternity. My buddy and his partners don't have that kind of money, nor access to that level of talented lawyers. So I just don't ever, me personally, I don't really ever see it coming out and working out for them.
I'm pretty much taking I'm going to take it a step further. I'm taking the under. Like I'm pretty confident that's not going anywhere. But good luck to them, I guess. Ben World Peace says, "How about Kendrick cards value up?" Eric has been hoarding them on eBay all day.
He has cards.
Maybe he does. Maybe. I think everybody has. Wait, hold on. Maybe you know what I would throw. You know what I would throw out? Obviously, I have no idea. And I wouldn't care even if he did. However, it wouldn't surprise me if Leaf would have made cards of him because they have like the pop century. So don't you think that would make sense?
Probably. I guess. Listen, again, I'm old and I'm not hip to any of this stuff, but I guess
I've heard you're old.
This guy is Like, I've heard of Drake, right? Don't know anything about him, couldn't name a song, but I've heard of him. I've never heard of this guy. But from what I'm being told by the young people in my life is that he's
By the
big
young
time.
people.
Like super, 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 super big time. So it would only make sense that there'd be cards and things of him and lots of different collectibles of him. I guess he's been around for a while too. I figured he was like maybe just the flash in the pan, you know, like he's the new hotness. And I guess he's been around for a while. Good for him. I don't know. I don't know the first thing about him. I know he doesn't like Drake now. I don't. It was explained to me why, but I still don't really get it. They used to be friends, now they're not. And now
That's usually how it goes. Yeah, that's usually how it works. I will say, like, look, in all seriousness, I say this truthfully. I do know a little bit of the background of it, and Eric, this should convey the point. As you well know, I am no stranger to enjoying the dramaticness. We do praise the content gods. We do praise, but do we or do we not enjoy a little bit of spiciness, a little bit of the dramaticness? Yeah. I cannot muster enough energy to care.
I'll tell you this, and again, I've done zero research. I've had a 34-year-old and a 20-year-old try to explain this to me on different levels from different perspectives. And all I know is that if the accusations that are being made are not real, that's horrible. That's horrible. Because you could accuse me of anything except that.
Oh, and usually on the show we do. Pretty much everything else we've accused you of.
All right. If that is not true, then this thing is horrible.
Well, that's up to Drake's attorneys. That's up to Drake's attorneys to deal with.
This Kendrick guy is lower than snake shit. If it is
I'll say neutral in the Great War.
If it is true, then put the guy in jail.
There you go. My good says, play the Super Bowl on Saturday, start the game at 4:00 and get rid of the halftime. Shows will still get the ratings. They would still get the ratings. I do think, look, just to be clear, my opinion is that they have figured out how to put together an entertainment programming for that day. They pretty much own that day. The fact that I don't care about that particular matchup didn't change the fact that we did a watch along. We were able to hang out. We had some fun. It was a good time. And even then, we were still able to make something out of it. But like I said, it got a record rating, and the halftime got a record rating. So people were into it. And it was a cultural moment because a lot of people, look, I saw a ton of memes off of that. And bottom line, like I said, I'm not going to weigh in on it. I don't care. And I don't know one way or the other. But I'll say this, Drake hasn't been able to do anything about it. So very clearly, maybe there is some smoke. That's a very easy defense is the truth, Eric. That's a very strong defense. It's hard to get somebody if there's an element of truth to what they say or what they're implying. So that's between them to figure out. So Amanda's saying Kendrick is a menace, and I love it. There you go. It's got Amanda's support.
And she may know a lot more about all that and appreciate that type of genre of music, and maybe she understands it. I don't. When my son was texting me the next morning in great excitement about it, he goes, "Did you see that? Did you see it?" I'm like, "Yeah," but I didn't think there was enough banjos, so I was disappointed.
What if the next Kendrick Lamar collaboration is him and Kiss?
I remember. See, you think I'm just going to react poorly, but
no, I think you're going to buy all of them. I think you will buy all the things.
I grew up when Aerosmith and Run DMC collaborated, and it was awesome.
But Eric, like I said, as soon as I said Kiss, you would just buy all of them.
Probably
all the versions, all the editions. What you've got a super premium foil, so I'll take that too. You got the green one, yeah, I'll take the green one, and the blue one, and the red one. You know what? You're doing this like leaf parallels. I'll take them all.
There's a good chance.
Just saying.
There's a good chance.
I'm just throwing it out there, man. I always knew Eric loved rap music. I can see some urban in him. That's all I'm saying. Grandmaster Bougie. That's all you got to know. These are facts.
Does does Kid Rock or the Beastie Boys count as rap music?
The Beastie Boys, yes.
Okay, well then I guess I've gone through rap phases.
Yeah, the Beastie Boys, I would say yes.
And
Kid Rock, God no. Kid Rock, God no.
come to find out, my mother's very good friend who watched the Super Bowl with us is related to one of the Beastie Boys.
Wow.
I just found that out recently.
Nearly scandalous. Amazing.
It's her
Good times.
cousin's son is one of the Beastie Boys.
I like it. Oh, looks like I got an update to the advertising campaign. I like the product so much, I bought the company. Also, the Paul's in my life rule. Wow. It's a completely different direction. That's wild. Interesting. Huh. All right. Interesting.
I hate doing this on Fridays.
It's okay. We can do it on Thursdays, Wednesdays. Josh here says Jay-Z and Linkin Park had a good collaboration. Yes. Yes. I love that one. I think they did it. That was actually really good. I like those. Big fan. Big fan. Love those. Real quick, I was going to check something here. Bear with me a second. Okay. So let me touch on it since we got it here. We're going to get back to making fun of Eric. We'll come back to it. That's standard. However, I do want to touch on this. If there's one thing that Eric loves more than a Kendrick Lamar Kiss collab, and there's not many things he loves more than that.
That's true.
One thing that Eric loves almost as much, and he personally would hit the like button 50,000 times for that. He loves him some Probstein. And Probstein had a little bit of news this week. He announced that he's going to be doing his own platform. So apparently he's year to year on eBay, basically the contract they have. So year to year. And from what it would seem is that apparently he's going to be doing some kind of a live selling platform. Details are still sparse. I will include a link in the description to an interview he did with Sports Card Madness, where he talked about it and gave some information on it. Only for a couple of minutes. Apparently he's going to try to do a bunch of different live selling, but we don't know what's going to end up actually entailing. Apparently it's going to be called BYD, bid, but with Y, because he's edgy like that. He's edgy like that. But I have a question. And this is the angle that I want to take on this, because again, we don't know all the details yet. We can only assume that Eric will be involved because all things that he's doing are going to be involved.
No.
But I have a legitimate question. So Eric, we'll get to your Probstein love in a little bit, but I have a more general question first. I want to ask a more general question. Probstein is one of the biggest sellers on eBay.
Yes.
Now, in that announcement, he didn't say he was leaving overnight. He said he's building this platform. He's been working on it, all this stuff. And his intention is to build out this platform and keep expanding on it and add more things to it. If at some point this becomes an avenue for him to send a bunch of stuff through, and it becomes like the Burbank thing, and I actually got a story about the Burbank thing with Fanatics Collect. I've actually got a story I'm going to share after this. But my question is, Burbank is starting to move, and they have started the process of moving some of their 40 million listings over to Fanatics Collect with that exclusive. If Probstein is able to get this platform off the ground and do stuff with it, and obviously he sells a lot of stuff on eBay, you know, Fanatics themselves, formerly PWCC, were one of the top ones, and they're off the platform. How long does it take? How many of the big sellers off the platform have to go off before it starts affecting the inventory to the point that it actually starts to hurt eBay a little bit? Because the whole point of the part of the reason they're so powerful is because they have most of the stuff. But if enough big card shops or resellers or basically consigners go off of the platform, well, then they don't have all the stuff. And all of a sudden I'll search for stuff. I cannot find stuff. Then it actually hurts eBay's situation for that one particular category. It's not going to hurt all the other stuff. You're still going to be able to buy a whole bunch of other stuff on eBay anyway. But if I'm looking for sports cars only, you're dividing my attention. You are forcing me to look at Fanatics Collect a little more carefully because I did find some stuff on there. Right. Well, if some of the Probstein stuff goes over there, again, this is still early days, but if some of it goes, that could be impactful. I just leave it as an open question.
No, you're right. So we'll leave all the silliness out of that guy.
We can come back to it, but for now, let's just focus on the idea.
I think, because I did think of that. You're taking one of the biggest names in cards, off the platform, possibly,
Mhm.
and moving off onto his own, eBay's going to lose a lot of money. They've already lost, Burbank. They're going to lose Burbank. They're going to lose Probstein. They kicked what you just. Oh God, I'm getting old.
PWCC, now Fanatics Collectibles.
PWCC, is gone. So I think, and this is just my opinion, they have to take a look at what are we doing that is forcing these companies to leave. Now, on a much, 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 much smaller scale, we at Sports World have an eBay account, and we sell a lot of stuff on there. And I built the store up from myself from absolutely nothing, from 0 things to thousands of things. And I don't do it anymore. So other people took that over and ran with it, and they're doing great. One of the reasons I myself said I can't do this anymore is the frustration of dealing with eBay, the company. And I've talked about this in the past. They seem to hate sellers. Crazy, insane, criminal customers screw over sellers daily. And when the sellers say, hey, eBay, this is the situation. Can you help me here? Nope. We're gonna give the customer the money back, and they get to keep the item, and you can pay them, shipping fees back and this and that. Or if you don't do what we say, we're going to shut your account down. Or the best part is, because they have access to your credit card, they'll just take the money out. They'll just steal from eBay. Will just take money out of your account. And I understand they're a company, so they have to have fees. And I understand where Probstein and these other companies are like, well, if I get off the platform, I don't have to pay fees. That's going to save me money and make me money. I get that. But I think everyone understands that if you're going to be on someone else's platform, it's a business. They need to make money. So I have no problem paying fees to be on their platform. But my big, again, and I'll try to just go quick. My biggest issue is how they treat sellers. And I think they've treated sellers so poorly for so long. People are starting to say, I'm done. Screw you, I am done. And they are looking for other outlets who are either going to be, better collaborators and take less fees, because it really is all about the money, right? But I really think the biggest thing behind it is sellers want out because they can't deal with eBay and their business model.
So that is what I wanted to key. That is what I wanted to key in on. So I'll read a couple of these comments, but I wanted to key in on. That's the part I wanted to focus the conversation on for a bit, because I think there's a conversation to be had. And if you remember, I had this. I posed it as an open question. I didn't give a definitive, like, this is what I think is going to happen. I more or less threw out some scenarios when the Burbank thing was announced initially, because again, I knew it was going to be phased. I knew it wasn't going to happen in one day. That was never going to be. You're not taking 40 million items and suddenly snapping your fingers and suddenly moving to another platform, because it's too difficult to transfer it over. So Josh is asking a valid question here. At what point does it become too many different selling platforms? We'll get back to that, because I think it's a valid question.
That's a shut up, Josh. I don't think I've dropped one of those.
Not yet, not tonight.
Shut up, Josh. And you have a really good point, and I thought the same thing. So
it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth a discussion. We'll come back to that, because I want to talk about that. So Ty here says, with the tax threshold 2,500, you have to report to the U.S. government 2025. Will this hurt eBay really bad? No, because if you're an actual business in it, you should basically already have the paperwork done or already be reporting it. The whole idea about reporting, they could technically be reporting whether they tell you or not, because the information is there. Just so we're on the same page. Don't forget. And You may think it's different magically over there. Again, Eric and I, being Canadians, understand this all too well. But the reality is, they have the paperwork already. The information actually is already filed. Whether you decide to declare it or not, that information may already be available. And if you were audited, that information would magically appear. And then Ty is also saying about COMC. You can sell and use that money in COMC without the government knowing. No, the government can know. If they want to know, they can know. Because COMC has a full record of all the buying and selling on that and the dollar amounts that change hands. I can pull up my record of exactly everything that's been bought and sold. You're treating it almost like credits because you in effect bought COMC. You basically loaded up a COMC account, and then you can buy stuff with that credit and then go the other way and everything. I can pull up for you within about 5 minutes every single purchase and sale, money that went in and money that went out. So if I can do that, Eric, if I can pull that up in a couple of minutes, literally, you don't think if they came by and said, hey, by the way, I want your data, and they come by and say, or else, that they can't just feed that information? They have a whole database with all the information. Here's every single transaction that was ever done in your account from the beginning of time.
I hate paying taxes. I not too many people enjoy it, and a lot of us believe that we're overtaxed and our tax dollars are being wasted. So I get all that. But if you're making a large amount of money selling anything on eBay, that is a business. You have to expect to be taxed on it. I don't expect you to like it. I don't like it. I would hate it. I 100% get it. But you'd have to expect, whether you're in Canada or the United States, if you're making a good deal of money off of eBay, you're gonna be asked to pay taxes on that. You've created a business for yourself.
Yeah. And also, like, just being practical about this, if you've actually made a decent amount on eBay, if somebody, all they have to do is ask a basic question, say, okay, so you made, like, you worked at your job, right? Whatever your job is, you made X amount this year. You spent Y amount this year. Where did all that money come from? Because if the dollars don't add up, suddenly it's like, well, the money, what, did you have a rich uncle? Like, you got questions you need to answer.
I'm going to tax you on that for your rich uncle too.
Yeah. So the point is, like, it won't take much. It's not like you have to do this deep investigation, suddenly figure out that this money appeared from somewhere. And again, all this information is being documented. So again, if you are operating as a business and you actually are seeing yourself as a business, it would behoove you to have an accountant. It would behoove you to, even if you're just hiring them part-time just to look over your books and add everything up at the end of the year for you, that is worth its weight in gold to save you the headache on the back end. If you didn't take the records, again, this information is available. If you didn't do that in advance, you don't want to be having that conversation without the information in hand. You want to have it and be like, yep, here's all the stuff. Here's everything. Here you go.
Now, here's a question that maybe someone can help me out with. Because yes, I ran an eBay store, but I didn't deal with the accounting, okay, of Sports World, the business. So that's why I don't know. All right. I stayed out of my boss's business. That's his business. I had a job. I did my job. That's it. So my question is, at the end of the year, does eBay send you that information, electronically through the account of something saying you made this much money this year? Because if they did, you could just take that, hand it to your accountant at H&R Block, and they can factor all that in doing your taxes. I'm not, obviously you're not getting a W-2 form, because you're not an employee, but at the end of the year, is something sent to you from eBay officially saying this is how much you made? Because all you got to do is take that and bring it to H&R Block, and there you go. And again, I don't want to pay taxes. Taxes suck. I'm not pro taxes. You just have to assume that if you're bringing in a decent amount of money doing anything,
so I can answer that question.
You should pay tax,
because I can answer that question just on my end, just so you guys know. Well, I guess from my end, because again, I am doing business with eBay.com, so there is the U.S. side of it, and there is some withholding as part of the deal, and that is part of taxes. So they've got what they call the Form 1099K. So
Right.
you'll receive a 1099K form if the gross amount of payments meets the IRS or state reporting thresholds, or if you had any backup withholding applied during the calendar year. They do have electronic delivery for it, so they can create it. And under payments in the tab, so selling payments, there is a tax section there. So that information can be made available to you, and you can get the details and forms that are generated for you. So you have that information if you qualify to generate a 1099K form.
Yeah.
So I'm just speaking, even from the outside. I can tell you, just looking in the menu here, it gives me that info. I have a taxes button on there that gives you that information.
Well, there
and
you
it's
go.
generated.
So you can get that information, and you can pay your taxes, not have to worry about it coming back and biting you in the ass in a few years when you get audited.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these just to get caught up. So thank you, Bob Jackson, and thank you, Jeff. So Jeff was saying stop selling on eBay for that reason. Then we're back to selling. We'll touch on that in a second. Hang on. But thank you for bringing it up. eBay is no longer an online garage sales. True. It's like a shitty mall full of people that import garbage. There's a lot of that. It's already too many selling platforms. I want to get back to that. Please, someone make a note because I want to talk about that in a minute.
Yeah,
But I
don't
want
let
to
us
finish
don't
this.
let us
I want
get
to
away
finish this
from
thought.
that.
I want to finish this thought. So thank you, Ben. Truth. Yep. Carlos, do you sell on eBay, and where do most of your sales go, to US or Canada? So far, the last couple of years, yes, I do sell on eBay pretty regularly. I've done reasonably well the last couple of years. It's been fun. I like doing it, to be honest. I do tracking on all my stuff. I adjusted my shipping rate accordingly, but I do use tracking. The majority of my stuff goes to the US. So the last couple of years, the majority of it has gone stateside, although I have sent to the UK, and I've even sent to, I think I sent something to France. I sent a couple of items to the UK, and there was one more country in Europe, maybe Germany, might be Germany, but that's like an exception because again, the shipping is way more expensive. So, and I adjusted accordingly. So it's like, I don't know if you want to buy like a small price item. If it's a bigger item, I can get that. But I've sold like multi-$100 cards, $1,000 cards, a handful, not a ton, but mostly stateside. Although I have sold a fair bit to Canada, but I use tracking on all that stuff because that's the best way to do it. And I can print out the little label. So it's eBay gives me a nice discount on that. So it's useful. But yeah, most of my sales are going to US.
Do you find, I guess right now, the majority of the things you're selling is wrestling cards. When you first started getting more into it, was mostly hockey. It seems like now you're selling mostly wrestling. So you're saying
recently, yes, but I will say a lot of this because there's still stuff that I've got listed in my store from before. So I've sold my fair share of baseball and hockey and football. So it's a mix, but wrestling lately because I've got more stuff listed lately.
But would you say that there are more people from the United States buying wrestling cards from you than Canada?
There's more people buying from the United States anything than Canada.
Okay. Now, obviously,
I don't list it on .ca because if somebody goes to .ca, they're not going to see it. I'm listing it on .com because I feel like it's more general. So that's a move that I have the choice. I can list on .ca if I want to focus more on that marketplace. As a buyer, I tend to look at .com more because I want to give myself more options. And I have a US address I can use for the purchasing of it. So I actually have a bigger list of things that come up when I do my searches. So my saved searches bring up more stuff if I do .com. But if you do .ca, sometimes some of the stuff doesn't appear if you only do .com. So you have to kind of remember that there are international sites. So sometimes if you really want to max it out, you got to list on multiple international sites, and then you really get the cross posting going. That gives you more options. So by doing .com, I am automatically skewing it more US just by doing that. Yeah. If I stuck to .ca more, there's a better chance that more Canadian buyers would come and buy stuff from me. So just have to remember that is important. That is a factor that we want to play into it. Good evening, Carla. Did I miss the tariff discussion? Eric is going to whiteboard this thing for us. It's coming. It used to be anything under 20K, you didn't have to report it. That would make people sell rather than the $600 threshold. Yep. I got the dreaded 1099 from PayPal. That's the other part. You can also get it from PayPal directly. That's another thing. So that is true. So again, my advice, consult your tax professional. Honestly, just consult your tax professional. So keep good records. 1099s basically go away. You only pay tax on profit, not gross sales. Just consult. If it's even something you think you might be worried about, literally just ask an accountant to check it for you. Because I did. In some of the cases, they say, don't worry about it. Keep the records. But in this case, it's not a concern for you. But at least they looked at it. At least they looked at the numbers and confirmed, like, okay, for this situation, it's fine. But then again, they can generate that. So in Amanda's case, she got the 1099, but she has the paperwork. So at least she has the paperwork. It exists, and she has a copy of it. And then you figure it out from there. Again, if you're running a business, this is part of being a business. You can't ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. It's part of being a business. Expenses are part of the game. So you got to be ready for that ahead of time. If you're not ready for that ahead of time, it's going to suck, because at some point there's money to be made by taking it from you. So if you're not prepared, somebody else will be. They'll be ready
And
for
just
you.
to be clear, that's what Amanda is doing right now. She's ignoring me and pretending that I don't exist.
I think it's valid.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm texting away like I'm getting thumb cramps and nothing.
Wow.
Crickets.
Wow.
So
I think she's mad at you that you didn't tell her about the Cardvault thing ahead of time.
yeah, that's what it is.
It's understandable. Just saying. But yes, so bottom line is that you don't want to be caught unawares. If it's something you think you might need to worry about, well, then do the legwork. Honestly, just do the legwork, and you don't have to literally do it some people literally pay an accountant all the time for stuff. You don't necessarily have to do that, but I would at least consult with them from time to time. If you are operating a business, I would at least have somebody look at the books, once in a while, just to make sure you got the numbers right. That would be my take, especially if you're trying to operate as a business. So real quick, let's talk about the amount of platforms, because the whole conversation led over to the idea of the number of platforms. So again, the Probstein thing isn't going to change life today, but the fact he even proposed it, the fact that even is a possibility, and he is one of the biggest sellers on eBay right now. It doesn't matter what you think about, shill bidding and Probstein and the reputation, all that. It doesn't matter. The point is, it's still a lot of listings. That's a lot of listings that are encountered by that. And you can only go so many. And what Jeff was talking about, what, everybody else, Paul was talking about, and everybody else was talking about as well, and Bob, is eBay is not friendly to sellers. It's very unfriendly. And it skews that way. So I'm going to repeat a question that I asked during the Burbank thing. And then I'm going to give you my story about the Burbank thing here in a second. When that happened, I knew it was going to be phased in. I knew it wasn't going to be overnight. I knew it wasn't snap your fingers and everything changed. I knew that. But even then, I still thought it was worthwhile to pose the question. Does eBay, if they don't change their model or do anything that's seller friendly, do they eventually drive away enough sellers that the merchandise doesn't have? But then the other side of it is what was being asked here. How many platforms? Like, we've got a lot of platforms as it is. And if Probstein wants to bring another one, that's yet another platform. And even if he's got stuff you want, that's yet another. So now you've got some stuff that sells on Whatnot. You've got stuff on ComC if you want to go there. There's stuff on eBay if you want to go there. Next one. If you want to go, again, Fanatics Collect, that's another one. So that's another possibility. There's so many. There are way too many.
Yeah, I'm trying to write down. I'm trying to write some down, I was kind of curious. So if you're in the comments, trot down some sites to buy sports cards. Let's see how many. Let's see how many we can think of as a group.
I just named a few just off the top of my head.
Like
just to
eBay,
start.
Fanatics, ComC. What else is out there?
So now we can get into auction houses, right? Because depending on the items you want to buy.
If you want to go get sports cards, where can I go to get sports cards?
Yeah. So how many do you have listed right there? So
I have eBay, Fanatics, ComC.
Yep.
Right.
So right now there is Whatnot, because Whatnot sells singles. Some sellers sell singles directly on there, specifically singles, and they do it in auction format. You've got the Facebook Marketplace. You can definitely buy stuff from there. That's a thing. Another one that honestly, Heritage is one. That's a big one. Because they will sell some interesting stuff on there. Again, depending on what you're looking for. That's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
So here, Paul's got some stuff. My Slabs. Beckett actually has a marketplace. That is true. Not a lot of people look at it, but and Paul has found some stuff on there. I have found some stuff on there in the past too. Beckett actually has a marketplace. It's a pain in the ass to operate, but it is there. And there are cards on there that don't appear on eBay. So that's a real thing. Heritage, Huggins and Scott, Whatnot, and Facebook. So yeah.
I've never heard of Huggins and Scott.
Huggins and Scott is an auction house. Yeah, that's an auction house. Here you go. Josh is saying Sports Lots. Sports Lots is one that I've definitely heard quite a bit. And then you've got Forums. Forums is another thing. Instagram. Technically, those are, places you can definitely arrange deals. So that's a real thing. It'd be cool if guys like Probstein and Rob went in it together instead of making a million platforms. That's a different conversation, but yes. Well, Rob isn't actually making the platform. He's got an exclusive with Fanatics Collect coming up. Any thoughts on Star Stock charging a penny card month of storage fee? I honestly forgot Star Stock was still alive. So that is my thoughts. My first thought is Star Stock still alive? Question mark. Amanda, whenever you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. Is that a wave or a thumbs up? There you go. All right. So yes. So my answer to that is I forgot Star Stock existed. Happy Friday name.
He ruined it.
Any one of the top 4 auction houses? Yeah. Will GameStop create a marketplace? Please God no.
So
we don't need that.
So the top auction houses, that would be like Golden, right?
Golden would count. Yeah, Golden's one for sure.
Golden.
They sell stuff on there.
Do you guys use my card post? I've been using that.
That's a good one. My card post. Yes, that's another one. I don't use it personally, but I definitely have heard of it. That's a real one. Oh, you could use what's it called? Before Floating Head gave up on them, you had Trade Safe, but then the other one is Veriswap. Veriswap is one that you can get stuff on. That's one. You can definitely do. You can do obviously trade deals, but you can also do cash deals as well. So they operate that piece. So Veriswap is a legitimate place. You can do that. So that's a real one. I would just put under it forums, just in general, instead of naming individual forums, because naming individual forums is kind of annoying. I would just put forums in general, because that's Hobby Insider was one, but stuff like that. We don't have to name individual ones. There's too many. Facebook groups, yeah, we touched on that. I check back at Marketplace like once a year. Very true. There's a good one. Mercari. Mercari is shady as it comes, though.
I used to sell when they first started. I sold quite a bit on there, but it's been a while.
Yeah, definitely. Bobby, if you're good. The Burrell has returned.
Hey, Bobby! And there's Amanda, as Eric would say.
Hey.
That is how I would say it that way. Unfortunately, yes.
I know.
Reddit is another one. That is true. There are some Reddit r/ groups that do different cards as well. So that's a real thing. Mm-hmm. So the point maybe here is there are already 57 trillion platforms. They genuinely are. Like and if you don't want to consider Facebook a platform, if you don't want to consider but it still kind of is, because in reality you can 100% arrange deals from there and stuff can get posted there that then you can do a deal on. I had somebody who was going back and forth with me. I'm not even a big Facebook guy, but I've done deals through Facebook groups. And I had somebody message me earlier today that had some cards they thought I might be interested in because somebody referred them to me from a forum that I'm on, from a Facebook group that I'm on. So they said, hey, send it to me. Say, hey, Carlos, I got these. Are you interested? And we're kind of doing the back and forth, and we'll see if they come back to me and want to do it. I think we figured out a price, but it's up to them. But the point is that it started off from somebody else seeing it and saying, send it to Carlos, he might be interested in it. And then they messaged me directly. So it is a platform in that sense.
I just thought of 4 Sharp Corners. They have their own website.
Yeah, well, so what I would say, I don't consider 4 Sharp Corners a platform, because then every single website of every card shop ever that has an e-commerce would be considered that. Sure. They list their stuff on eBay, but yes, you could totally buy out directly off of their website. But I don't consider it a platform, because it's literally just them.
It's just buy.
Yeah.
There's no
Otherwise, like I said, any card shop that has a website would automatically count.
Yeah.
All of them. As long as you can buy through the website. Eric Cardvault, I thought it was Bobby's thing. Doesn't he broadcast from his car vault? You're thinking the card vault. Now, if you're talking about the car, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
thousands of random card shop websites. Yeah.
You got Massachusetts blood in you. No laughing. No laughing. You got Massachusetts blood.
I actually thought he was making a joke that he was in the garage, which is his car vault.
Well, Bobby is in fact in the garage of knowledge.
Yes.
Bobby is in fact in the garage of knowledge. That is true.
Some
Usenet group or whatever it's called still around? Not really anymore. They exist, but not really. Not like back in the day. That was a real thing at one point. Usenet was 100% a thing. So for those who may not remember, Usenet was before the forums. You used to have all the different groups on Usenet, and you could post basically different. It was almost like you'd have to have like a program to open up the Usenet. You could go like it was rec.collecting.sport, and then you could have .hockey, .baseball, .football, and .basketball. And I think you also had a non-sport one. Memory serves me. And back then, people would post regularly, hey, I've got this for sale. Hey, I want to buy this. Hey, here's my want list. It was exactly like the forums before the forums. And then when Usenet kind of died off, it was then
But
forums
there was
took over.
really no pictures.
No, you
It
really
was
couldn't.
all
There were Usenet ones that would allow you to have pictures, but it was very basic. It was pretty much all text. You pretty much were doing want lists and want lists. That's all it was.
and then ICQ and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yahoo auctions, did those die? They definitely died.
So
Oh,
just real quick, just with with some of us brainstorming here, I came up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 is forums, which is actually,
Yeah,
open
just
stuff
general.
for
Just kept it general, yeah.
15, 16, 17, like 18.
Yeah.
That's
Realistically,
just real quick, 18 different platforms to go and buy cards on.
and a good chunk of these I bought from before. A good chunk of the ones listed I have actually bought from before. Not all of them, but a good chunk of them. Like even Yahoo auctions. I actually won a Yahoo auction and won something in a Yahoo auction. But it was a long time ago, and they really, I think they died a long time ago. It's pretty much gone as a platform. That's what I'm saying. Like, Probstein adding yet another platform is like, guys, we don't need another platform. I would rather you partner with somebody else, and you can combine forces if you want, but like, please don't give us we don't need another platform.
Carlos, I was only half listening to that when I listened to that today, and did I hear that it was going to be whatnot-ish? Like you could
Live
come
selling.
on?
Live
Yeah.
selling.
Okay.
Yeah, that's his angle for it. He wants to do live selling on that.
BYD.
Because otherwise you'd be just doing like an eBay clone. If you just do, and you have to think about this. The reason why it's tough for anybody to try to compete with eBay directly is that think of the back end. So just for a second, think of the back end of software and servers to host all the listings that you will need in order to operate that kind of a system. Even with Fanatics' resources, them buying PWCC and doing Fanatics Collect, they still have crashes sometimes when they run those weekly auctions. Well, eBay is running auctions every moment of every day. You can literally start an auction whenever you want. Think of the amount of back-end server power that is required in order to keep it from crashing every 5 seconds. Their uptime is damn good. Like they keep it up very well. That's something they have that everybody else can't do necessarily.
No,
that's actually very expensive. Very expensive.
I see like a whatnot platform to be like a secondary source of income, because someone has to be available at that moment.
I don't understand that the process of all of that is just live bidding it might work like 20% of the time, but I think 80% of the time is like half the people aren't there.
Right. So
they need to be there.
You got 7 days for people to find it. Right.
5, 7, 10. Yeah.
Yeah. But so that should be your main platform is a
auction base,
an auction that has a duration to it where plenty of people can come and find it within a week's time. But then you have whatnot where if I'm not available at 5:03 on a Wednesday afternoon, when you put that card out in front of the camera, you missed out on my money and I missed out on the card.
So that is my big issue with the live selling format, because if somebody creates a live selling show, Bougie Eric's House of Crap, the problem is we don't know what crap is going to go in there. We have no idea. Like it could be any sequence, any order, anything. We have no idea. And then
it's number 19th platform, Bougie. Yeah.
But all of it. Yeah. It's terrible. It's, Bougie Eric's Card Vault. It's coming by Tom Brady.
19.
So
write it down.
It's going to be amazing. But the point is that now Eric's personal friend, Probstein, his pitch is that he's going to have different themed shows. So there could be like a Caitlin Clark hour where they're doing Caitlin Clark cards. Well, that at least makes it straightforward. That at least gives you a direction. If you're interested in that particular thing, then you know when to tune in. Well, where the live selling format can work is FOMO. because if it's an item, because you can actually get more money for an item that has no business getting that price, because some people will be like, well, I think it's a good deal, but I only have a minute to figure it out. Oh crap. Whereas opposed to the other one, you've got a week to look up comps and do where the other one's like, you don't have a ton of time to decide. And some people are going to hit the button, not being sure, and they'll end up actually overpaying. Some $2 or $3 items go for $5, $6, $10, where it has no business going for that price.
Sure, that happens in live auctions when you go to those small little barnyards. They have these auctions, and guys are a typical item, and you say, yeah, this should be worth about $50, and it ends up at $200 because two farmers went at it, right? It's like
it can't happen.
You just
so
never know.
Amanda, you've done a little bit of whatnot. You've done a bunch of whatnot. So can you speak to this piece? So hold on, I will defer to the expertise, because she has actually done some live selling with whatnot and also kind of participated, kind of helped out with that as well. So do you want to give a little bit of insight on that part?
Or whatnot?
Or whatnot?
What exactly am I expanding on?
So I'm talking about the whole idea of the live selling. So the live selling itself, in terms of getting items on there, in terms of, obviously you're interacting with the chat, you're trying to engage them in whatever's going on. And then I've watched some whatnot live auctions where they do singles. They'll do the little single auction, but then you get a chance to talk it up. You get to kind of speak to the chat and encourage them and motivate them. And that's a part of it. Your ability to engage with that chat and get some people to think, you know what, actually, maybe this would be a good, oh, and I already bought a couple of things. Well, what's one more? And basically you're playing into that dynamic.
Plus, I mean, I know we're being like high level here, but to me, like a big part of what I do like about selling on whatnot is like that community aspect. Like you do eventually end up doing better the longer you're on there, and people realize like you're not shifty, you're not a pedophile, you're not tearing your shirt off. And
that has been an issue in the past. It has been an issue.
To Eric's point, you can list like regular eBay style auctions on whatnot. Not everybody has access. It's like in beta right now. But I think I have like 5 things on there right now, but the visibility is not there. Like I have things listed on there right now, I think for like 5 more days. And if I had listed those same items on eBay, they'd already have bids, but they don't.
Well, it's sort of the reverse. eBay is the main thing of that, and then where whatnot is the main thing of live. So you have 2 different counteractives, and doing eBay live, I don't even think that would work very well. So it's just it's not conducive to everybody's time frames, and you have different time zones on top of that. So you have North America with 3 different hours of time zones. It's really tough. Caitlin Clark, okay, she plays in this area, so that region, you want to keep it close, or do you want people who are farther away? It doesn't really make sense. Like I can't be online. Like there's too many 18 other platforms that you got to play with, or that you might be on, or you might be, and you just can't. And add all the auction houses in there. Like at what time do we not spend enough money or have enough availability for everything? We can't afford everything, and it's just you choose the ones you can pick off, I guess. So going live, I don't know. I don't see big items going off there. Is there? Is there
right?
Like $10,000 items?
So that's to Zach's point. The comment that Zach had up a second ago. That seller was pushing that card because he clearly didn't feel like the room was going to pay him what he wanted for that card.
Yeah. It becomes this strategy. So kind of that point, it becomes this weird strategy, this game of cat and mouse, where you're trying to get enough people in there that you think will actually push the act. You're trying to force the FOMO. The FOMO is the way that you have to play it.
That's why most of mine is just buy it now. Like I'll just show like, this is what I have in the buy it now. If you want to pay my price, or, you want to bundle something, that's fine. But I don't auction anything that I'm not willing to let go for $2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you don't do lives?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. You can't do buy it
now. You have like a buy it now, listed in during the live, so people can ask you to see them.
So there's a set price that you can, but you can also bid it up and go past.
You have 2 choices. You can do an auction, or you can literally create items and put the items as buy it nows. So you can be doing this whatnot live stream, and if somebody, to basically what Amanda's saying, if somebody wants to see X item, they say, I see this item on here, this price, can I see it? You can grab it off and show it and go, this is what it is, blah, 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 answer whatever questions. And then the person can just buy it at that price. or they could try to negotiate with you. They could try to bundle something. Because you're interacting with them in real time. So now they can ask their questions and interact with it. But you've actually set a price initially instead of an auction where then you're
in a
timer's
sense
running.
that's sort of the Barrett Jackson thing, is you talk, they announce what it is and like showing what it is, and then they coerce the bidders at that time. They tell them a few other little things about it or what have you, and it kind of coerces them to
It's
okay, I'll pay
finessing.
1.5 million, right?
It's a finesse. It's not a coerce.
I like that Amanda's using the finessing. She's hip with the kids. She was
in
watching the
sales for
Kendrick
15
Lamar
years.
and talking
I'm-
about
Tell me what
finessing a
finesse-
little bit.
I'm
Finessing.
actually thinking about trying to sell on TikTok Live. I want to see how that goes. I haven't done that yet. I'm going to try it, I think.
And would you make more money than rather just listing on eBay and having things there,
know,
or is it just
I don't-
another
I don't
variety
sell on
for you?
eBay.
Hmm?
I don't sell on eBay.
Why not?
I like Whatnot is like, it's like I open the box, I keep what I'm going to keep, I grade what I'm going to grade, I blow the rest out on Whatnot, it's gone.
I gotcha.
If you have the right audience, so I watch some reseller YouTube channels. If you have the right audience and a big enough audience, you can 100% do better on some items and Whatnot. You can crush on Whatnot versus trying to sell the same item on eBay and it just sits and sits and sits and you're
Sure.
waiting. The irony is that the timing works against you. The longer something sits, it doesn't sell right away. Some people get the idea, oh, I should offer less. Whereas the other scenario, you've got it in front of your audience. You can explain whatever it is. You can give some context if you want. The finessing can happen. If you finessed it right. Just right. You sit there and you're like, you put it on eBay. Eric is too shy to hit the buy it now in a manual in space. On the Whatnot, you're like, hey, Eric.
Oh, that's
Manual in
right. I gotta remember,
space.
when is Eric's birthday? Let me look. I know I have it in my calendar.
When it comes to manual in space, every day is his birthday.
Yeah, he nuked my algorithm. Well, I guess I nuked my own algorithm by looking for that for him.
That's why I have it. I swear on my family, I have not typed that into my computer or phone because I want nothing that comes with it.
Yeah, Eric, what Eric actually types into
Nope.
Amanda, he is telling the truth. Eric has not typed a manual in space into
He
any of his
doesn't need
devices.
to. He already has them all.
Obviously. But no, Amanda, what he has typed into, if we checked his search terms, he has looked up internet cafe. Eric is still in 1999 when the internet cafe was a big thing. Between that and LAN parties, it's wild. He goes to the internet cafe, he's got his little hat brought in real low here like this, sneaking in, going like, yeah, that's the creepy guy who looks up at manual in space at the corner computer.
That's him.
Who totally doesn't think we know what he's doing.
So Amanda, excuse my ignorance.
Eric, your birthday is coming up. Your birthday is exactly a month from today.
Whoa.
Thanks, man.
Month away birthday to her.
That's what friends are for. So everybody,
So you're saying I have enough time to send
Collect those-
the industrial
those mayo
size
jars.
jar of mail?
Yeah.
The VAT is on the way.
Indeed.
So Amanda, just getting into that, so you say you bust a box on Whatnot, right?
No, I don't break on Whatnot.
Okay, so you don't break. So what you do is you open a box and then you just dump the crap on Whatnot.
None of it's crap. It's all
All the singles that are worth nothing are not crap?
all the singles that don't fit my collection.
Okay.
Finessing. What
all
part of
these big
finessing are
hits
you
that
not
you're-
understanding? We are
all these big
finessing
hits-
right now.
She's trying to hit all these big hits that you're trying to sell on this. So it's a dumping ground for you, typically.
It's where I like to rehome cards to other collectors where
Rehome, my God.
who they
Is
fits
there
their
a Whatnot
collection.
app that you have to go through all these words to say? Like rehome? Rehome?
Garbage.
I get it. There's just so many platforms out there. It's just, whatever. Choose the ones you
There are a
want.
lot.
As long as you're having fun doing it, then there you go. I guess.
Well, like I said, Bobby, I've literally watched some of those channels where they will use the model because they built the audience and they actually have very little
Sure.
trouble selling through some of those items. And because they have built that audience who's willing to patronize them that way, they've been able to sell those items that on eBay they'll just sit. Because that audience is not looking for them on eBay. but then presented with it, they're like, oh yeah, actually, I have some use for that. Oh, and I've already bought these other 3 things, and I can get combined shipping, and like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll take that too. And it literally helps move some of those items without having to do the extra work. But as a one single item on eBay, it wouldn't sell. Not that way.
No.
Yeah.
No,
So it comes down to
usually, and
platform.
when it comes to things, I try to group lot it, especially when shipping is a factor for a lot of people. You know, sometimes it's a $20 item and it's $15 shipping. It's like it's $35 item. You know, if you went to a card show, it'd be, you know, your $20, whatever. So I always try to group similar things together if I can, regardless of the platform. It just makes it a little bit easier, and people can save on shipping if they get more than one, which is really good, because on eBay, it's, even though it's, you know, $2, and then you got like $5 in shipping, because the collective, you know, this way you can save. I can see that.
Well, that basically, so Bobby, we lived that when we did that card show. That 25-cent bin and like the $1, $2, $5 cards.
Yeah.
I can't move them on eBay. There's nothing I can do. Whereas in the show, it was way easier for somebody to come by, look through I'd like to take this small stack, and then I'd price. I didn't sit there and price out each individual thing. I go, all right, how much did it up to? Oh, $20, $15. Boom, done.
Right. And I didn't, you know, if I came to your table and bought that from you, I don't have to pay an additional $14 for have you to ship it to me.
Correct.
No. So actually, Carlos, then you should have a Whatnot channel, and you can blow out all your singles. Rehome them.
You can rehome them.
Rehome them. Listen,
Eric, we forgot GM10.
I have to very carefully work on my technique of the finessing.
Mm-hmm.
So the finessing.
Look,
it makes me so it makes me so happy. I knew of this term, but it just made me so happy when Amanda invoked it. That's what made me happy about it.
Mm. So you already went over what's his name said on the show there on the
Eric's personal favorite friend, Probstein.
Yes, Mr. Probstein.
Do you not like Probstein either? Who do you like? That's probably a shorter list.
Does anybody really like Probstein?
So
I don't know him enough to feel one way or the other about him.
Well, I used to purchase from him in his eBay store all the time. I never had a problem with the prices. I never thought I was being scammed. I never thought, you know, there was anything going on there. But when he did that interview with Mastro a couple of years ago, and it wasn't just an interview, it was you know, you're my bestie, and he admitted, I think he accidentally admitted, let it slip, that he is doing business with him.
So that was Mastro actually who gave that one away.
And they're working together, and he's selling Mastro's stuff and trying to make money for him. I went, well, I'm out, because I'm just like I said earlier in the show, I was pissed when I found out my money was going into Tom Brady's pocket. My money is not going into Mastro's pocket.
I didn't know that. I missed that.
So Probstein and Mastro can go F off, and so can Tom Baby.
Your new boss, Tom Baby.
Probstein said something very interesting, though, in his interview there. He did say, you know, if I'm looking 10 years down the road, you know, he says, and I had to invest $100,000, he said it wouldn't be in modern cards.
Oh, yeah, I heard that part.
You heard that?
Yeah.
So you leaving Whatnot now?
No.
Okay.
I was going to say, Bobby, you lack imagination. I've watched Whatnot sales where they sell vintage.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. I've watched them. I've literally watched, and the guy had no problem selling singles. They sold.
Same thing. Wish I could find.
He finessed it the same way.
Well, he probably built or had a community or a following. It really makes the difference.
That group, yeah, they were looking for that. That's what they were looking for. So it fits.
Takes you a long time to build up, I would say.
Yeah.
Like if you're starting from nothing, yes. If you already have an existing platform that has an audience, then it's easier because you're not starting from scratch. You can direct those people to your Whatnot, and then that allows it to grow from there. But if you're starting from absolute scratch, it's tough.
Sort of like my Facebook group.
I've heard about that Facebook group.
Yeah. So you post things as a pickup, and you know, you're not allowed to buy or sell on that group. However, you can PM anybody you want. And it's every time I do a post, it's like I get PMs going, "Hey, Bob, is that available? Is that available?" Everybody knows what's going on, but we don't I don't allow people to say, can I buy that, or what's your best price? And there's no price, there's nothing. It's just it's for information only, I say.
That's
Indeed.
funny. I mod for a Marvel group that has similar rules, and it's like trying to police that is just insanity.
Oh, this is easy to police, and I have 2 moderators that are hard at work too for me. They think it's a privilege. I love it.
Yeah, Eric, it's a privilege.
It is. It's like
Oh.
it's Tom Sawyer painting the fence. Honestly, it's great.
God, it makes me want to chew aspirin.
Look, like I said, we frequently talk about how Eric, when he originally started out, we got to pull up that video at some point. Eric was so polite, in deference to the Burrell.
Mhm.
Oh my God, we're not worthy. We're not worthy. I am scum. And you're still scum, though. Like, you are actually scum. Like,
Okay, wait.
you don't acknowledge it anymore.
If we're gonna talk about
Scum.
the Bobby here,
The Burrell, yes.
the Burrell.
In the garage of knowledge. Go on.
So I was talking to somebody who is not on this screen right now, who was
Uh-oh.
telling me that you have written a book that I could not buy even if I wanted to.
No, I'm sorry, Mandy. You cannot afford it. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
You
That
can't
is
buy it on
ridiculous.
Whatnot. You can't
Why,
buy it on
why aren't you
Not
reprinting
What. You
this?
can't buy it anywhere. No, I've written 3 books: 2003, 2006, 2015. Those price guides are now they're there. They are collectible. They're self-published, so I did all the work and all the artwork and everything for them. And I printed 2,000. The first one I printed 1,000. The other 2 was 2,000 each.
No
And
second printings?
Sorry?
No second printings?
Yeah, I need to borrow $25,000 for that one and $35,000.
Get your ass on Whatnot and make some money.
Yeah, exactly, right? But no, you can't buy them. And, for the most part, do you really need them? Eric got them at a good price. I think his are all signed too, aren't they?
Just this one.
That's all you get, brother.
But you didn't put anything cool in it, just your name. You didn't.
Wow.
My name.
So you're saying his name is not cool, Eric?
No, I asked him to write to Eric. I couldn't have done it without you. Thanks for everything. Your friend, Bobby Burrell. And he just was like, Bobby Burrell.
Yeah, I forgot the other part. I couldn't retain the memory of what he had.
Yeah,
to
it was
say.
a lot of information. Yeah.
Good
evening, Dom.
Nice
Good evening,
evening.
fellas. I think this is a win for the hobby. Goodbye, Ricky Tax on eBay. Good luck. The funny thing is that a lot of people sit there and they think that Probstein going off of eBay will stop show bidding. It won't.
Oh
It
no.
won't. No.
Come on.
the eBay platform is the problem for the show bidding. It's the actual platform, but that's a different thing. Remember, PWCC was kicked off for show bidding. Anyway, and that totally stopped it. Getting rid of them stopped it. Dead in its tracks.
And
No more
fixing
show
the cards too.
Ever
and
again.
Talking about that. If they have a soft corner, we do, what is fixing. He started getting
It's totally
into that.
fixed, and now it's
Put
gone.
his
It's
foot
off
in his
eBay.
mouth.
It's been resolved. It's no longer an issue. Name says, one of the things I overhear from sellers of card shows when people try to haggle is this is in hand. No taxes, you don't have to deal with shipping costs.
And it's true.
I think
Yeah,
you're going to see a lot more shows now that, especially with the Canadian tax coming in, and it's been there in the United States for a little while, but they just started that in Canada. So I think that's why the shows are so busy. Is dealers are going to be showing up and trying to sell their goods there. And, cash is cash. Cash is king.
Rick Vintage Oddball Cards, good evening, Rick. Says, I like Probstein. I get top dollar selling my cards with him. No issue with him. Yeah,
No,
Eric.
nothing wrong with that.
Listen, like I said, I used to do a lot of business with him. I never had a problem. I felt the prices were fair. I never felt like I got ripped off. I didn't like something, and I chose to,
It's a moral thing.
I chose to acknowledge how I felt with my wallet. It's exactly like I did a couple of weeks ago or last. I lose track of time because of the concussions.
Now
But
Probstein's suffering because of
I on
Eric's
live
wallet.
screen, I deleted my Whatnot app. I don't like the way they handled things over that situation. I went delete, and it's even said if you delete this app, it's going to delete all your data. I'm gone.
Mama,
Bye.
Dada. Yeah.
Now, does Whatnot care about me who only bought from Amanda and another friend of ours? No, but it's principle.
Actually, you bought from 3 people.
Oh, she's tracking.
Who's
Wow.
the
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Well, are you counting? Who are you? You're counting me, and you're counting Carter, or you're
Actually-
counting Beck, or you're counting Becca?
Oh, Becca.
Did I buy stuff from Becca off whatnot?
I think
Oh,
she
okay.
had vintage.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, all right. So 3.
Crazy.
I thought I
And
okay.
then I think that was Curmudgeon. That's Curmudgeon's one of our clubhouse peeps.
There you go.
Bad.
So
Yeah.
So Amanda, what is vintage to you? In what era do you say that vintage falls into?
I don't think my vintage is any. Wait, you mean for non-sport or because I mean, vintage is just,
in the hobby in general.
This feels like a quiz.
No, it's a simple. Just
it's a survey at this point. What years constitute vintage to you? What's the cutoff line?
Where's the what's vintage to you?
For me, I would say like 70s.
Okay.
Just the 70s?
And back.
And before.
I saw you coming.
No, Eric came very slowly. He has the bad hip. He kind of just trudged along. It was very, very slow.
I got a little giddy up when I walk.
Yeah. Dan here, Vintage Baseball PC. Good evening, Dan. Just getting home. Did we talk about how Probstein is probably getting kicked off eBay, necessitating opening his own auction site? No. If he was getting kicked off eBay, he would have gotten the PWCC treatment. eBay would have done it. Probstein can stay on eBay as long as he wants.
It only hurts him to get rid of them. So
yeah, like I said, PWCC was literally the example. If eBay wanted to get rid of you, they get rid of you. There's no probably you'd be gone, and you'd be doing it retroactively and backpedaling with it with PWCC did. They got booted off. Now I still believe it had nothing to do with shill bidding because eBay doesn't care about shill bidding. They never have.
Nor they can do anything about it.
They never will. Yeah, they've never cared about it. They will leave every shill bidder on there if it's making the money. The only time they got a problem is if you start building your own platform. PWCC started building its own platform, and then they got booted for shill bidding. Interesting timing. Just throwing it out there. Now, Probstein has announced that he's building a platform, so maybe now the shill bidding's a problem, whereas no one gave a crap before. But if he hadn't built a platform, he could be on there for the next 47 years. No one cares. Nobody at eBay HQ is going to give a damn.
No.
Let the shilling commence and continue.
A live shilling show where he's got it on camera of him pressing the button, and they'd be like,
"He's got Master in his back pocket." So there you go.
We like it. We like it. CRT, good evening. Let's see here if I can get this.
Mastro's probably the one chill bidding. He's probably got a computer at his house, and he sits there, and he's the one doing it. We know he has no morals.
Yep. Good evening to you, Chris.
Yeah, the funniest part about Mastro is he had enough money that he didn't even need to do it. That's the stupidest part.
Oh yeah, no,
that's where the sickness comes in.
It was an unnecessary move. Dimir says those same sellers who won't acknowledge the sellers on eBay auction houses aren't getting that full comp because of fees. Yes. Do we think the hobby can sustain 15 standalone buying sites? We already have more. we literally did the count. We got more than that now.
Probstein would be 19.
Yeah. Well, the one benefit that Probstein does is he will hold your cards for a certain amount of time. I know ComC does that in a different way, but that is a good thing. And I wish eBay would go to that where, if you sell a few things, they'll hold your funds and then you can rebuy or reuse it. But no, it's back in and out of your account all the time. And then if you're Canadian, then you have the exchange back in, back out. You're losing that point.
Oh, you're saying you mean hold basically a
you can hold for a month.
Balance. Hold a balance. You mean?
No, it'll hold the cards. Actually, I'm just saying balance for my other part. But no, they'll hold the cards. So if you buy 2 cards and you say, yeah, I want to hold these, they'll kind of vault them for a month.
Yeah, but that would necessitate them using the vault for like random sellers here and there. So it is possible, but you'd have to do it that way.
That's what the whole platform is really about, is that they will hold it, because rather than paying shipping. And then they're going to do one flat shipping fee rather opposed. And that was their big selling point. That's the only difference that he's doing, I think, that really stood out. Different,
Yeah. I think that's going to be one of his attempted selling points. So anyway, so Dan says yes. And yes, Dan, we shall see. But yes, but we have already seen this with PWCC. We literally saw it. eBay doesn't care. They've never cared, and honestly, they have no reason to.
Nope.
They could have stopped it if they really wanted to a long time ago. They haven't, and they don't want to.
They care about every quarter. That's all.
That's basically it. Yes. Probstein is making big money for eBay. Yeah. No, like with the amount of listings he has. Yeah, he's making them a lot of money. Like honestly, they're better off if you're eBay and you're being honest. You could literally know about shill bidding. No, you let it ride. As long as you're making those fees, let it ride.
Tying it all together, the research involved with all the amount of shill bidding, it would be almost impossible. You know, it's funny when we used to be able to see people's names on eBay, you could tell, but now you really can't. People have 2, 3 accounts, friends, family, whatever. But before, you used to be able to see when guys used to.
Well, Bobby, that's what we're talking about. They started to hide who the bidders were.
did.
So when you look at the bidding history, that is not an action to reduce shill bidding. That's an action to allow it.
Honestly,
They made the choice, and that choice was made years ago.
almost deliberately, really.
Yeah, that was the choice. Zach says PWCs didn't wake up and find out they've been banned from eBay. They get several warnings. I would wager a lot of money they didn't need to get a warning. eBay literally didn't care until one day they did. Again, the only time it happened is not long after they built their own platform.
Yeah, I know.
That very day. So Dan says auction houses with fine curation skills, well, obviously superior to eBay. REA, I think it's Legends of the Game. I think that one LOTG. Brockelman, Collector Connections, CIA, Wheatland. Yep. Yeah, the private auction houses. Yeah. But I think for
how many different private auction houses are there? Honestly,
there are a ton. There are a ton.
I know. I was just thinking. I've got something from Heritage that came yesterday that I didn't know.
Well, Heritage is a big one. Well, we know the big 5 or 6 that are out there, but there's so many.
No, they're if you're talking about boutique auction houses, there's a crap ton, like an absolute ton.
I've seen a few of them set up at the expo, and I sat there and I went, "Oh yeah, you've been around for 15 years. Who are you? What's your name?" It's like what? Like who's going to consign with these? And actually, you know, I do get the best deals off of those auction houses because they don't know how to sell things. Most people don't look at them. You know, it's a great way to get a good deal.
Yeah. Like, so, but the thing is, this list of ones here, REA, all these ones, so it's Love of the Game, LOTG. So these ones are all great if you're looking for a lot of vintage baseball cards. If you're not buying vintage baseball cards, you don't care about the majority of these.
No.
So it's like, it's good, but it's like he's saying with fine curations are always superior to eBay, unless what you're looking for isn't in any of those auction houses because it's not their demographic.
And you wouldn't consign your hockey stuff there.
No.
I don't know. So we all have our
different
ones. Yeah. Actually, it's funny. I got an interesting. I'll wait for Eric to come back on this one, but it was quite interesting. My little dealings with classic auctions. The largest hockey auction house in the world. Classic.
I don't think,
which is kind of a low bar if you think about it.
Didn't put that on our list.
Hey, use what you can, right? When you can.
I was going to say, I mean, you can make the claim. I get. Listen, I happen to know for a fact that Eric is the saltiest co-host on a Friday weekly episodic thing based out of Canada.
Everybody's got to be number one in something.
So he's got that going for him. I think that's cool.
So Mark owns Classic, right?
Mark Shuto owns Classic, but I got Brent Sobey works for him, and I got an email from him. He says, "Hi Bobby, these 1945 Quaker Oat pennants. I don't know if it's really this. I was looking through your book. Can you get back to me and confirm that these are the proper pennants and the proper years?" My response was, "It saddens me that in 10 seconds you would find out through my app, and that you have not supported me by getting the app, which actually most of the people who are bidding on your auction have my app. It saddens me that you do not have the app and that you would spend and waste the time emailing me when it only takes 10 seconds to find it in my app." So I don't think I'll hear back from them for a while.
Wow.
Damn.
No, and this is what happens here.
They got spicy, Bobby. That's what happened.
Mean.
That wasn't mean. It was honest. Sometimes you have to be honest.
You could have said like, "Oh, they're blah 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 blah," and next time you can save yourself a step.
Amanda, fuck them, because they should have the app. They are the largest hockey auction house in the world who sells most of the things that are within the app that most people don't know about. So why do they not have the app? But the people that they sell for and sell to need the app to find out that information, and
maybe they're like me and they want the book.
And you don't need the app because it's a different story for you. But I'm just saying, this is their main focus. These are the things that it's very surprising that Classic would do that, and this has happened with a lot of people with the app. Is that
wait? Now I'm irritated. Why don't I need the app?
Because you don't have enough vintage stuff that you can't find online. Yeah, I'm the only person who has those. Yes, but I already told you.
Why you're doing that? I'm going to read a couple of these comments. While you're doing that, I'm going to read a couple of these comments.
She's going to sell it on Whatnot. I knew it.
Yeah, Claire says classic. Rick says that classic auction equals hockey. I'll get back to the RA here in a second. I pulled up RA just for fun. We'll look at it here in a second. Paul says this might be the first week of in the last month where we actually talk about cards. I need to know if Bobby has changed his mind on ice cream cake. Ooh,
No,
We already had that talk tonight. Where were you?
I don't have to change my mind because it's not real cake. It's just
you're saying
called
the
ice
cake.
cream
You're saying the
because
cake
it's
is a
in the
lie.
form
That's what you're saying.
syrup.
The cake is a lie.
Cake-
Is what you're saying.
It is the cake of the gods.
If
Out
you have a
west.
piece of cake, you talking ice cream cake or regular cake? 99.99% will say cake.
Moving on. Out west, it is in Mile High Auctions. Question. There you go. Bobby is a bitter man and he hates Atlanta. There's a lot of that. Jeff says, and they call Eric salty. Very much.
I
So.
know, right?
Honesty is usually mean. Perhaps it will. If you will, classic auction moves to Atlanta. Ooh, that might take care of it right
Ooh,
there.
wouldn't that be something? Wow. It'd be double hate on. I don't hate classic, but it's kind of funny. I won something on their auction. What was it last year? And oops. Oh,
So let me have a little bit of fun here. So obviously I'm not on the site all the time, but I just had a little fun. So I opened up a hockey cards and memorabilia in REA. So again, there could be more stuff. That's fine.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to
Well,
have a
add
little bit of fun
them.
here. So here I opened up the filters and I said specifically that I wanted to look at the February 2025 auction. So let's take a look at some of the selections. Again, there may be more. So obviously we can open up more filters. But for now, let's focus on these. So we got a Gretzky rookie, standard, an 89-90 Peachy open, unopened wax, but still my beating heart. Some C55s, you got
55.
that, blah, blah, blah. Beehive, Parkhurst, Yawn, 54-55 tops, Yawn. Let's see, a Stan Mikita, 64-65 tall boy, sure.
Yippee.
An off center, 66-67 tops hockey, Bobby Hall. Should be Opeachy, but that's fine.
Everything's
what's going on here?
OPG.
Yeah, that's
Now,
what I'm saying.
There's a
That's how I
rarity.
know REA doesn't know what they're talking about. Everything's OPG.
So the rarity there is that 67 wrapper. There's very, very, very few found for some reason. You'll find more boxes than you'll find wrappers, which is usually never the case. And that wrapper is extremely rare.
There you go. So we got 70 and 78 Bobby Hall signed check trio. There you go. 72-73 top hockey near complete set. $40 current bid, Eric. Get fancy.
Ooh,
Another Gretzky
Already
rookie. 80-81s, blah, blah, blah. 83-84 Canadian National Junior. Sure.
wow.
Yeah, the Hockey Hall of Fame.
This is
PSA
the rare
graded.
stuff.
It's amazing. No,
Well,
this is
it's
where it gets exciting now.
It's
This is where it gets good.
surprising.
03 to 07 Upper Deck Hockey Cinctures Rick Nash cards. Exciting.
Nah.
A Crosby Beehive rookie in a 9. Yes. 06 to 2010 Upper Deck autographs and SP game use hockey relics. I see a lot of Rick Nash. I'm getting very excited.
Yeah, Boston Bruin legend. He's in the legend set. He's a legend.
Yep. We got a mix of Upper Deck Young Guns. We got that. We got Leon Draisaitl. That's pretty exciting. We got a Connor Bedard from Opeachy. I bet you that was the one I pulled in a blaster. That's probably what happened. Somebody bought it from me and got a 10. It's huge. We got a Wah rookie, so that's good. That's garbage.
Is that is that Lemieux rookie autographed?
No. Well, actually, yes, that one is autographed.
That wasn't all their hockey, was it?
That was all the hockey. Yeah, that was it.
That Lemieux autograph rookie's pretty cool. What do they want? Like $45 right now?
Well, right now it's a bid. It's right now current bid $80.
$80. That should go for
You got
something.
8 days, 22 hours, 29 minutes, and 10 seconds.
Maybe I'll have to look at it.
There you go. Now you know. Is McCain deep and delicious cake or frozen treat? Damn, we're getting deep here. This is philosophical.
I
Amanda,
don't know what
this is
McCain is.
this is bordering on religious talk. Whoa.
Is McCain a Canadian thing? Because I don't know what that is.
It's basically an ice cream cake. that's what
Ice
the
cream cake.
that's what I'm saying.
I thought we were getting political. I was like, I don't
Is
understand
it-
what's happening.
Let me, Amanda, McCain deep and delicious. Look, this is serious. This is serious business. Serious talk here.
Okay, so
Look, there are
at the-
commercials about this. There are
at the
commercials
meet and
about this.
At the Carlos meet and greet, we're having ice cream cake, is what I'm hearing.
I think John McCain was the last time I actually voted for president. Was John
And if
McCain.
he had had the deep and delicious cake, he would have won.
Yeah.
He would have won, goddammit.
I think I left
McCain's-
it blank every year.
That's just frozen cake. That's all it is. It's like a one layer. It's like that. It's like a Twinkie. You know you shouldn't eat it,
It's
but
like
you
a
still
Twinkie.
do.
I like the comparison. I like the comp.
Yeah.
Dan says, that's hockey? It is hockey, indeed. I didn't say it was great hockey since I don't know what is great hockey. It's fine. It's fine. They call this hockey. We're the Atlanta Flames. I know, man. Carlos gets it. Dunkachino, good evening. Release the documents relating to Super Bowl 49, which the Seahawks didn't even try to run the ball. Pants on head, silly. We, the public, deserve the truth. Damn right, Dunkachino. Damn right. Dunkachino.
And speaking of Tom Baby, and this conspiracy,
Your boss, go on.
where is the orchestrator of that Super Bowl blunder heading next season?
Nobody
You know what I
cares.
think?
Nobody cares now.
You know what I think, Amanda? If we're going to get an answer to this question, we need to ask a source. We need to ask someone who has connections to Tom Brady, someone who knows the
There he
truth,
is.
someone who can tell us more. I think this guy is our guy. I
Sometimes
think we ask this individual. He can tell us the truth.
sometimes I
Lucy.
feel really bad for Eric, and then
This is not one of those times, Amanda.
no,
This is
but,
gold.
like, I'll feel like, oh God, Eric, I'm really sorry. But then he'll say something asinine, and I'm like,
That's a very
Yeah.
flattering photograph, Amanda. I could have done a lot worse. That is a very professional looking photograph. It almost fits in the situation. Look at it. That's pretty good.
Is that
He
from his
could run for
LinkedIn? Or?
Congress with that.
Yeah, that's a LinkedIn photo. Like, where did you get
Yeah,
that?
is it
I was
not?
at a wedding.
Oh, somebody invited you? Wait, this is
Somebody did
Valentine's
something.
Day. Why aren't you with Michelle? Why are you here?
I don't.
well,
She's with
he
Ham.
got cut out of the picture.
It is Valentine's Day. She's with Ham.
Yeah, she's off with Ham somewhere because I
Obviously, it's Valentine's
don't
Day.
acknowledge it. I think it's the dumbest.
Yeah,
thing.
Ham's her Valentine, and Eric's the guy she tolerates. That's how it works. It's easy. Easy question, easy answer.
I've been with her since we were 19. I told her when I was 19, don't ever expect something from Valentine's Day. I think it's the dumbest ass thing going. I'd much rather on July.
Carlos, that took like 45 seconds for me to be irritated with Eric.
Yeah.
See? And that's why Amanda, you don't question.
She's cutting you
You
off.
just
too.
go with it.
Wouldn't
Go
you
with it.
rather have me on July 20th just show up with flowers and say I love you just because, or because a made up holiday, a made up holiday tells me I'm supposed to?
A made up holiday?
I think she would
That's
much
tradition,
rather prefer I
Most
show-
holidays are kind of, in fairness, to be fair,
To be fair,
correct. Most holidays are kind of made up. The majority of these holidays
all
are
made
like, we thought it was kind of we started doing it and then we just kind of roll with it.
but I won't do. I've never done Valentine's Day. I never will. The words never even came out of my mouth until just now. I did not wish her a happy Valentine's Day.
Wow.
You took her the day
Wow.
before Valentine's Day. That's the thing.
But Bobby, what was I doing last night?
You were having dinner out.
I was on a date last night. Not a
Yep.
Valentine's Day date.
It was a pre-Valentine's
A
Day. So you didn't
Thursday
want
night
The
date.
important, and
It
Eric,
wasn't
Dan is
busy
giving you
then.
support.
It was
Dan
busy
is giving you
tonight.
support right now.
That's why.
Thank you, Dan.
There you go.
My
Ham
mother,
says boom.
my mother agrees. Shut up, Ham.
Getting back to my classic standard slander, I'll just come back. So they listed something on their website. It was a rare game. It's only one of a kind. It was a mail away premium from a 1930s thing. So they didn't understand exactly what it was. So I won, and I won it for a very cheap price. It should have went for $1,000 or maybe 1,500. I got it for like 150, $200, whatever. So when I contacted them, they lost the mailing tube, which actually is a very important part of that. Regardless of that, he said, "Well, Bobby, if you knew, why didn't you tell us?" Well, if you had the app, you know. And this is the thing, is they want me to tell them. I owe them something that I should tell them. So this is building. As you can see, I come to that point where I just emailed them back and said, "Listen, you don't want the app. You don't want to support me, but you want my information. Am I a free shill for you?"
I
or
was going to
what?"
say, you should send them like a contract. Just chat GPT a contract. They are just going to pay you X dollars a month. And
We already talked
you-
about that. Come
We'll
out, write
come in.
for our auctions, do this, come out for a week. I said, "I got a family. I'm not coming to come back for a week." I said, "Send me a picture of the items. I'll tell you all about it. And we
gotta
can
come
go from
back
there."
for a
But
week.
no, he doesn't want to do that. So, Classic, as much as, and I've bought 3 things from Classic in the last 25 years. That's about it, unfortunately.
Let's see.
Well, maybe fortunate for me.
So
They
you know
just
what?
don't.
I honestly think that Bobby should just send him an invoice and probably would have saved a lot of this pain.
Yeah. Well, it's the $5 a month that really must hurt them. So I'll have to.
Well, it's just send him in maybe, but maybe Bobby, it's the reverse psychology of it. Maybe you just send him an invoice for $500 and say, "I will answer this question. Here is my invoice.
Yes.
Pay it first, and then yeah, sure, no problem. I'll look it up on my app and then tell you the results."
Yeah, I'll let you know in about 10 seconds.
What you do is you invoice them for the 500, and if they pay you the 500, then you send them a screenshot from the app.
Good luck with that.
That's your answer. You just take a screenshot of the one thing, and there's your answer to the question. So, Eric, I thought you would appreciate this. So, while you may not acknowledge Valentine's Day, today was a special day. Do you know why it was a special day?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Because our long national nightmare ended. A great injustice has been righted, an egregious wrong, because previously, only Eric had been able to enjoy the crumble cookie.
Yeah.
This very day.
Wait, you've never had
Is
one?
it that big? Is that
Amanda,
one cookie?
we didn't have crumble cookies for the longest time, and then we only got Canadian locations a little while ago. The running joke was that Eric had crumble cookies delivered. Bobbles was nice enough. Again, people are way too nice to Eric.
I think so.
In the annals of BIC history, Eric had crumble cookies delivered to his house.
Yeah.
And that started the love affair.
Is that
the crumble
one cookie?
That's the only
This
way
is-
you
this is a
get
box for
them.
one
You're
cookie.
not going to
One.
crumble.
So it's pretty big.
Yeah. So the point is that they started having Canadian locations, which of course added to more jokes. It added, it increased the amount of humor. It was even funnier. But they were all all the way over there. And it's like, I'm not going all the way over there for that. But today I was running errands with Carlos Sr. And as we were driving by, we saw they had opened a location of crumble cookies really in the spot as we were about to get gas and put the gas in the car. And as soon as I see that, I go, I'm going to pump this gas because Carlos Sr.'s not getting out of the car. I'm going to pump the gas in the car. And then as soon as we're done with this, you know what must happen. You know what we must do.
Oh. I didn't realize I was getting into the middle of a size competition here.
Listen,
We're
Eric needs to
25%
compensate in any
smaller.
way he can. Why do you think?
Okay,
Why do you think Ham took Michelle?
Okay, but what were your options today?
There were actually quite a number of them. I stuck with the again, not having had it before. I decided I got one box for myself, and I got one box for Carlos Sr. So I will await Carlos Sr.'s review on the macadamia cookie.
Oh.
I went with the chocolate chip.
Okay.
I wanted to try the let first show me the standard options. Let's see how you do with the standard
Right.
options.
Okay.
Demonstrate to me. Like I have not had. I had got to try. I was reasonably impressed.
That they have that, Eric, is
Eric has
beyond me. And that it's in pink.
This is
It's
a
beyond me.
crumble cookie cutter.
Yes, it is.
So you get your big ass cookie and you can cut it into fourths so you could share it with your friends.
I
Are
ate
you
the whole
kidding?
cookie myself like a man.
Well, I have no
Pretty
friends.
much, yeah.
I have
Well,
no
Lord
friends.
knows you don't. That's why that's
Every-
redundant. Why do you even need that for?
See, that's pink and bougie.
I put my cookie in this and then I ate it.
Yes, that's
I
what
kept the
do.
box because obviously I was going to reveal
This is
it because
clean.
Amanda, this is the closing of a chapter in the
is.
story of this channel.
We're moving on.
This
That-
is
okay,
clean.
so that's how I would
No
be
friends, nor do I share.
if all of a sudden I had a Tim Hortons. I would be like that.
But
Tim Hortons
Amanda,
what?
it was destiny. Literally, we were not even looking for it. We were literally going to pump gas into Carlos Sr.'s car, and then we drove by and saw the crumble cookie.
I think that's just proof that you're living correctly.
Just saying.
Well, I went out to dinner. We went out with Amanda. She didn't share her dinner. I didn't see her
Wow.
with the cutter. She just ate.
But I think it was.
Yeah,
it
there's no
was.
shot. That'll never happen.
But I thought that right there, it was a historic day. Today,
It was.
February 14th, 2025. Wow. We had the crumble cookie.
It
After
was
all
a
this time.
Valentine's Day miracle.
1,000 jokes were launched that very day, and today it came full circle.
Which one did your dad get?
Macadamia nut.
White chocolate macadamia?
Yep.
Yep. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's why I said I have left it with him. He will give me his review. I shall share his findings in a future episode.
It's not like
Yeah.
macadamia nuts. Well, I guess they are expensive, but it's like macadamia nut. Wow.
Name's
White
talking
chocolate.
crazy.
Wow. You know,
Name
it's like
is
there's
talking
something.
reckless.
It's
And
sort
I
of like
wanted
when they
to
put
remind
peanut butter in,
everybody-
in something.
Bobby,
It's
like I said, this is like the hamburger situation. I need, if I go to a place and I don't know, I pick a very straightforward, like, you should be able to do this. My
Right.
expectation. So I went with chocolate chip and macadamia nut cookie. I'm like, my expectation is you should hit this one out of the park. Nail this, and then we can discuss other options. But you got to make sure you get this one right. Get this one right, and we can go from
you
there.
went with the basics.
And
You gotta do
you're not giving us a review.
And
I said
how
I
many,
said it's
how many
I said it was
choices there?
worthwhile. It was worthwhile the wait. It was worthwhile the jokes. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Okay.
And I was
How
actually
many-
very hungry when I finally got around to eating it. So I was actually
How many
starving. I was
choices
like,
was
perfect.
there?
I want to say like
20?
maybe a dozen choices
Oh, it doesn't. That's
because they rotate. They rotate some of the weekly. They've got the
Oh.
staple ones, and then they rotate some of the other ones weekly. So they
Gotcha.
had like a themed M&M one for Valentine's Day. So they had a specific themed one for
of
it.
course, yeah.
And they also had a couple of ones that had like icing on the top, and I think they had someone with filling in the middle, and like they
Oh.
had some decent options, but it rotates weekly. So some of them will stay in, but other ones get rotated in and out.
And how much were those cookies
$6
each?
Yeah, they're expensive.
Wow.
$5.99 per. Now, if you get obviously a bigger box, it's actually cheaper per cookie, but that's why I got them all. I got one box for him and one box for me. Because I think it's 4 minimum to get the cheaper rate per cookie.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
And there was a line. Like when I got in there, there were people like standing in line waiting for it. Now in this case, I got my stuff quickly because I was just ordering one for me and one for. But there were people grabbing like the big old boxes plural, like carting them off. I'm like, Jesus. All right.
It's like when Krispy Kreme came to Canada. Boy, they were hot. We went out the first day. We were in line.
Yeah,
for
the
about
cookies
2
the cookies were made better than Krispy Kreme donuts. The Krispy Kreme donuts were all right. I didn't think that highly of them. I thought they were good.
I did,
but
I did very much so.
Yeah.
I actually like the powdered sugar cream jam filled ones were phenomenal.
Mhm.
It wasn't like the
Well,
ones you get at the
see?
regular store where they just put a little squirt of jam in there and you got to bite it 6 times to hit that jam. No, this one had the stuff. No ice cream.
His villain story goes back further than that, but we'll for the sake of this conversation, Dom, let's go with it. Let's assume that's the villain story. No, the villain story is a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
Look,
hey, that's probably it.
I didn't want to talk out of school, but as a young boy, as a young lad, as a wee lad, young Eric was beaten viciously with a jar of mayonnaise, and
tragic.
that was the very beginning. That was only the
My
start.
mother.
It was wild.
I
It was
have
wild.
mother issues, and I still do.
Mother male issues.
Yeah.
How is that?
Mm.
I still
How
have
is that related?
You got to tune in a little more and you'll understand, Amanda. It's
Amanda, there's
goes
layers to this. There's like layers of trauma
I'm not
and
scratching
bizarre.
that. I'm not scratching that.
Like, listen, can we understand that this all comes back to it's layers upon layers upon layers that winds up in Emmanuel in space.
pretty
It just gets increasingly complex. Like, it is better we do not fully explore the dark psyche of Eric.
Mhm.
Do you really want to go there? I don't want to go there.
No.
I know about dark places, and I don't even want to go there. No, I'm staying out of that. Run the commercial, Eric. And so the funniest part, Amanda, is at one point we were making so many crumble cookie commercials every single week. The running joke because Eric would occasionally grab a crumble cookie and it would be part of it. That I found out that we could technically pitch to Crumble Cookie
I was
to
just
get
gonna
a
say,
sponsorship.
like, do they have like an affiliate code or
They have a thing. Well, they did. I don't know if they still do, but they did. They definitely did. So we were like,
We could have got all crumble cookies for sitting here. Yeah,
I was gonna say,
I
yeah.
wouldn't mind.
Then Eric's wife took his crumble cookies. His wife must be related to my wife. Damn. Finally got crumble cookies when I was in Edmonton last April. That's what I'm saying. It was they started to roll out.
Edmonton
They're
was
rolling them out.
first. Yeah,
Yeah, they did out west first.
that's weird.
And then they did have, I can't remember, but I think the first one that I remember that was close-ish was at Heartland. I think that was the first one that I remember they
Brad
actually had
Heartland?
one that was, no, in the Heartland Mall.
it's
kind
called
of
the Sweet Squad, Eric.
Yeah, so they had one there.
Well,
well,
You earn a commission for
Yes.
every valid sale that you help drive.
we just want to remind everyone and
I'm gonna apply.
that we want to thank our sponsor. They've been a wonderful sponsor now for about 2 years. Couldn't do it without them. And we want to remind everyone that if you're out and about and you get that rumble,
for the crumble.
go get some crumble.
He even had a slogan, Amanda. We even had a slogan.
And
This is what I was saying when
wanna use
Moon is talking
and you wanna
reckless.
use that discount code. All right. BIC.
Okay, real quick. So while Eric is babbling, hold on. I actually want to touch on something here. This is important. So first of all, again, my overall, I was very satisfied with the chocolate chip cookie. Well done. You know, I would try again. I will try one of the other ones next time, and I'll report back my findings. But they solid. They have earned a repeat purchase. I will also follow up on Carlos Senior's experience with the macadamia nut. Very important. You got to nail it. These are two staples for me. I love me some macadamia and chocolate chip. These are two standards. You got to get these right. It's very important you get these right because then we have problems if you don't get them right. So far 1 for 2. Let's see what about the other one. So I want to touch on this. So Amanda, with your newfound love of Tim Hortons, I'm going to read the rest of these comments, but then I want to come back to the Tim Hortons thing in a second because I also have a Tim Hortons story from today.
Oh,
We got. Listen, we were productive today, Bobby. I had to get up early. I had to get up early in order to get down to Frozen Pond because I was helping out somebody. I was helping out a buddy from the Discord to get an autograph signing. So I dropped off the items. But then while I was there, I was like, all right, we're gonna do errands on the way back. That's how we wound up at the Crumble Cookies.
Where's
Part of
Frozen
Wait,
Pond now?
what is the Discord?
Woodbridge. There is a Discord that I'm on that
he's
I
in
don't run.
That big industrial space kind of area. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bit out of the way. And I
Yeah,
actually
it is.
popped in there, and while I was there, actually, I bought
It's
a
quite a
box
bit
of
out of the way for
2122
you.
SPX hockeys. So I bought a box of the hockeys.
When in Rome.
Ooh, I like
I did
SPX.
record the video. It will be dropped on the channel, I think, on Monday or Sunday.
What the hell is a
So-
crumble crate?
Mhm.
Eric,
It's all
there's a
the
crate.
singles on whatnot, the junk.
No, he's
Geeking
going
out
to
on RA?
rehome them to collectors who will appreciate them.
Yeah.
Nice.
Bobby, it's going to take you a minute to get this down.
Geeking out on RA. They'll
Here's
sell a marketplace coming
rehoming
soon.
them. Oh, I got the card. Let's put it in that box. Put that box away. Bye bye. Next. What?
Indeed. Ham says you have a combo cookie 2 box from my house. Ogres are like onions, and onions are like Eric. Layers. True. Look at Dom. I like where he's going with
Wow.
this. Well played by you, sir. Well played.
Can we make that a sticker?
Maybe. Hey, everybody, go hit the like button. 41 people in this and only 19 likes. We have to support Eric. That's right. Remember,
Yes.
it's support or hatred. It doesn't really matter. The point is, if you don't like Eric, he suffers horribly when you hit the like. Now, if you do like Eric, you're supporting. Either way it works. Edmonton has all the food, a foodie hotspot. They even have a Chick-fil-A now. Oh, look at you with the Chick-fil-A.
Wow.
They let you in the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame real fast if you get that crumble money rolling in. Exactly.
Yeah.
Y'all would be so jealous. Listen,
Oh, yeah.
if I was under the thumb of Big Cookie, y'all would bow down. Because none of y'all got cookies. Just saying.
Mhm.
All right, so real quick. All right, Amanda. So this is important. So first, my Tim
Cool.
Hortons story, and then we're gonna give you, and then I've got an important question that I need to ask you.
Oh, no pressure.
So here's the thing. So I understand where name's going with this. And I'll say this. Here's an important thing. Timmy's is a staple of Canada. It is almost as Canadian as Eric. Almost. The important thing is that some of these have fallen into disrepair. Some of these Tim Hortons are just not being run properly. The training is lacking. The quality has fallen through the floor. Very disappointing. But today, not only did I find crumble cookies, which was exciting enough as it was, Carlos Cedar and I then went to go get coffee at Tim Hortons. And you know what? Not only did they get the order right, I got the coffee and a breakfast sandwich quickly. And they actually made the breakfast sandwich correctly. And it was hot and the
Wow.
things were in the correct order and layer. I'm like, oh my God.
It
was a life-changing experience. Oh, listen, I was like, whoever these people are, I want them sent over to my location. You are the ones. I need you. The problem is that most of the training is garbage in a lot of these. So it's fallen to disrepair. So the important thing I need to know, Amanda. So if you're going to stand up for the Tim Hortons, because the Canadians are struggling, although this location, I will co-sign for this location. They got it right. They did it right. So I was happy.
All right.
What are the items? What are the items that Amanda's ordering in the Tim Hortons? What is coming? What are you drinking? What are you eating? What's happening?
Okay, so I had someone who actually drove me every day last time I was there, and he ordered for
Personal
me.
chauffeur. Go on.
Yes.
Wow. I have
Um,
people.
Actually, that was me.
No, that was not you.
The last time you were there?
Yeah, the last time I was there, I had someone who took me every morning.
You wish it was you.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
No.
aren't you? Wouldn't you be?
Oh,
Wouldn't you
I
be
left-
in the place
right,
at like
I left-
3 a.m, like a
I
loser
left
hanging
the
around
hotel.
outside?
I left the hotel like hour or two before she did. So
Clearly.
So I was having. What did I get? So I was definitely getting Timbits. My God. Those are my favorite thing.
Those are
All right,
donut
Tim
holes.
Bits. All right.
Mhm. And I can't remember what the breakfast sandwich was. And
Uh-oh.
I would have a mocha.
What kind of bread? What kind of bread was it on?
English muffin.
No, I
Biscuit?
went with was it? I think it was bagel.
So that was
Oh.
probably the belt. It was probably the belt.
BLT.
BLT. Because they got the bacon, egg, lettuce, tomato.
There was no
Yeah.
lettuce.
You need the bacon though.
It was
I
good.
like the sausage one. I prefer the sausage one.
Oh, do you? Yeah, their
Yeah.
sausage is a little salty, I find, but
It just depends on where they do it. If they do it correctly, like today, the one that they had was fine. They did a good job. That's why I say, like, Bobby, what shocked me was that all the components, usually I expect, all right, you put something out of order, or you got the wrong thing in there, or something, or maybe you cut it in a really way where it was like starting to disintegrate, it was kind of tilted or something. It's like, no, actually, they nailed it. I was like, where did you find these people? They actually know what they're doing. What happened?
I think in most recent years, in the last 15, 20 years, is their donuts have dropped off the face of the earth. They used to have really good quality donuts, and now
Well, they're all
just
frozen
small
now.
little
They're all
wrinkles.
frozen at this point. They're all frozen.
They're delivered there.
Yeah, I know, but like
They
they're all
don't even
frozen.
bake
They were
them there
made.
anymore. They get
That's what I'm
delivered in the
getting at.
morning.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
No, Eric,
If-
I had to have the Canadian take me in the morning because you were being a lunatic and you had to beat the show 6 hours before it opened.
Uh-huh.
It's true.
Indeed.
It's
From
true.
the coffee, it would for the cream and sugar they put in it, it wouldn't be drinkable. They use 18% cream, and that's why a lot of people like their coffee. Most people use half and half, which is 10%.
They also changed. They actually changed their coffee distributor years ago. They used to have a different distributor, and they changed them. I don't remember exactly when the cutoff happened, but at one point they actually changed the distributor where they were getting the beans, and that changed the flavor. Like as soon as you change that, or you're getting them from, it changes the actual flavor of the coffee.
Well, I was in the coffee business, and Tim Hortons used two roasters, Mother Parker's, and I forget the name of the other place, because that way they couldn't say, hey, the green price, which is coffee beans are called green, it went up, so we got to charge you this much more. So that's why they had two. If anybody ever screwed around, they always had two. So I don't know about that, but it could be a factor.
Yeah, well, it changed because what happened. So the great irony, Amanda, is that Tim Hortons long ago stopped being Canadian owned. It's actually been sold like twice, and I think it was bought. I believe I could be out of date on this. It might have been sold again, but I believe the owner was the same one who owns Wendy's. I believe it's owned by the same parent company that owns Wendy's as well.
Maybe
Dave Thomas.
Today. Yes, Dave Thomas himself owns Tim Hortons. He has them cryogenically frozen as well.
Oh, so they really are almost the 51st state then, Eric. This is going to be like a cakewalk, an ice cream cakewalk.
Ice cream cakewalk. That's right.
Well, the one thing
Well,
about
I think, Amanda, before you worry about the 51st state, you got to get the 50th state. First, you got to take Massachusetts.
yes,
We've already discussed this tonight. Eric is not an American, so
We're still
I don't know
not
what he is.
satisfied
Maybe
with
he's in a protectorate or something. Like something's going on over there. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like Eric's pretty American. Did we talk about that game, by the way? Did you guys go over that?
what game?
You talking about the Team USA get what?
The absolute
the game.
beatdown that Team USA put on yesterday, 6-1.
It's painful to root for the Kachucks, but
Eric, I didn't even watch the Canadian. So Lapper was actually doing it live. He was doing a watch along for the Canadian game, and I laughed because I went into the chat and he was like, "Oh, Carlos, are you doing a watch along for this?" I was like, God, no, I don't watch international hockey. I don't give a shit. I don't watch the Olympics. I sure as hell am not going to watch this.
Was he doing it on the YouTube?
Yeah, he did a watch along for that one. So I basically came in to hit the like button and support him a little bit. I left a couple of comments, but before the game even started, I clicked off. I had no idea what the game was. He did ask me for prediction though. I was pretty close. I said 3-2. I said 3-2 Canada, and they were 3-3 going to overtime and ended up winning 4-3. So I was actually pretty close. I was on the final score.
Well, I am looking forward to tomorrow's game.
tomorrow's going to be good.
Now, Amanda, what? Amanda.
What's so giddy? What?
Because look, he's getting ready to harass me. I can already tell.
Amanda,
Wow.
what will you be wearing tomorrow during that international hockey game as you watch it from California, USA?
In the gala event,
What will you be wearing as your country goes to battle?
a Canada shirt. Yes.
Yeah,
I
she
got
received
this
that
one.
from Fanatics.
The
From the Fanatics Overlords.
Overlords, yes.
That's right.
We're kind
Respect
of
the Fanatics Overlord,
in
Eric.
New Jersey. I didn't like the U.S. jersey, although I didn't see the star on the side. I kind of like the star on the shoulder. But
Eric, again,
that
I don't know what your
Canada
problem is.
jersey
As a
is way
non-American,
better
this should not be
looking.
an issue
I
for you.
don't, Amanda, I don't care if they spray painted USA on old potato sacks and cut a hole out for the head and the arms. That's our jersey.
Ugh. It's
Potato
just kind of
sacks.
boring.
Oh my good God.
Well, ours is kind of plain, actually, for
No,
Canada.
It's classic. It looks nice. It's clean.
Okay,
Indeed.
I just don't even understand.
it's very milk toast for me.
It is what happens. It
We
is.
see the
wouldn't
Canadian
wear-
flag all the time, so
I
it's
just-
kind of, could have spiced it up a little bit.
I wouldn't wear another country's jersey. I just couldn't.
Why wouldn't you?
Don't you
Ooh.
need to have a country first,
I'm
Eric?
from America.
No, you're not. You're from Massachusetts. That's the least American thing that there is.
Can I
No,
comment?
Canada
on-
is more American before we got there than
California
Massachusetts.
is way
Please
less
comment.
American than Massachusetts.
No, California is way more American.
Okay,
No,
Matt,
Massachusetts would never
I
American
think,
first
we're,
place.
I think we're becoming part of British Columbia, aren't we?
you're the
You can-
11th.
That's fine.
11th province. Yes.
There's a
It's the
handful of
it's the
states
Western
that-
Alliance.
Yeah.
It goes all the way down the coast.
Cascadia.
Well, no,
There's a
the
name
entire
for it.
West Coast. All three
Cascadia.
states.
Yeah.
Can-
No, there's
can
an.
go
They
to
have
Canada.
a name. They have a
And
name
most
for
of
it.
England,
Really?
most of England can go to Canada too.
Okay.
So I'm actually very excited about this change that PSA made, and I don't have a problem with it at all.
Why don't you? Everybody
Because
else seems to have.
I have always thought that they were way too loose on the centering. on
Well,
the
we
front of the
always
card.
thought that.
Yeah.
All of
It's
us.
been way too loosey goosey. So this is exciting.
Yeah, but I guess that everyone's looking back at the cards that they have, and the ones that they bought that was a little off center, a little too far.
Yeah, but you
Spissing
have
them
an
off now.
eyeball.
Well, the thing is, Bobby, it's not a little. Here's the thing.
No,
Realistically,
theirs
if you're
is a little
saying
too far.
no, I get
You're
it, but
worried
look, the
about
reality,
that,
the
that
reality
10
is
not a 10 now.
if you sent in the time that I've been sending in cards for years, I never sent in anything that was more than 55-45. I didn't care what it said. Like it's one of the like I knew that stuff beyond that you could, but it was more like you're getting away with it
Yeah.
as opposed to a guarantee.
Yeah.
You put in 55-45 or better, and that was the path. So if you had the low standard and you're trying to get away with it, that's one thing.
Right. You're trying to get
But
more
if you
buy.
actually are sending a reasonably centered card, you're really not worried about it. You don't. In other words, nothing changed for you, and you
What if
basically
it's
just keep the same.
56-44. See, that's where you're cutting hairs, right? So you're allowed 2 points extra on top of that.
Yeah. Well, here's the funny thing, Bobby.
Two
Even
and a
with
half,
this change,
actually.
if you're 56-44 and the card is exceptional, they could still give it a 10.
Mhm.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Yeah, even
It's that
and
fine
they were
line.
doing that before.
But I don't see the big focus on it. It doesn't really change much for most people. Like
That was literally
people-
my point. Like I said, it's not a bad thing that they clarified it and made it tighter. But
I'm
in
glad.
reality,
Mhm.
some of the graders were already doing it.
it was.
They just didn't
Well-
announce it. They just didn't.
Well, I
announce it.
think from what Brad said, they've been doing it for a couple of years now.
That's what I mean. Like if you're a grader and you're doing it,
But I question
rest of the
that
card
too
is
because I've seen some 10s that shouldn't be 10s.
I don't disagree with this. So I was going to make a video. So I'll read Rick's comment and then I'll read a couple of these, but I want to make a point on this. So Rick was saying, I uploaded a video a few days ago on the changing the centering standards. I have no issue with correcting the wrong, which is fine. Totally agree. Grading companies have changed their grading standard over the years and it's happened and it's going to shift around as you go. But yes, I agree. And Black Coffee Drinkers, kind of particular. Debbie Fermanno. no
Nobody
problem grading.
cares.
I think you do.
Sure.
So we got trades going on. I like that. California might be the 51st state. Who knows, man? You need a lot of 51st states.
Mm-hmm.
The math in the American system is not working. Again, Massachusetts is not a state. Just so we're clear. Dan says, I would much
Been a
prefer to live in
state,
Canada at the
but
present
it's not
time,
a
but I'm not a
state.
Canadian citizen. I'm actually an Irish citizen, though. There you go. The 11th problem, maybe. I don't know, Rick, PSA changed their standards so many times, lower the value by 1 or 2 grades in the older graded slabs. The thing is, I already said, like in coins and in other things,
It's always
it
been
happens
the
all the
thing.
time. It's
It's always been with PSA. Is that that was one of their first. KSA is a big one for that. Well, that's when he did.
Well,
it.
here's the
Now,
thing.
this-
Nobody talks about it, but SGC changed their standard.
So let me get something.
Nobody
here
cares
with
about
Ham.
SGC.
So Ham has a problem with people who lie and cheat.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Real.
Wild.
Okay. You son of a.
And it says,
There we
I like
go.
this. Paul says, before we get into PSA disparaging, can we disclose any holdings of other grading companies? Yeah, Eric owning Beckett.
Ooh.
Carlos says, it mattered because people could read the fine print, make a decision based upon that information, only to learn it wasn't the standard. Wild.
Wait, you
So
can't
this-
just breeze over that. So Eric and Paul now have to have an Instagram battle for the next week via their stories.
maybe.
I don't have.
I'll get that in a second. See, for the record, Eric, did I bring it up? Did I? For the record, did I
Paul
initiate
brought
that?
it up. Paul brought it up.
I don't care. The point is I didn't. The point
Okay.
is I didn't. That's all that matters.
Okay.
I get to maintain my man of peace designation.
Actually,
It is unimpeached.
and we're talking about grading, all right? And now that a certain someone has been brought up, he did a video.
Who, Eric? Who's been brought up?
A friend of the show, Jeremy Lee,
I don't recall him being a friend of the show.
and
Even Vegas associate might be a little strong.
There's 3 people on the screen. There's a 4th that's not here.
Mhm.
3 out of the 4 people have been on that show. I'm the one that hasn't been on the show.
Because
Who's
even
that? I haven't been
based
on
on
the
the
show.
low, even based on the low bar, even he knows you suck.
Okay, you've been on the show. Amanda's
I have.
been on the show.
I have not. You can't
Yes,
tell.
you have.
You can't tell me and Becca apart. Still, all women look and sound the same to you.
That's right. Yeah, that's how I. Yeah, you're right.
That's how Michelle wound up with Ham. Wow. Okay,
So-
go on.
So, all right, fine.
Ooh, boy.
Amanda, I'm not going to call her a liar to her face. I'll do it behind her back.
Amanda.
Right?
So, you've been on the show. Bobby's been on the show. Both of you have been on the show multiple times. So, friend of the show, Jeremy Lee, put out a video today about PSA grading, and it just spoke volumes of and proving my point that I have spoken about for years. That
The tag is
grading
trash. I agree.
PSA is the culprit. Where
Wait. So we're not going to talk about the voluminous text message you said slandering tag at every turn.
I have called tag out on the things tag needs to be called out on since its inception.
Interesting.
I said the idea of tag intrigues me.
Uh-huh.
That is all I've ever said. Now,
Is this the same kind of energy you bring to denying your connection to Cardvault?
I hate you, number one. Number two, I encourage everyone to go to Jeremy's Instagram video
I discourage them.
and see the PSA 10 Young Guns card, right? That the Young Guns at the bottom is completely removed.
It's missing its foil.
And it was given a 10. It just proves to you that they don't give a shit. How does a card that is missing the silver foil in Young Guns get a 10?
Ham's been on Jeremy Lee twice.
Because
Yeah. More
Because-
recently. Yeah, basically.
because grading is a scam, they don't give a shit, and they want your money. And we're dumb enough to continue to fall for this.
So you're saying the coaster maker's a scam?
All of them.
I'm just making sure. I'm just clarifying. Just clarifying.
All of them. I have not changed my tune. And all this was yet another example. Please, at some point, go on Jeremy's Instagram thing, see the
Counterpoint.
video,
Don't ever do that.
look at the PSA 10 yourself, and tell me that grading isn't a complete waste of your time and money.
It's definitely not a waste of my money.
Absolutely not.
That's a bad argument.
No, it's horrific. It's a horrific argument.
Yeah. Well, that's
See, I send the
I
card and
said
then it
the
goes in the
sky was
thing and then I
blue.
sell the thing for more money.
If I said the sky was blue, you two would argue with me.
Don't
So it doesn't matter.
don't lean in at me, Mr.
Oh,
Wade.
I
Mm.
Look, all I'm saying is that I send the card to the thing, they go and grade the thing, and then I go sell the thing, and then I make
Money-
more money for the thing because it's
Money
in the
machine goes
plastic thing.
brr.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I make the monies.
And then we buy the Tim Hortons.
I like the monies.
Yeah.
The monies are good.
So how are you going to make monies off a PSA 10 that is destroyed?
Oh, that's even better.
So
Then-
if you get a PSA 10 and you had to pay an upcharge for it, and now you can't sell it because this thing is trash.
Well, okay, so first
How
of
are you
all, I
supposed to do it?
actually review the cards that I send in, so I wouldn't send in a Young Gun missing foil. My 10's
Well,
10,
That's
man,
not-
Eric is advocating for sending in cards without looking at them with your eyes.
right?
The point is the
Wait,
grader
what was the
did
second
not do
point?
their job. They're spending 30 to 40 seconds per card. They are doing millions of cards a year. They are not taking. People think that they get a card and they're just like, oh wow, and they're gonna spend all this time. They don't.
I don't know. I
give a
don't know
shit.
who thinks that.
They don't give a shit. They gave a card that is complete trash a 10.
They graded a Boston Bruins card?
Oh, you suck. I hate you.
Too
Well,
easy.
they gave
Too
a 10
easy.
to a Gretzky that was certainly an 8, if not a 7. So
Oh, I don't even get me, please, Bobby. Don't get me started on peachy Gretzky cards and that bullshit. They cut them with
Well,
a
there's only 2 of
chainsaw
them,
and
so
give them a high
whatever.
grade.
Can't go on too long.
If they
There's only-
cut it with a chainsaw, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
That'd be
They-
awesome. I want to see
Chainsaws
it.
and then go, oh no, that's a 9. No, it's
Look,
not.
listen, Eric, if I have video footage of them cutting it with a chainsaw, I'm giving it a fucking 11. That's amazing. It's getting spinal tapped.
It's a
Woo!
it's
Well, there's one thing too on top of all of this is
Trash.
that they went from 25 graders to 100 graders, and I think that kind of will change a little bit of the trajectory going forward of how the grading is and who goes through. You can't. They're going to obviously advance as a grader, and they'll get to a certain point, but you're going to have difference in opinions. Between me and you and Carlos and Amanda, we all have. If we all look at the same card, we're all not going to say 8 or 10. Or
Well,
whatever.
so Bobby, so you were touching on. Look, I'm having a lot of fun with it. With Eric's passion amused me, so it gave me much entertainment. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Mhm.
But the thing is that I'll throw it. My intention. So I may still do the video. We'll see. So James Brown says sounds like a tag advertisement. It's like maybe listen. Apparently everything is.
Well,
Listen, they
okay,
make great coasters.
I'm
Sensational
a massive,
coasters.
I'm the biggest PSA fangirl, definitely in this room.
Second,
You're the only
and-
girl in this room.
bam.
And I will point out that card should have been reviewed by more than one person. It should have been caught. But
Yes.
it's when it's humans.
If it's going through 3 people and one says 8, one says 9, one says 8, what do you
Hold
do?
on. I'm gonna have a little fun with this one.
8
Ham
points?
says grading should. Ham says here grading should not be an opinion.
Oh my God, that's
You're
tags.
literal Ham. You literally don't know what grading is then.
Obviously.
You
This
could
is
not
why
be more
he's
wrong.
getting
You
his
actually
hat
could
trick.
not be more physically wrong if your name was Eric.
Ha!
That's the
Grading-
only way you could be more
How you
wrong.
like that, you son of a bitch?
Grading is not a fact. It's
No, but
it's an
so real quick. So Bobby, let me have a little fun. Let me have a little fun. Hold on. Let me have a little fun. So I'm going to tell you why I say that though. I'm not just saying it to be a jerk. Although I am a jerk, but that's not the reason I'm saying it.
I think yes.
I am saying it for a different reason. Allow me. So real quick, the video that I was going to make, and I may still make it because I think it clearly is necessary. It's so desperately necessary. Oh my God. Okay. So real quick, I don't care who writes the grading standard. I don't care if they write a 57-page dissertation on each individual grade level. Grading is subjective. It has to be, and I'm going to take it a step further. Grading has to be subjective because if you actually were able to successfully get the machine, congratulations, that means 99% of the cards graded through the machine are wrong. They're incorrectly graded. You know how I know that? Because grading is subjective. If you try to make it objective, you have actually failed and you don't understand what grading is. Why is that? Because when you're measuring the flaws, and I'm actually being serious here for a second, when you're measuring the flaws and you're going through the grading standard, whatever it is, most of those grading standards are based on a certain level of interpretation. The machine can't do it. And the reason why it can't do it is because, again, it can't interpret. It can't interpret. It has to stick within a certain, you basically have to preload the answer. So as soon as it sees it, it's going to give the same answer every time, even if it's wrong. And that's your problem. You're adding up flaws and you're coming up with this formula to do it. And you think, okay, well, that fixes it. Well, no, all you did was lock in one person's opinion for all time. And if that person's wrong, or if you believe that person's wrong, then this is useless to me. You basically locked me in. So every card that's going to go through is going to be the same wrong answer every single time. Because when I look at a corner and the corner is rounded, I'll use a simple phrasing. If I say to you it's a rounded corner, you understand what that is. But there's varying degrees of severity to a rounded corner. Some of them have more frame. Some of them have a crease on top of it. I hand you the card. I give you the standard. And the standard says, and I'll even pull up one of the standards with the actual verbiage so we actually get it so we're not making it up. We'll actually pull it up here. And the problem is, almost all the wording on it actually leaves room for interpretation out of necessity. It always has been there.
I think the one thing that that tag grading, right?
What is that dinging sound?
That's Eric doing his thing on the phone.
Oh God! Can you guys hear that? I'm sorry. It's my Instagram messages.
Okay,
I'm
I was
very
going to say.
popular.
Obviously, I can totally hear that. Jesus. Okay.
So the one thing is
no. If you guys really want to know, it's Bill and James from Clubhouse, and they are having a great time with how pissed off Eric is.
Oh, everybody should be. Yeah.
There we go.
No doubt.
So the talk beyond the talk.
Well, really
any which way, the one thing that electronic grading does do
Happy Valentine's Day
perfectly is centering.
Yeah, so that's exact. So Bobby's 100% right. So let me quickly. I'm going to give you the short version of basically the video.
Humans are flawed too.
Oh, totally. That part is not. That part I'm not disagreeing with. But here's what I want to get.
Definitely.
So I'm not even going to use PSA. I'm going to use SGC because most people would agree that SGC, generally speaking, has done a better job in being more or less consistent. Most people appreciate a lot of what SGC brings to the table. Sure. I'm going to pick a 7. I'm not picking a mint card. I'm not picking a gem mint. I'm picking a 7. Okay. Still a high grade card. Still very nice. Okay. I want to read it to you. So here's the standard they're going with. Okay. It's a 70-30 or better centering. Okay. So centering, as Bobby just stated correctly, is the only measuring that is truly objective. And the reason it's the only one that's truly objective is because if we're looking at the card and we're all using the same ruler with the same training, we should come to the same answer because it's a measurement. It's something repeatable. It's something measurable. It's something precise. There's no interpretation left here. You either measure it correctly or you don't. That's all there is. The rest of it is where it gets interesting. So let's talk about this. And again, I'm just reading it off the screen. Here it is right off the site. Slight wear on some corners. Pause. Okay, this is important. And I want to ask a question to the chat.
What does some equal?
What does slight wear mean? What does the word slight mean?
On some. What is some? There's 4 corners.
Yeah, on some corners. So first of all, I want to know what the word slight means.
Then it's 3 corners.
And then I want to know what some corners means. I've given you 2 things that are 100% open to interpretation. The next piece, minor scratching. Define minor. What does that mean? Some print spots or speckling. 1 print spot, 2 print spots, 50 print spots. How many?
Some is 3 or more.
Print lines or refractor lines are acceptable. Okay, that part is clear cut. Sure. Card may exhibit a slightly skewed diamond cut. What is slightly skewed versus tremendously skewed versus ridiculously skewed? If I hand the same card, now, that was the grading standard I just gave you. I give you the card and it has the same flaw. And for the sake of conversation, to make your life easier, I tell you what all the flaws are. Tell me what the final grade is. You're going to see some variance. Because Bobby's interpretation of it may be different than my interpretation. And in this case, for the sake of the scenario, to make it even, I'm giving everybody all the information. We're not missing any flaws. We all have the same list of flaws on the card. We know exactly where they are. So we have all the information at our disposal. Give me the final result. We may still see a variance between us.
Of all parts for the person in that mood, in that time period.
It's not even mood. It's my interpretation of what slight is may be different than yours is.
The overall eye appeal.
Exactly. So my opinion may be, I may be a person who sits there and says, I see that dented corner. That to me is unacceptable. I'm going to knock 2 grade points off for that. 2? Yep. Whereas you may say 1. Eric may say 1.5. He may say half a point.
Half grades.
So that's a scenario where I've removed a lot of the excess. Oh, but you had a bad day. No, I'm giving everybody a level playing field. Everybody saw the flaws. Nobody missed anything. I gave you a standard. I told us all what the standard is, and we may still come to a different answer. If that's the case, if we come to a different answer, we got a problem.
Do we? Because it's just an opinion.
Well, that's the thing. That's the point.
I think this is if PSA is stepping out this way, I think they need to go to the 9, 9.5, and 10. They need to put the half grade in there.
It's too late for the 9.5 now. It's way too late.
Well, it was too late to do the centering too. So
Eric,
No,
that's
the
the-
center you can do. You can make centering tougher.
Look at
That's
the,
100%.
look at the uproar.
No,
And the
I don't
half
care
grade is
about the
an
uproar.
uproar.
They're idiots. I don't give a shit about them. They're stupid. No, the 9.5 that was impossible. No, there's a reason. I've literally had this conversation and talked about it. The 9.5, there is no room between the 9 and the 10 with the standard they have there to fit the 9.5.
No, the 9.5 would.
Well,
There's
that's
nothing in between.
PSA.
Yeah, the 10 is the problem is in order to give you a 9.5, you'd actually have to make the 10 stricter. You actually need to make the 10 even tougher.
It would have to
That
be
way
like
you create a
16 or
barrier
something
between
at
the
that point.
10 and the 9. They're too
Well,
close.
this is where the 60-40 would come into the 55-45. The 9.5 would be the 60-40.
Eric, if this
Or
were Clubhouse,
Then
it
you
would
have
be
to knock, but then you
58.
have to knock the 9 down lower.
42, huh?
You have to knock the 9 down lower because the 9 has the 60-40. That's your problem. The 9
Yeah,
has
but
the
it
60-40
might
now.
have 3 more
Yeah.
dimple marks, or it might have a little bit of this.
But that's the point.
on
You
cut
literally have
corner.
to add stuff in order to make that gap in
It's
between.
plus minus.
SGC
It's
has that
everybody's
built in.
opinions. Everything different. I do think a 9.5 is appropriate. If they can do a 7.5 and a 6.5 and an 8.5, then they can do a 9.5.
I don't like half points anyways.
No,
I
that's
like half points.
to
I
Ham's
do like
point.
half
They would have to for a 9.5 to exist, they would need a pristine.
That's the thing. Exactly. So that's literally the statement that I had. That is that in order to do it, SGC created that gap for themselves back then when they had a 100-point scale.
Mhm.
They had the gem mint be 98, and they had a pristine 100. So
Mhm.
they left themselves room for the pristine. The pristine allowed them to do that. So because you got the pristine and then you got the gem mint, it allows you to have the 9.5. They didn't have to reinvent the wheel. They started doing that right from the beginning of their thing. So because they had already done that, they gave themselves room beyond the gem mint. And because they did that from day one, they gave themselves that space.
I
I
think
don't
gem
believe-
mint should be gem mint, regardless. It is
I don't
gem
believe
and it's
pristine
mint.
cards exist.
That is a
Oh,
perfect
they
card
don't. They don't.
within
The
limited
point is
tolerances.
that the reason PSA can't do it is because they started that gem mint thing in 91.
Mhm.
You can't put the genie back in the bottle. SGC actually came out after PSA. They had a couple of years later. So they were able to do the pristine thing. And because they had the pristine thing figured out in their setup right from the beginning, they didn't have to create pristine after the fact. If you create a pristine now, you've completely broken the entire, because all of a sudden you got the gem mint test. Which one's pristine? Which one's not
Yeah.
pristine? Some of them would be. Some of them would definitely not be.
Well, they did come up with the half grades for the 7.5, 8.5, and 8.5. So how can you squeeze that in? What was it, 15, 12 years ago? And not include a 9.5.
Because the 8.5 and the 7.5 and all that, there was room in the tolerance for the centering between those grades. Like I'll pull up the grade. I'll pull up the PSA one, just to pull up the difference between the 9 and 10.
What would make a 10 a 10 is it would be like a gem mint 10. Like a 10 should be a 10 solid 10. If it's not, it's a 9.
Yeah,
Point
but you're
five.
30 years too late. It's like
not-
you've already got
I'm not too
15
late.
million cards.
That's, well, okay. Well, now we're into the centering thing. So now if it's 58, 62, 42, what do we do?
They literally
It's no
can still give it a
longer-
10.
It goes
They literally
all the
can
way
still.
one-
No, the thing is they can still give it a 10. It is still possible.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, that's the thing. So here's the current 10 with the quote unquote new verbiage, right?
Mhm.
So it says here, must be free of staining of any kind. Allowance may be made. Now here's the important thing, but an allowance may be made for a slight printing imperfection. So even on a 10, you've left room. It doesn't impair the overall eye appeal of the card. Overall appeal of the card. The
Yeah.
image must be centered to tolerance within not to exceed approximately. They gave you the magic word. They gave you some latitude. Right there.
Approximately. That's like an absolute
Approximately.
possibility of a definite maybe.
It's right there. It's right there.
Yeah.
Now, let me go to 9 for a second. So 55-45 on the front.
Yep.
Here's a 9. It exhibits only one of the following minor flaws. A very slight waxing in reverse, a minor printing imperfection, slightly off-white borders. Centering must be approximately 60-40 or better on the
What
front.
did that say at the beginning? Sorry.
9 is a superb condition card that exhibits only one of the following minor flaws. A very slight wax stain on reverse, a minor
That's not,
printing imperfection.
see, I don't agree with that. Not one bit.
But that's what it is.
But it shouldn't be. A wax stain is totally something different. That's no.
I
That's a
understand,
no-no.
but that's right.
That's a
That's
stain.
what's there.
That's ST. That's what they give you. ST stain.
Well, those ones are gone though. They don't
Yeah,
have
I
the
don't,
ST.
I don't think they do those.
No, they got rid of
qualifiers
that.
anymore.
Yeah. See, they got rid of
it, yeah.
things. They had this thing, but you can't get a 9.5. I believe they can.
The problem is the 9.5. There's not enough room in between because you could have a 58 whatever, and you could still be a 9, or you could be a 10. The centering isn't enough room between the two. They're too close. There need to be more of a gap.
It's not even about the centering, really. If you get down to it, you can get into flaws, minor problems.
And that's exactly it.
Plus, minus, plus. That's why tag doesn't work so well.
Well, listen, I pull up the tag.
Easy.
No. But you know what's funny? On the podcast, I pulled up the tag one, and the tag pristine has room for flaws in it.
Oh yes, it does. Yeah.
So even with the 1,000-point scale, you still fall short.
Nothing is perfect.
Yeah.
At this
point of vintage baseball, eye appeal is more relevant than numerical grade, which is very true. That's the thing. Eye appeal is where people decide how much money they want to spend on it.
Yeah.
If they like the aesthetic of the card, they'll adjust accordingly.
And then there's the back centering on some of these 10s, and I sit there and go, wow. Like, man, when does the back not care? Why do you not care about the back? That's why we have this subjective thing, is what you feel or what you think, right? Technically.
That's exactly it. Yeah. That's the reason why I said, like, look, there is this whole conversation. That's why I said, and I'm becoming convinced, Amanda, that I'm gonna have to make the goddamn video because it's pissing me off.
Wait, what is? You keep referencing this video. What is this video?
I literally just explained the premise of the video. It's where I'm going to go into that standard, and I'm literally going to show an example of the corner. I'm basically going to take a card. I'm going to deliberately damage the damn thing, and I'll be like, all right, so here's a damaged corner.
Don't damage a card intentionally.
Oh no, I'm damaging a card. I'm going to find a Boston Bruin card and fuck it. So it's getting it. I'll see if I can find a Reggie Lemon. That one definitely has coming. Maybe Zombie Ray Borg. Fuck him. So anyway, the point is,
regardless, Amanda's singles that she puts on whatnot.
After it's been finessed.
My singles are for rehoming. They're not for destroying.
After it's been finessed. Anyway,
when you own a card, you can do whatever you want to it.
That's right, and I will. So the point is that
sounds like now we're talking. We're getting into trimming and altering.
Oh, you damn right I am.
No,
listen.
You can set it on fire.
I got this. I got this. All right, I got this.
Yeah, he's there.
Let's go. So anyway, the point is that if you take the idea of a damage, the whole idea of adding up different flaws. If I take the idea of a single damaged corner, you damage one corner to a certain degree, and you damage another corner to a greater degree, and we isolate it. Forget everything else. Centering is perfect. Surface is perfect. Everything else is perfect. Forget about it. Don't worry about it. I'm going to ask the question, and I'm going to show the example. I'm going to ask the question. Corner A and corner B. If that was the only flaw on this card, and everything else on the card was flawless, but one corner is clearly more damaged than the other, we all agree the more damaged corner should be a bigger penalty on grade. Here's my question.
Hierarchy.
What is the grade? My question would be, do you take a point off, 2 points off, 3 points off? How much do you punish the card for that damage versus the other one that has a different level of damage, and there's two different versions of that card?
We have two things that we determine is centering for aesthetics, and then we have damage or corners. Mm-hmm. Corners, and when you open a pack and you look at the corners and you look at the centering, no wax stain or anything else like that, but we'll just say those are your two things, and I think they hold hierarchy over, a print spot or a scratch or wax stain on the back, whatever you want to call it. So there is that hierarchy, and I think those two are the first two that you would choose.
I agree, but in this case, for this scenario, centering is perfect, surface is perfect. Don't worry about it. I'm focusing on a very specific flaw that we're isolating it to one.
Or is it a rounded corner? Or is
that's what I'm getting at, Bobby. That's what I'm getting at. There are two different levels. There are different levels to this. Different levels of severities of damage, and they're going to affect what the grade is going to be overall. There
is a corner ding, and then there's a corner crease. Now, some people say a ding, but it actually goes down about like quarter inch, so it's kind of
Bobby. Bobby, this is what I'm talking. That's the reason why. What I actually want to do. The purpose of this will be to discuss this, but also I want people in the comment section to give me their grade based on this premise. I'm going to isolate it to one specific variable. I'm going to leave everything else alone, and I just want one answer on what grade A and grade B is, and I want to find out what the difference is. And if we notice more than a couple of points gap, there's the answer to your question.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have the same people looking at the same card with the same information and the same variables, and I want them to tell me what the grade is supposed to be. I'll even give them the standard on the screen. I'm going to put the standard on the screen and go, you tell me. Is it this one, or this one?
Yeah, but a corner ding or whatever you want to call it there's varying degrees of that.
That's the point, Bobby. We're going to have two different examples of a corner ding.
So if you
and one is going to be more severe than the other.
Probably work better than telling us an example.
No, I'm literally going to ding 2 corners on the card. I'm
He's
Oh,
literally
got
you're
this
going to do
zoomed
that
out.
down the road. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. And it's going to be on the screen. You're going to be able to see it.
Okay.
So you're going to get a chance to look at it, and you tell me. You tell me. Knock off a grade, 2 grades, 3 grades, 4 grades. I don't care. Whatever you think is appropriate. I want people to tell me the answer to that question. And I'm curious what the gap is going to be between the highest grade given and the lowest grade given.
Yeah.
Because I think that's going to be interesting because it's going to be using the same card. Your interpretation. You tell me what you think it should be.
Sounds like it's going to be between a 5 and a 7.
Who knows? That's what I'm getting at. So,
I'm
and the
just
more
looking at
variance, we get, Bobby, the more telling that's going to be.
Sure.
Because again, we're giving everybody the same information, and I'm giving you the same standards, and you're supposed to tell me what it is. And I don't need to train you on that. I've literally given it to you. I've given you all the information you need.
And this is the necessity for a third party, and this is why they came in, because you had that dealer to seller, buyer, whatever.
The dealer would come up with their own version, whatever grade they decided would be advantageous.
This has a good possibility. An 8. Hey, listen, it's maybe a good 6. You play that game in between people. That's what we used to do back in, early times when there was a lot of raw cards around. Now they're all graded, so it's a little different.
Yeah, no matter what happened
that's
enough, and it didn't matter what it was mint.
Oh my
And I'm like,
God,
you're
mint
full of
is
crap.
overused
Get out of here.
word.
Get out of
Jesus.
here. All right, so real quick, I'll read a couple comments. My good says SGC should never sold to Big Brother. I'm rooting for CGC, so we'll get that in a second. So the SGC sold because Mike, what was
Then
his
how
name?
does she get LA on hers when she goes away?
You can put a logo on your thing.
I didn't know
create your
that.
own. Yeah, totally.
I've been on the show a long time. I didn't know.
You could add your own picture in
It's
there.
not like I'm going to put the leaves.
I'm hoping she can't hear me, but she's
She
kind
can
of
hear
smart.
you.
No, she's kind of smart sometimes, and she does stuff like that I don't know how she does stuff.
That's
Mm.
cool.
Don't tell
that.
her I said that.
I
Yeah,
didn't
so
know that.
SGC sold because the owner, what was his name? Foreman?
Brent?
Was it Mike Foreman? No, SGC. SGC was owned by what's his name? But he's one of the guys. He's one of the guys who has like a background, a lot of trimming and stuff. A lot of shadiness in
Is
his
it
background.
Brian something?
No, it's not Brian. The name escapes me. It'll come to me a little later. CGC keeps shooting.
Oh, the owner, not the guy.
The SGC owner. The SGC owner. Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
His name escapes me right now, but I like we've discussed him in the past. He's got a shady background too, like he does. SGC is still legit, but I'm not holding my breath. Understandable. Plausibly subjective assessment. Yep. PSA introduced the half grades in 08. Fair enough. Card murder coming. Damn right it is. PSA felt it unnecessary to add third mint grade since PSA already had a 9 and 10 gem mint as part of its current scale. I genuinely, for the reasons that I've outlined, I would never do a 9.5 if I was them. I don't care if a gun is put to my head. Not happening. I wouldn't do it.
9.5 is not mint.
No, I understand, but I wouldn't do it. Eric, you look at Dream of 69 hockey cards. I understand. The well-planned grading test happens 3.5 hours in the night. That's why I love the show. Appreciate you, Dan. Damn right.
And 9.5 is kind of like sitting there going, you'd sit there, I can't give this a 10, but I shouldn't give it a 9. It's just that 9.5. That's where I get it.
Yep. Oh, it was funny. Here's the funny part. So Rick is saying, does anybody collect anymore? More and more people buy the plastic, not the card collector. Amanda, I want to make a video where I explain that. Listen,
Maybe
I only
not
do
now.
this for the fucking money. Collecting is for peasants. All right. That's why I have the greatest Josh Rosen rookie year collection of all time, because that is a hashtag investment and it is going to make you fucking rich. So collecting is for morons. If you're a collector, you're stupid. And if you have 69, 70 hockey cards, you're a dumbass who's not even American.
Eric, that's not even in a really nice BCW binder that your friend has.
No, it's in a trash binder for
awesome
peasants.
affiliate code for.
The problem is those are obvious printouts that he went to in the internet cafe. Those aren't even real cards.
Here's the funny part. All those holders, PSA, 9 pocket pages, they're non-archivable for
Thank
cards.
you, Bill.
They are not good for your cards.
Yep.
SGC, tag, doesn't matter.
Trash. Listen,
No,
if Eric was a real man,
it's not really archivable. It's not meant to be, having a petroleum product against your cards. No,
for sure, Bobby. The important thing is, if Eric was a real man, seeing that he owns
He's
Beckett,
not,
he
though.
could have that entire binder put into one gigantic Beckett holder that he could eat dinner on.
Where's his Z folios though?
I know.
Like that's like
Garbage.
That's Homo sapien.
Wow. You guys are covering all the bases tonight. True. You're right, Rick. Buy the card and put it in one touch. I wish you could just grade it authentic to make sure it's a real card. So that is what happened back in the day for coins. coins before grading, it was just authentication. So we've actually had this, believe it or not, almost all these conversations.
Numismatic again, please.
Oh yes, numismatic. Listen, they're like 15 years
I'm
ahead.
gonna get some
funny
shoes
part,
on. My feet are cold.
go ahead. The funniest part is that all the card stuff is 20 years behind numismatics that already did this 20 years ago. That's why it's a joke to me. It's like they already did it.
We know some coin nerds.
Like they already did. The problem is you're still like in 1999 in cards, if you're lucky. So it's going to be funny in about 20 years when you end up in the same place because you already did. You're actually already heading down the exact same path. It already happened. The original one was just authentication, and you know why they went away from that? Because there's no money in it. The real money is putting a number on it. That's the real money. The difference between a 9 and a 10, that's the money. That's why they did it. So you wish you could just grade it authentic? Well, you can ask them to just grade it authentic, sure. And then the person who buys it is going to pay you less. And see those cards, Eric should pay you to take them because they're worthless. They're garbage.
Worthless.
The garbage.
No, they're not garbage.
Wow,
garbage.
Carlos, that was really good.
Garbage.
I put them in the one touches.
Garbage.
They look nice.
If you ever figure out how to put the one touch in correctly, maybe.
But for real
Garbage.
though, if you wanted a Z Folio, Tim would send you as many as you needed.
I am very happy with what I have.
Oh Jesus!
He would make demands on you. He would make demands
I
on
don't
you.
want to
Be
owe
like,
him a favor.
No, just tell Tim you'll show it on the show. That would be plenty.
But
just tell Tim that you won't throw your shoes into a washing machine.
I will too.
Just
I
wait.
miss the old Tim.
Just wait till he's throwing some baby shoes. He's got it clean. He'll be hucking those into a washing machine.
Yeah,
Baby
right.
shoes. Ooh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I miss the
Bill-
old Tim, anyways.
the
now
old
we-
Tim.
Yeah, Tim's BCW now. He
Oh,
doesn't wear
you
the
the
big hat.
non-corporate.
He's the
Trim the
man.
beard.
Are you
Yeah.
trying to say corporate Tim wouldn't
Corporate Tim.
use a fake birthday?
difference.
Would use a fake birthday to put out a
I'm-
sparkler with his fingers?
Yeah, I'm not
Because
seeing a whole lot of
I feel like
difference.
Would he
Corporate Tim
still
would.
get his own card nowadays? No. So there you go.
I still think it would.
I feel like Tim is one of those people who is just really authentic across the board.
Eric appreciates his
BCW
authenticity.
authentic, yes.
That's the word we're gonna choose, huh? Authentic.
Authentic. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As
Well, he's not a fake like you, Eric. You talk a big game.
That's the
You
word
talk
we're
ab-
gonna use to describe in that lunatic. Okay.
You got
no
East
problem.
Coast, West Coast going at it here.
authentic.
Whoa. Eric, I got to be honest here. I find it very interesting that you would have these issues questioning his authenticness when you've built your entire brand on a throne of lies.
Ham, let me know. I'll get you a Z Folio. I'll get Tim to get one, either to me to get to you or to get to you.
Are you sure, Eric, that you're a man that wants to speak on the matters of authenticity? Because you believe disparate people like Marcel Dion's your friend. You think you actually hung out with Peter Forsberg when you hung out with a random janitor. We all know this. You believe that Ray Bork is not a zombie when everybody knows he is.
Yep. You're dealing
We
in
saw a picture of
lines.
him earlier tonight.
You're not
You
dealing in
claim to
pens.
not like Tom Brady when we know you were a known associate of his. We've seen this tonight. We've learned about that. And worst of all, Amanda, he claims that he does not invoke the disdain of many, but even the wrestling hardcore legend Mick Foley does not have good words to say about this man.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
I was short on cash and I just asked him if I could borrow $10, and that's what he did. I don't think that was, he could have just
He's
said,
missing a few teeth. How can you borrow $10 from the guy?
I thought he could have just said, no, but no. He's like, yeah, hold on a second. And he does that. And I don't think that was nice.
The ironic part is that Mick Foley he too has had a lot of concussions.
Oh, yeah.
And you're trying to take advantage of a man who has had that many concussions. The man got thrown off of a Hell in the Cell, Eric.
He did. He said it hurt.
Oh, I can imagine it would hurt tremendously.
Now, that's inside information he told me privately. You guys probably, are a little shocked to hear that, but he told me privately that it hurt.
It hurt when I, got a paper cut in my finger. So whatever.
He said it was in that same range.
Okay. That still hurts.
Yeah.
Actually, that hurts worse than some other things.
That's what he told me.
Yeah.
That was just, insider information.
Like if you wreck your bike against a tree and you get a paper cut, which is worse? Paper cut.
Oh, absolutely. When I broke my back that time when I hit the tree, I was thinking, thank God this wasn't a paper cut.
Thank God.
Oh,
And the
paper
funny
cuts
part
hurt,
is
man.
trees
They're
make
painful.
paper.
Paper cuts are the worst. They hurt.
Oh God, that reminds me of that episode of Jackass. Did you guys see that one?
I never watched that show.
You never
I don't watch
watched
Eric's
Jackass?
show.
No.
Come on, guys.
We're into morality.
I know what it
here.
is.
We
I know
don't live in
John
the LA
Hill.
kind of.
Okay, somebody in the
Amanda,
chat.
I went to a university town. I had 4 years of Jackass. I don't need a TV show.
Yeah, true enough.
Oh
We
my
drank a lot, Amanda. We had 3 a.m. last call. All right. I don't need a TV show to show me. Hey, I think it'd be really funny if I. Yes, it would be very funny because you're the one doing it. You're the one who's gonna get hurt. You're right. It would be funny.
I did plenty of my own Jackass things.
I encourage you in this endeavor. Man of peace.
Anyways,
Hot Sauce saying who the top 6 trading companies in the market. The correct answer is KSA 6 times. KSA 6 times.
Okay,
6
see,
times.
Bill has seen it. Thank you, Bill.
I'm just glad to know that Bill's even alive.
Bill is very much alive and
So
just as
happy.
spicy.
Boy, he's not. He's no Ray Bork. He didn't die.
Eric,
Despite Eric's attempts to cover it up.
I haven't talked to Bill in a very long time. I'm glad to
You haven't
know
talked to Ray Bork either, and you keep lying about that.
I haven't talked to Ray in a while. I still owe
Because
him.
he's dead.
I
he
still owe
died.
him- it's sitting right here. I still owe him $315.27.
You owe $315
oh,
to
is
the
that where our
estate of
money
Ray
is
Bork.
sitting? It's
To the
sitting in your
estate of Ray
account.
Bork.
I told you next time I see him, I will
See
give
that right
him-
there?
Oh my
Money.
God! All that money I gave.
It might be a
Holy
problem.
shit.
It might be a problem, Eric.
Well, that's not good news.
No,
I guess
just
I get,
saying.
I guess I get to keep the money.
Well,
I
the
guess you
estate
do.
probably still wants the money. You cheap bastard.
Well, that's not the deal I made. I said the next time I see Ray, I was going to
Oh,
give
the
him
next
money.
time, and he doesn't want
Uh-huh.
to see you anymore. So that's like Eric got the money.
I guess I get to keep the money.
He let the zombie bite him rather than to see Eric. He made his
Yes.
choice. Wow. Bold. Jeez.
No, the next
Man,
time
I bet that's not covered on one of your cards. I bet we could have learned more about that during the Lost episode. You remember that time there was going to be an episode and then there wasn't an episode? That Lost episode. It was a wild time. I remember reading the whole write-up of everything that was going to be on that episode and then didn't happen. Sad times. Sad panda.
Don't remember.
I thought you've never missed an episode. I'm pretty sure I've received that lecture like 25 times in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, she's coming. Fingers
I can do
up.
27 times. And 28 times. And 29 times.
If I had any idea,
I explicitly said, do you
What was-
want to do this? Do you want me to pull up the quote? Because I will read what it says.
I'm just realizing, I'm just saying that had I known this was going to be what
There are
came
no
from that.
things left. Look, Eric's entire existence is me basically getting every single thing he's ever done wrong in his life and throwing
Okay,
against.
so what I think happened, Eric, was I didn't do the podcast episode at the same time my introductory period with Carlos expired. So I think I was getting like nice Carlos, and then I
There's no
hit
nice
the end of the warranty or something
Yeah.
expired.
While I may be a man of peace, there is
And
no
now-
nice Carlos.
and now-
I don't know who this person is.
I'm
No.
getting like the full Carlos.
It's the
Well,
bearable.
this isn't
Carlos.
even it. This
There's
isn't
a
even
bearable
yet.
Carlos, and then
But
there's-
in relative terms, this is nice Carlos. In relative, if we're grading on a curve, this is merely low-level mockery. Like
I'm
this is
sorry.
not even.
I'm sorry I brought you into this. It's my fault.
He's not. He's a jackass. He did it on purpose. He goes, "You will suffer as I have suffered."
It is your fault.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying.
and the
So,
fires. in
Amanda, are you saying you're
California,
Dutch?
everything. It's all your fault.
Dang. See, there is a nice Carlos. Wrong dimension, perhaps.
Yes.
Perhaps.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Because nice Carlos has the goatee.
That is probably true.
from
Oh,
the
yes.
Star Trek
That
universe.
could very well be the case. It could be the opposite of the mirror universe thing.
Yeah.
You are a big fan of the Star Treks.
Hmm.
God,
Just
I hate,
saying.
I hate Star Trek.
You don't like Star Trek?
I hate Star Trek, but
Why?
but
Because
I
it's
am
old, or
I
the
am
new
just
one?
so pleasant about it when it comes to trading
So
cards.
I have located, Bobby. I have
Oh
receipts. I have located.
Jesus!
Carlos, you know, current universe Carlos, not mirror universe Carlos. You're doing a show tonight. Got to make sure Eric stays up and pays for the like button. That
Yeah.
sounds like something I would say. That is what I said.
I think so.
She says she can't decide. My response to this whole thing, she discusses the possibility of giving Billy a hard time. I said, giving Billy a hard time, question mark. You have a duty in all caps to the hobby, society, and Eric's wallet to make ... this ... happen ...
How long did Billy stay?
I feel
on
that's
after
fairly
I left?
explicit, Eric. Like, what do I have to do? You have a duty to the hobby? Like, is that open for interpretation? Did I miss something? Duty in all caps.
I failed the
Duty in all
hobby.
caps. You said duty.
Like, I didn't realize that was open for interpretation. Damn. Like, geez. Like, what am I supposed to do here?
Call of Duty.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Wild. Wild times. Rough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rough
Ever
scene.
since then.
Man. So let me think. Covered the Probstein thing. Eric's for it. Tom Brady buying 50% of Cardvault. Eric's involved now. He's an employee, so that's good. It's going to be awkward with the whole sports world thing, though. I don't know what's going to go on with that. It's going to be crazy. Well, that was the Probstein thing. Bid is the Probstein thing. We don't have enough information, though. We'll make fun of it more later, but we don't have enough. We've also determined there are way too many platforms. Way too many platforms.
Realistically, we used to talk about cards. Now we all talk about third parties. That's the main news. Actually, if you look at the Hall of Fame, I think most of the people talk about the third parties than they do even talk about cards. And that's kind of sad in my sense.
Hey, we got to do what we got to do to get into the Hall of Fame. So if they want me to talk about third parties, I'll talk about third parties.
I know you will.
Because
You
it
want
has
that
to happen.
adjacency. I get it.
Look, the part that I'm concerned
Other than
about,
nothing.
I understand Bobby's point, but like what I'm trying to figure out here is who wants to talk about cards? Cards suck.
True.
They're boring.
Yeah.
In my world, they do. Yeah.
I want to talk
No,
about
trinkets suck. It's just as much.
Get into
Trinkets,
the Hall of
baubles,
Fame.
all that garbage.
Oh, that's the
Garbage.
fun stuff.
Garbage. No,
That's the
garbage.
stuff that survived the test of time.
All right, I'll buy it and then burn it, and then it won't survive the test of time.
You can.
Cards didn't work. Shakespeare didn't work. Okay.
What?
Maybe you picked the wrong Shakespeare.
Riding live on my bicycle didn't work. Okay. So fine. What works? If complaining about third parties in the hobby is what gets you into the Hall of Fame, well, get ready, folks. Pack a lunch. Get comfortable, because that's it. That's all you get.
Eric, I don't know if that's going to work. Bobby's been complaining about third parties in the hobby since third parties were invented. He hates them almost as much as Atlanta, and that's a lot.
Well, that's another third party. Anyway,
It's saying, jeez.
Saying. No, that's
Man, I wouldn't
what
buy any
major
extended warranties from these
conversation is
fellas.
Really
Facts.
about that. It's Kurt's cards. It's this.
Is
It's
that-
that. It's this
that an
company. It's that
option?
company. And there's not really that much talk about cards unless it hits.
Look,
10K
Amanda,
on-
do I have to go back to the receipts? I literally pointed out, like, I'm sorry, that was fairly explicit. Like, Jesus, do I have to put an exclamation point at the end of it? Like, what do we need here? Like, I don't understand. Like, what gets the message across? Is this like a telegram? You put stop at the end? Like, what are we doing?
I don't
know.
stop.
Yeah.
It'll never
Da-da-da,
happen again.
Stop.
Due to the hobby, stop. Eric must pay. Stop.
That's it.
Do it. Stop.
Never again will I miss.
Never again will I do that for $2.
Please.
I'm just here for the hockey mullets.
stop
Damn
doing
right.
the show.
Oh, yes. You left out the kazoo man marching down the street. I felt like that was your strongest point.
Well,
That was a good one.
I was willing.
I like that one.
I was excited. I already had.
No, wait, Eric. Whoa.
Excited.
Eric, don't lie. You were excited for the kazoo parade in general
Yes.
because you're like, oh
You did
my
mention
God,
the kazoo.
my entire life I have waited for any excuse for the kazoo parade. This is it.
I was on Amazon looking up different kazoos. Like I wanted to get a really good one. And it, didn't come to fruition. And I just think it's bullshit because I want to be Hall of Fame adjacent.
True. Yeah. Happens.
It is true. He does have a passion for it. That is
Wait,
facts.
so is this so? What Sean is mentioning here, is that something that Card Ladder does, or do they only accumulate certain
It's
platforms?
another third party. Who cares?
No, so here what this is referring to is if right now if you do Google searches, you
No,
can
I
actually
mean, I understand. I'm just like I think Card Ladder kind of does something similar, right?
what they have is they've got their universal search for their auction houses and such that they put in there. eBay is one of them. They're partnered with a bunch of auction houses, so you can put in. There's a little universal search tool inside. It's not everything, but it will cover a lot of the auction houses they're associated to, because they've basically got the data they get fed in. So you can punch it in and actually see different items on all these auction houses simultaneously that they are associated with and have the data from,
Okay,
including stuff that's current. So you can actually look up stuff that's still ongoing and
right.
find
I
it there
think that
and
was
search
part of the
multiple auction
upgrade,
houses.
right?
That was, yeah. So that was one of the selling points they put on there, which is fine. It does work, but again, it's not exhaustive. It doesn't cover everything, but you can still find a lot of stuff on there. That's probably the irony is that's the feature I would have leaned in really hard on if I was them, because that's useful. It saves you from having to click on each individual site. It actually lets you search multiple sites simultaneously, which can actually be helpful. You still have to put in the wording on the thing correctly for it to come up properly.
It's a lot of physical work, though.
It is, yeah. But it's pulling the information from these different places, so it does help. It is more useful than, again, searching the individual sites one by one and having to punch in the same search string over and over again. So it is a good feature. The rest of it is a little questionable, but it is a good feature. But one of the things that I talked about in there is that because of the way they've done it, it's still very incomplete, because I can search for some stuff and can't find it.
You won't find, especially hockey anyway. So
yeah, it even goes beyond that though. Like there's very specific things they've loaded in there, and they've gotten very good at catching. There's a bunch of stuff that like they totally whiff. They'll completely miss.
Yeah, the main stuff is for sure.
But you never know. Maybe. Hey, listen. Maybe they can search Probsteins. No. Bid.
Maybe.
What if they add bid? Then Eric can find all the things, and he goes, "Oh my god, I can just buy everything just from Probstein."
It's so funny, Probstein is so funny. Bid. Okay. Next.
BYD.
Next.
You're gonna see all of Eric's lemon collection. The Bougie Eric collection
it might be
is gonna sell on bid exclusively.
Yep. Live.
It's gonna be wild.
You'll get $6.
You think they can get that much?
That's
Maybe.
like $5.50 more than they would have gotten any other way.
Those are for the 1 in 20s anyway. So
Just saying. Jeez.
Number 37 out of 100.
wow.
Yeah.
It's only 100 collectors.
Wait, what was that one, Eric? I missed it. Who was that?
Lemon.
Was that from
Please
the
pronounce his
Centennial
name correctly,
set?
Eric.
Yep.
Is that the Centennial set? I got the Allison base from that, so now I have to chase all the parallels.
Yep. This is number 37 out of 100.
They look nice.
Yeah. The green one's coming in next out of like 50 or whatever it is. I don't remember. I think it's out of 50.
How many parallels did they end up putting in it?
Oh gosh, you know what? I don't know. Let's see. I just like that they have Eric actually chasing modern cards.
Eric's all about the modern. The problem is for him, 6970 is still modern.
Ooh, Allison has a retro variant in that set.
Fancy.
So there's a black 1 of 1, a lucky green out of 49, and a century out of 100.
So I get the green ones coming in, but I don't know when or if I'll ever get the 101, but the green one's on its way.
I like this lucky green.
I would love to see if they could come up with a different, like Lucky Green just feels lazy because it's like with Sight Unseen, I have a feeling it's probably the same color that they've used in like 47 other things. Like, we're going to call it Lucky Green. It's Boston themed. That's really what you're going with, Lucky Green?
Yeah, because they're all Irish. Top of the morning to you, Carlos. No, lazy is these Marvel sets that have purple boxes in the background, and the parallel is called purple boxes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you did enjoy, though, earlier during Billy's wonderful Wi-Fi that he got from the HQ.
You're trying to trigger me again. I'm not going to fall for it.
I would never.
Damn it.
Eric, man of peace. Would I do such a thing?
Peace.
Is she accusing Eric? Is she accusing me?
I'm not going to flip my own table.
I think she's accusing me.
She seems a little accusatory.
of
Oh,
anything
it was
other
Eric.
than
It was
being
the
a pyramid
worst.
piece.
It was the worst show. Like Ian was like coming down with something, and he was
I
a little
loved
bit.
it. It was
he
wonderful.
He was a little bit.
I'm grabbing my other
grumpy.
beer. 1 sec.
He was a little bit grumpy. He had not ever experienced Billy's Wi-Fi, which was on full Wi-Fi. He was like a pixel the whole time.
Oh my god.
And you know, like how when we all get started talking about our collections, we just kind of keep rolling.
I love that she said a little bit grumpy. I could see steam. It was amazing. It was Eric. It was literally watching an Englishman become Eric in real time.
Oh,
It was
wow.
incredible. It was sensational.
Oh.
I loved it. It was so good.
And I thought, you know, when I had Tim on the show, I was like, okay, this is going to be like let's see how this goes. Cakewalk. Absolute cakewalk compared to Billy.
Disaster.
Well, were you watching him tonight on our show?
Oh, you mean in like crystal clear HD beautiful resolution?
No.
Yeah.
No.
He didn't get
Eric, there were stretches that it was fine.
he didn't get
Before
flaky
Jean
until-
McLeod came by with her powers.
When Jean took the internet home with her, that's
Yeah,
when it got bad.
she must have flipped the switch or something on the way out the door.
She has magical powers.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that if he was at work, he'd be fine, but clearly not. I think he has a metal plate in his head and it interferes with the Wi-Fi.
I actually think there's somebody there that actually hides in the background. It was probably Peter Forsberg. So after he was done sweeping in the back, he goes over and finds one of the TVs and starts playing Netflix. He goes, "We got 16K here? That's amazing." Boom. Just puts it on. 16K. Crank it up.
It actually gets really frustrating for me because like talking to him like on Clubhouse and like trying to do a show with him, like I'm not. I was gonna speak some French here, but you know, just get a fucking router. Like,
Right.
you know.
Look,
like,
look, Amanda. We've had this joke so many times. It kills me. By the way, I'm still very proud of my dial-up joke. I can't remember what the setup was, but there was a thing where it was like one of the things. He's still downloading it.
No
It was
one
so good.
pleases Carlos as much as Carlos.
Mwah, chef's kiss. Don't lie, it was brilliant and you loved it.
There was that night was so I was just treading water and sucking at it. It was a bad show.
See, the problem is, Amanda, you just don't have the experience with Mr. Roboto, with Mr. Roboto Cilio. I do, and I
No,
just let it
do.
ride.
I
I let
do.
it ride, and
But-
it's great.
No, you should see my YouTube channel. I have like 3 box breaks with him where he's pixelated half the time and I'm talking to myself. And I told Ian like sometimes his Wi-Fi's bad, but
Sometimes.
Yeah.
You lied.
So I didn't manage Ian's expectations properly.
That's called lying.
And
You should have sent him a still photo and go, "This is to what you should expect." Just send him. It's like, you mean that's what he looks like? No. This still photo is what you should expect. The still photo.
It was
It's great.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
The thing though is, you knew this was coming. From a preparation standpoint, you have to have like Plan B.
I didn't know Ian was going to be coming down with something, and
Poor
a little
Billy.
bit grumpy.
A little bit grumpy.
Happened.
Yeah.
Maybe you should do a
It's,
robot version of hockey players.
There's the green version that's coming in.
Oh, that's cool.
So
Oh, yeah,
it's the same card, just with green foil on it.
that's cool.
Yeah,
That's right.
Mhm.
same thing.
It's okay, Ham. Keep giving him ideas, but mention food. If you put it in the angle of food, it'll actually get made.
Yeah.
Food, man. Think food.
Or he'll tweak it into something that was not your suggestion, and I'm not saying that from experience or irritated in any way.
Have you considered like a boss?
Like
Oh,
a
those are
boss.
A
so-
boss.
I messaged him. I thought those were fake. They're so bad.
But Amanda,
But
does it
everyone
make you
loves
feel
them.
better? Does it make you feel better to know that Eric will get to love one when I send it to him? I mean, allegedly,
No, thank you.
like a
Yes.
boss.
No, thank you.
David Pasternak, like a boss.
We'll get a few of them.
No, thank you.
Eric, you keep this up and we're getting it tattooed on you.
No,
Silence.
thank you.
Yeah,
Mike
Mike's
says?
right. He's right. Billy has one friend in Long Beach that has good internet.
Yeah, like a person with internet.
Just
The,
one.
what
Yeah,
you're saying
like
is he
like an
has a
adult.
friend that has internet.
Yes.
Right.
That's it. That's all you need to do. Yes. 27 likes is great, but 39 watching. Listen, guys, we got to work on this. Like we've covered a lot of ground
There's
tonight.
nothing to
There's not a
like.
lot.
This is stupid. And you should
It's
all
fantastic.
go to bed.
Eric, we like your pain. We like it big time.
We're
This
going to
is
bed
really
soon.
dumb.
Don't worry. I just warmed my hands on the furnace. It was nice.
There you go. Copernicus says,
Kinda
Amanda,
cool
would you trade a
tonight
Bitcoin
In the
for
garage.
52
of knowledge.
PSA 4 Mickey Mantle?
Is it cool like your way, Carlos?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Is it what?
I've actually, so I've got the heat pump and everything, but I've got a little space heater that where my feet are.
I think I
That's
need
what's
one.
that. Yeah, I only keep it when I really need it. But if it's really chilly and the air is a little cold, space heater for the feet, just to keep your feet warm.
Well, the furnace is right outside the room here, so I can go in there and go.
I don't know how you guys do it. Eric, I got a picture from Chris Carter yesterday. He's in Quebec.
Yeah.
Like 16 inches of snow or something insane.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got
that's
a lot
crazy.
too.
That's what crazy people live. That's where Yannick lives. He's crazy.
Oh, they got 2 feet.
Well, listen.
Yes,
I
today.
don't think you want to mess with that, Eric. You know, Yannick's got a knife and he's got the crazy eyes. Do you really want to
Oh,
play
you
that
saw
game?
that knife
That's
picture?
true.
Wasn't that
He
nice?
have the crazy eyes, but he's also very chill.
Well, he's chilling until he sees Eric and he's like, I'll cut you, man.
Yes.
Understandably so. Like, honestly, I
Yeah,
get it.
that's- Yeah.
I like this. I'm just looking at the weather forecast right now. It says prepare for another 50 to 35 centimeters of snow. I like the range. 15 to 35. That's all it is.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
psh.
Oh, we would totally get them as the 51st state if we gave them the Expos back.
No, if you give the
yes.
Expos back, you get Quebec. You get Quebec only.
Complete.
The rest of us don't give a crap about the Expos.
And
Get
they
out of
give
here.
them the Nordiques. Oh, watch out.
I was going to say, yeah. But
Yeah,
then the
this-
problem is all of a sudden you got a bunch of French-speaking Americans, and it basically becomes more of what Eric would be. if
Then
he
you're
wasn't American.
trilingual.
Just
You gotta know Mexican, you're gonna have to know French, and you're gonna have to know English too. on top
Yeah,
of
whatever the
it.
hell Eric's saying.
Yeah, what's Eric saying?
it's
Bostonian,
yes,
whatever.
Bostonian. You don't need to understand it.
No, we don't. We get it, but it's okay.
It's
I-
endearing in its own way.
Back to the Ducks. So here's a team that was a Disney franchise. You can
Ugh.
turn you can have it, and you can turn it back into the Nordiques. Because there's no reason we need the Anaheim Mighty Ducks.
We
Thank
don't.
you.
I
No.
agree. We don't need the Ducks.
Never
No.
should have been a franchise. Dumbest thing of all
After the
time.
movie, it should have been gone.
Dumbest
Right?
thing of all time. They had
100%.
great teams. I mean, Correa and Solani were incredible. They had Niedermeyer. I mean, they had some great players come through there. They won a Stanley Cup or two. Never the Mighty Ducks. Are you
After
effing
that.
kidding me? Run by Disney? Come on.
Stupid.
Hmm.
The fact that it says Mighty Ducks on the Stanley Cup makes me want to throw up.
Yep. Get used to it.
Mm.
Only in California, though.
And the funniest part is they won a Stanley Cup before Eric's Suda team.
I did like the movie. Emilio was
Which one?
kinda
They
good.
which one of the three?
Just
The first one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
first
they were great little kid Disney movies. It was wonderful.
And a Mike Modano cameo.
Oh,
Did
I
you-
had true.
The fact that they
Was he
tried
in that movie?
In the first
Is it
one.
right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
haven't seen
because
the
remember they're
movie?
based out of Minnesota. So the
Oh.
Minnesota North Stars were still in
Oh.
it. So it was Modano and I want to say
Dina?
Neil Broughton?
what year
Was
did
it
that
Broughton
come
or
out?
Dino?
No, Dino Cicerelli wasn't in it for sure. Let me see if I can find it.
Must have been
I
Broughton.
will-
Broughton.
I don't
Let's
think
see.
Dino was family friendly enough. To be-
Hey,
Well, what happened is
Dino's
I
like-
actually so Eric, you listen to Spitting Chicklets, right?
Sometimes.
So they did an interview with Modano not long ago. It's a recent interview, and briefly in that conversation they talked about the Mighty Ducks. It was just a real quick thing they just mentioned. He gave a little quick story about it, and in the story he was explaining that originally he was supposed to say the speaking line, but he kept screwing it up, so they switched, and the other player said the line. So that was Modano giving the story about that one. It was Basil
Not
McCraig.
for.
It was Basil
Okay.
McCraig. let's see here. I'll pull this up. Let's see here if I can do this. Can it let me? Yes, there we go. So here it is from the film. There you go.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, that's baby Madonna.
Yep. Basil McRae. So they were still in Minnesota at this point. So this was still right at the beginning of the 90s.
92?
93, 94 is when they got to Dallas. So it would have been maybe 92.
Yeah,
92,
yeah.
late 91, something like that.
Before
So
they
right,
changed to Dallas
super
first,
early.
yeah.
Super early. So Madonna couldn't have been more than 21, 22 in this bit here. Maximum. And then Basil McRae was the one who actually said the line because, again, they were originally supposed to be the other way around. But Madonna kept flubbing the line, so they just swapped it. But he was in the movie, so that's his cameo there.
Sometimes you just have to be pretty. You don't have to be talented.
That was basically his job. That was it.
Did he say his lines like this, as any good actor would?
No, he didn't do
Listen.
the Keanu Reeves thing.
He's not quite the thespian you are. You did once play Hamlet on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I was ill prepared for
Most
Hamlet.
Yeah, most people were.
It's a lot, Amanda. It's a lot like the Spanish Inquisition. No one is prepared for the Spanish Inquisition.
I like Hamlet. I just wasn't prepared to ever hear it coming from Eric.
Then this next bit is really going to be shocking because the next time this happens, we will go deep into the literary rabbit hole. We've explored Shakespeare. Prepare yourselves. It's coming. There will be more, but not when you're expecting it. When you've let your guard down.
Can't you just
And
sell
you think you're
T-shirts or something instead to get people to vote for you instead of torturing them?
Amanda, literally torturing them is my favorite part. That's literally what I'm here for.
Do you think we get people's attention?
I don't get, Amanda, I don't
I
actually,
keep getting this wrong.
Amanda, I don't give a shit about getting into a stupid fictional Hall of Fame somebody made up. I want to torture people.
Eric
This is literally what I
does.
want to do.
I need to be Hall of Fame adjacent.
Yeah, but that's it. I also like torturing Eric by letting him have hope.
Maybe the next piece of literature I read is something that we could all get behind, like, something that's not controversial at all. Maybe I'll do Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer. What could go wrong
You could
with
do one
that?
of my articles.
No, you know what I want to do, Eric? My thought is, and I'm narrowing it down to a short list. I'm thinking, I want something Depression era. Because if we're going to go that way,
Great
I think we
Gatsby.
need
20s,
Great Gatsby.
29
Gatsby.
to 30 something.
See, Carlos is pretending like he doesn't already have something in mind, but I feel like he's just trying to tease something out, and he already knows.
Yeah.
The thing
he's
is,
waiting.
Amanda, there are multiple options. There are multiple options for that.
Mice and Men.
Mice and
Oh,
Men.
It's kind of depressing.
Gregory Peck. Come on.
I'm actually trying to think of it. I know
Atticus.
exactly the one.
Oh,
I actually
Atticus.
have the book in my bookshelf, but I'm trying to. But the name
Tale
is
of Two
escaping me right
Cities.
Hmm?
There's the best of
now.
time.
Well, no, Tale of Two Cities. Tale of Two Cities is always in Depression era. There's literally one that's about the Dust Bowl. It was what was the damn name of the book?
What about poetry?
Oh, poetry's always involved. Thank you, Paul. The Grapes of Wrath. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
The early one, yes.
That's pretty bleak.
That's the point a minute. I want Eric and the Grapes of Wrath.
Yes. That new hemorrhoid commercial.
We got some John Steinbeck. It's a classic. Look, my original choice, Amanda, I wanted to do 100 Years of Solitude. If any of you have ever read 100 Years of Solitude, it is the most repetitive shit in the world. Like, it goes in circles. It just keeps going and going. I'm like, oh my God.
It's 100 years
Why?
of solitude, man. What do you want?
Okay,
Yeah, but
so wait.
It feels like it took 101 years for me to read it.
So he's
And probably-
obviously never going to finish any of these.
That's not the point, Amanda. That's literally not the point.
Okay, so right. So he's just going to torture us with snippets. What triggers a snippet?
My entertainment value. When the moment is right, it's like, now is the time. Go.
So,
Fantastic.
like, do you just pick a Saturday and make poor Eric like read all of these so you can clip them and save them and fire them off, or he actually agrees on a given day?
So Amanda, you want the behind the actor studio?
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on.
I want the
I'm adjusting the
Hollywood
microphone.
story.
I'm adjusting the microphone because now it is time for us to regale the people with the behind the actor studio.
Uh-huh,
To give
Eric.
some of your artistic endeavors.
Mhm.
Let me tell you. Listen, let me tell you. It was quite the production. Eric is quite the diva.
Quite.
He had a lot of demands. And then I kept shutting down the demands because at the end of the day, I have
Only
a contract.
green M&Ms in the bowl, Carlos.
It was great because he would make these demands and then I'd shut him down and then I'd remind him about in perpetuity. Like,
yeah.
He's an owned man. Like, it doesn't matter what his demands are. I say jump, he says how high. That's what has to
I've heard that
happen.
come up a couple times.
Yeah, like, in perpetuity. That's what it means. So yeah. So in reality, like, it doesn't matter. Forever, ever.
Until he gets a new hoodie.
There is no escape, Amanda. Even in death, like zombie Ray Bork, he shall rise.
That one for the last 6 weeks.
I don't think that's entirely true.
Amanda, the People's Republic of Massachusetts, fake place that it is, not part of America. That place is almost as cold as Canada. So
Yeah,
you have to be more
like-
understanding. Amanda, I need you to be more understanding. He can't take the hoodie off because it's frozen on. He actually
probably
can't
has-
escape
He
it.
probably has a vest on underneath.
Now you're just being mean.
Wow.
Just saying, mix it up a little bit.
Listen,
That's it.
Well, you're mixing it up,
please,
all right.
if you'd like, contact Michelle. Okay, you have your contact information, I believe.
I can text her.
And why don't you guys plan out my wardrobe? Okay.
Are you sure, Eric? Are you sure that's wise? Amanda, I don't have a sense here. Maybe you can help me a little bit. Okay, so real quick, I'll finish the Inside the Action Studio. So anyway, bottom line, Eric said a bunch of shit. I ignored him. So anyway, basically the clip you got was Eric. Was it about 5 minutes? Recorded about 5 minutes, basically.
It was 4.
Yeah, I timed it out 4 minutes, and then I stopped him, and then I used.
Boy, it sure felt a lot longer than that.
That's the point, Amanda. The point, Amanda. Again, did I mention that I like the torture?
I know. If someone asked me, I would say, yeah, Eric read 20 minutes of Hamlet at the end of that episode.
That Amanda, that's the point. The point is, used effectively, I can take a 5-minute clip and make it feel like days. Days.
A gift. It's a gift,
It re-
Carlos.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
It's your
It's all
mutant
about
power.
It's the diction. I let Eric let his inner thespian out. The diction is what gives it. He beats down his Massachusettsians.
My
And he's
favorite
like,
part
I want to
was-
say cause. I want to say cause.
Yeah, no, my favorite part was someone in the
enunciates
chat.
properly.
It might have been one of the Pauls who said they were impressed that he wasn't even having to sound anything out. I thought that was
There were a lot of people that thought I used AI, but no, nay. They thought I was like, you used AI, didn't you? No, I did not. I would not use such a shortcut. I would not deprive you people of the opportunity to hear Eric deliver Shakespeare. I would never deny you. I heard Eric read the articles in Playboy. Facts. Shawshank Redemption. Great movie, but I don't know if it's.
I don't know.
You can do a monologue.
Relevant.
Actually, you know what, Bobby, would be kind of fun? James Earl Jones did a fun monologue in Field of Dreams about baseball.
Yep.
I would love to hear Eric do the Field of Dreams monologue from James Earl Jones.
In the deep voice.
Yeah.
Well,
And
of
then-
course.
Yeah. So the one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. And he just goes on.
Baseball.
And it ends with, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
If you build it, they will come.
Fantastic. Love it. I assume you mean Monty Python. Mighty Python might be what Eric does when he's being held down by the man and watching him anyway in space.
The man's always keeping me down.
So Amanda, you missed out on last week. Last week,
No,
Eric
I didn't
kept.
miss out. I didn't miss
Okay.
out on that.
Oh no, you.
No,
he kept talking about the man holding him down, Amanda. See, it's what, Amanda.
he was saying stuff here he could not say on Clubhouse.
But the point is, Amanda, he doth protest too much. But then he sets me up by talking about the man holding him
Yeah,
down.
I mean, he just like walked into it over and over and over.
He
again.
didn't run. He ran. He ran with the quickness straight into the wall. He's like, how quickly can I do this? Probably some Charles Dickens, something close to his home, maybe. Let's have Eric talk PSA and hockey cards until 2 a.m. For the people.
Shut up,
Bill.
Bill.
Bill's been
Please don't.
trolling.
Bill, stop helping.
So Bobby, we're gonna go a little bit longer, but I know it's chilly in the garage. So if you want to take off for the chilliness, you're welcome to. I'm just letting you know.
I'm going to go warm my hands for 5 minutes and
By all means.
He,
I
you know,
have,
You
I
need
have a
to sell
bike fight
t-shirts
tomorrow morning.
What's
to
that?
get him. You guys need to sell Carlos t-shirts so that way Bobby can buy a heater for the garage and go later.
Amanda, if we're gonna use funds
There's
for
a heater
something,
in here. It's just at the back.
Amanda,
so-
if we're gonna use funds for something, we're raising funds for Billy's Wi-Fi
No,
and
Billy
snacks.
needs
For the
to do
love of
that.
all that is holy, let's get this man some snacks so that he stops making snack inserts. Get
You
this
know,
man
that's-
some food.
I'm good
He
for
needs
20 more
food.
minutes. So
That's why
I'll be
he
back.
makes. That's why he does those inserts. And Eric knows this. Every morning, he drives to the gas station and he buys jalapeno whatever chips and a Monster. He has chips every morning for breakfast. That's how that happens.
Not a
Amanda,
good diet. He's got
Amanda,
a
let's
diet.
just say, Amanda, let's just accept this because we've talked about it, and like honestly, it's like, and it's not. I'm sure it's not intentional, but every time I see one of these inserts, I'm saying like, so are you guys really just hungry? Did they not feed you? Is that what's happening? Is this a cry for help? Is this through insert, Amanda? Through insert, it's a cry out for help.
I know. I have like a McDavid cheese card somewhere here.
So, Amanda, all I'm getting from this is that you're going to see in flagship series 2, you're going to get like, what's the name of the insert? The insert is, oh my God, we're starving.
Yeah.
Send
One
help.
time.
Send-
Oh,
It's like,
I think Series 1 hit EPAC today.
bold. Eric, this is your moment. You can go to the season, you can go to get it, and then like a boss.
Oh, that's right.
Don't worry, like a boss is coming.
Let's see what the odds
And
are.
you know what else is coming? Winning plates. I'm not saying from where. I'm not saying from who. They're coming. It's gonna happen. It's all happening. Just saying.
No.
Rick here says the Oakland Coliseum has been my only thing I could rely on in my life for the last 45 years.
Oh,
you.
that's sad. That's tough.
So I know I was going through the comments. I do want to take a moment. I know Rick is very passionate about his Oakland A's, so condolences to you. Eric too knows what it's like not to have a team.
That's
Sorry,
terrible though, because you like if you follow a team and then like I don't know, I just feel bad.
Why do
I will
all
say-
the teams in Oakland leave? That is what people should be focusing on. They lost a hockey team. They lost a football team like 2, 3, 4, 10 times.
Well, Eric, the baseball team is a very specific situation because the owner literally did everything in his power to get it out. It was basically the plot of Major League One, except he succeeded.
I'm just saying, why do these professional sports franchises continue to want to leave Oakland? What is going on there? What's the fan base doing? What's local politics doing? What is going on where they have had every franchise possible for every freaking sport and they keep leaving? What is going on?
So Oakland A's specifically, the owner said, give me everything and then maybe I'll think about staying, but anything short of everything and for free, fuck you. And in the meantime, your team will suck and then we're gone. That's the answer to your question.
If I have no idea. Okay, so I'm not arguing with you.
I'm literally telling you. I'm telling you, like the owner specifically has done everything in his power to get them out of there. He wants them out.
Why does the owner want to leave?
Because he wanted out from day one. He literally bought them to move the team. He does not want it he didn't want it in Oakland when he bought it in Oakland.
Again, why? What is going on in Oakland that these teams don't want to be there and keep leaving?
My point, Eric, that I'm getting to you is that each team is a different situation. The A's is specific to the specific owner. The Oakland Seals and whatever, we can talk about that from the 60s. That's a different conversation.
Yep.
The Golden State Warriors have literally been around a bunch of different spots. It depends. Oakland is not a good place in it. They don't have the money to give to a franchise as a gift to build a stadium that in 20 years they'll ask for a new stadium anyway. They don't have the money to do it. And honestly, if I was them, I don't care. I would be like, no, don't give them any money for a new fucking stadium. That's stupid. Why? The owner has enough money to build his own goddamn stadium. He doesn't want to, but he could, and he's not going to. He let the stadium go into disrepair and the team to go into disrepair to the point that they sucked and the stadium was a disaster. He allowed it to become a disaster. When the team was playing well, people showed up. When the team is shit and you allow the stadium to fall apart because you won't repair anything, because you won't spend a dime, but you're billions of dollars, why would the fan base keep going, Eric? So let me answer you this way. If somebody bought the Boston Bruins today and said, we're going to scrap this team, make them even worse than they are now, as much as you're bitching and moaning about them, and I'm going to let the stadium fall apart so the chunks of the stadium fall on somebody, and we're not going to fix it because fuck you.
So Fenway.
How long do you think that would work? How do you think the fans are going to keep showing up for that?
No.
How long? How long can I spit in your face before you keep deciding to show up? What do you think?
I guess I keep going back to my original question. Why does the owners continue to do this? Like they're not doing it in LA. They're not doing it in Boston. They're not doing it in New York. Why?
Good fan base.
In Oakland?
No, Bobby, it has nothing to do with
So that's what
I'm answering Eric's question. The owner has already made the call. It has nothing to do with the fan base.
I see. This is a chicken and egg situation. Like, which came first? There's a reason that the owner's like, I don't want to be in Oakland. What is that reason?
Well, here's what happened with the California.
I understand what the owner did. I understand that the owner did all these things and doesn't want to be there, but that's not telling me why he doesn't want to be there. All you're doing is telling me is what he did to get out of there.
Cardinals is kind of right, though.
Why
in a sense.
Doesn't he want to stay in Oakland?
Well, here's what happened with hockey. In 1967, the expansion happened. California Seals, only 3 months in, they built a new stadium in Oakland, and they moved to Oakland. So they became the Oakland Seals. But most people don't realize they were California Seals before they were Oakland. Then they stayed Oakland till 70-71. Then they became California again. Stuff happens.
And then they moved. Then they went to Cleveland.
Well, that was later. That was 76.
And then
Do they have a coaster?
And then they went
Yes.
to Minnesota.
Oh, that's one of the ones he still needs. Never mind.
And then they went to
The Seals.
Dallas. So the California Golden Seals are now the Dallas Stars.
Somewhat.
Yes.
Technically.
Eventually.
No, because they kind of split up between.
They split up, and
Yeah.
half the team went to New Jersey, and the other half went to Minnesota. So the Minnesota then went to Dallas. So California is now in Dallas.
Yeah, I guess. Indirectly. Doesn't really matter at that point. So many expansions through the 70s, and that's why people have a hard time collecting, because their players went from here to there to there to there, and it was just a nightmare. And this is what happened with the WHA, is that the teams only lasted like 2-3 years, and then they would be some other team, and nobody really wanted to follow it. Plus, they never videoed any of the games, so they never had live TV coverage, and that was the demise of the WHA.
So Bob just said all this stuff was calculated. I still want to hear why.
Eric, what kind of answer are you looking for?
I don't
if the
know.
owner literally is like, I want to buy a franchise and move it to a different location, no matter where it's from, I don't actually give a shit about the original place. I literally just need the franchise so I can move it. What other answer do you require?
It's generally fan base. That was
Eric,
a lot
he
of
could have bought the
WHA.
Boston Red Sox and he would have moved it from Boston. He doesn't give a shit about the location, about the original team. That's not the point. The point is the guy wants a free stadium, no matter what, no matter where it is. And even if he had gotten the free stadium, it would have had to be the most sweetheart of sweetheart deals. And that's assuming they could have done it. So I know Rick Lyle is very passionate about the Oakland, but here's the thing. He's blaming all the politicians and everything, which, by the way, the politicians do a lot of very dumb things. But here's the thing. I am going to repeat what I've said a million times at this point. I don't give a fuck at this point anymore about where you are or what it is. I don't want any politician in any location move all the fucking teams anywhere you want. I don't want to give a dime of my money for you to build a stadium. You're a billionaire. You build a stadium. You build the arena. You buy the land. You do all that shit. You buy it.
That's his profit. That's his thing.
I'm not interested in contributing a dime. If I want to contribute a dime, I'll buy a ticket. Other than that, I don't care. Move it. Move it now.
Move it.
The Blue Jays are my favorite
Or
team.
lose it.
They want to move
What?
the team? Fucking move it.
What if?
Where are you going to move to, Montreal?
What if?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm not paying a dime. Rogers has plenty of money.
If the city puts in a stadium, what if they got part ownership, percentage of ownership, and then that money was then brought back into the community?
We will never make a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction compared to the actual owners who should be paying for it. You pay for it. It's your business. You buy a hardware store. The city doesn't buy your hardware store for you and build a building for you. Build it yourself. It's your money. It's your shit. You build it. I don't care. Move the fucking team. The Jays are my favorite team by far. Move it. Move it wherever you want. Move it to Mexico City. I don't care. Move it.
I agree with the taxpayers, not especially with so much other stuff needed with our tax money. You know, recreation is not, you know, top on the list. But again, and I'm not a economist, but if there was a way to get part ownership of the team and have, you know,
That never works.
money
That
come,
literally never works. That is a terrible idea. And I don't want part ownership of the goddamn team. You're never going to make that money.
No.
Get out of here.
No, you never. No.
No, you own the goddamn team. You buy your own land. You build your own stadium. Fuck you.
So Toronto spends $100 million on a new stadium, and now they're part owners forever. They're not going to make $100 million back.
Toronto didn't spend any money on that stadium.
No.
The owners built it, and Rogers bought it for $100 million. Put renovations in it themselves, and they're making money hand over fist. They literally own the television network that airs the games. They're making money all on their own.
It cost more to build than they bought it for.
Oh, way more. It costs like $1 billion to build. Rogers literally bought the stadium for less than $100 million.
And it cost
They literally bought the team,
million
and then they bought the
to build.
stadium.
Yeah,
What was that?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
was
So
like
they bought the
$250
stadium for
million to
pennies on the
build it.
dollar.
Yeah. I did some of the concrete work there back in that time period.
Right now in Ontario, we literally don't have any space to put a new stadium, even if you wanted to. There is no place in city limits that you could build a new stadium. There's no spot.
No.
So that's the reason they literally tore it up and re-renovated the inside. They left the shell and they rebuilt the inside and built more club seating. They built more like these little clubs inside of it, where you're paying like $500 a game to go sit in some fancy seats with you're getting drinks handed to you. And they actually took out like 15,000 seats. They ripped out a bunch of seats and just made more club space and charged more per ticket.
Right, more corporate stuff. That's where
And that's where the money is. Yes.
Sports franchises are going.
And and honestly, it's working for them. They're still drawing. Actually, their attendance is down, and they're making more money than they've ever made.
Yeah, because there's no one sitting in those club seats because, either people, don't want.
Oh no, corporate is sitting in those club seats, Eric.
Yeah,
this is the Toronto Maple Leaf model. Nobody's in the lower bowl, but all the seats are sold.
Yes,
it's all paid
all
for.
Corporate.
That's the point I'm making. That they're empty, but they're paid for. The corporations are buying the seats and buying the boxes and buying all this stuff, but there's nobody at the game.
They get to write off less now. In the last, 5 years ago? I think you could only write off so much. Now it's reduced for your, season tickets and stuff like that as a corp. I think it changed about 5 years ago, or maybe 7, 8, 10 years ago, maybe.
Well, for a lot of the companies,
you used to be able to write off the whole amount. Now it's only 50% or something like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the reality is that for them, it's just taking their clients out.
It doesn't
matter, there's value to them for still doing it. Like they can do it.
Yeah.
So Bob Jackson's saying here, $30 million on $1 billion project. Like I said, to each their own. You all do you, whatever you want. For me, if the difference could be 30 cents, I don't want to give them 1 cent. Buy your own shit. Pay for your own shit. Do your own shit. Otherwise, move it. Fuck off. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done. Like, I'm not interested. I don't care. Move them all. Get rid of all of them. Like, I'm not watching the games half the time anyway. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, true enough.
That's the hockey, the baseball, the football. The football's the only one I'm watching. We don't have a team, so I don't care. Fuck off.
I can't afford to go to the games anyway.
Yeah,
Where's
so
your
like it's no
hair
loss
clip,
to me.
Amanda?
Like I'm losing nothing.
There it is.
I haven't been to a Bruins game in forever. I can't afford to go.
You can afford it.
I can?
Upper
Oh,
level?
never mind. I can.
Ooh, all right, spicy. I'm sure you can.
I was gonna
afford
say.
upper level.
Spicy,
Li-
spicy eye.
Listen, Amanda. Like I said, he protests an awful lot, and like I said, we've learned a lot.
Mhm.
Eric's like, oh, it's so expensive. I can't afford it. Keep
You
going.
can afford it. You can. Look
Uh-huh.
at that.
He just
That
doesn't
Anything
want to
else?
money
go.
is right
He
there.
doesn't want to deal with the crowds and the people and the standing
That's
in
a different
line.
conversation.
My
That's
people suck. And I don't like crowds because this full of people and they suck.
yeah. Good to see Ballmer for paying $2 billion for the Clippers' new home. Yeah, like I said, he's got enough money. He can buy his own shit, and then he can control it. He can do whatever he wants with it because it's his. And I'm 100% in favor of that. Do it. That's cool. Now I'm going to be promoted to executive committee. Yep, Fisher will never get to Tom Vegas, most expensive seats in minor league stadium. Yeah, well, he's got to do what he's got to do. As presenting facts, publicly funded stadiums are that's my point. So that's the thing. It's like at the end of the day, I'm not in the business of it being interested in giving a billionaire a subsidy to build something, and then
No.
you're trying to hold it over me. I'm like, screw you. I don't care. Get out of here.
We do a lot of that stuff in Toronto. So
Yeah, that's why I say, like, right now, the Jays are literally
407,
owned.
whatever.
Yeah, the Jays are literally owned by a media conglomerate.
Yeah.
And like I said, they sell the television rights to themselves. They own they could actually sell it to a couple different networks if they wanted to in the country and get some money if they wanted to. They actually control the whole thing, lock, stock, and barrel. It is shown on the network owned by the company that also owns the team and also owns the stadium. So every single revenue stream goes to the same funnel. They literally go into the same pocket.
Circle of life.
Yeah. So in a way, it's brilliant if you think about it. Like they control the programming, they control the content, and they control the advertising on the content, on the network, on everything.
See, they finesse their way into that.
Ooh, look at you hitting with the finesse. But yes. So that's why I say, like, the Oakland one's weird though. And to be honest, I get it, because Oakland at this point, even if the politicians weren't corrupt, Oakland doesn't have the money to actually build another stadium. I'm sure they could come up with some way of doing it, but honestly, they shouldn't. There's other things they should be spending that money on, and the baseball stadium ain't it. That ain't it. That's the last thing they should be spending their money on. What little money they have, they shouldn't spend it on that. And it's not going to help, because the way the stadiums are built now, in 15 years, they're going to ask for another new stadium.
Yep.
That's a stupid idea. Like, oh, but we'll build stuff. No, you won't. Shut up. You're not building anything around it. Get out of here. I do enjoy Sportsnet Annual. This is our year with the Blue Jays. Yes. The Fisher sold to LeCobb. When the original offer occurred, the Raiders and A's would likely be in Oakland still. Yeah. If the owner wants to do it, there are ways of monetizing it in a way. Well, what we saw this play out, like the NHL did everything in its power to give Arizona every life support. They literally found machines that didn't exist, invented machines to give it life support. And they ended up in in a college stadium or high school stadium? Like, what was it they ended up in?
Small college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, I think our audience is bigger than the crowds they drew. Like, what are we doing here?
I believe it was the same as our subscription number. I think it was 5,000.
It was embarrassing. Like, and you're sitting there as a professional hockey team being like, what is this?
It was a 5,000 seat college arena, I believe, and they never filled it.
Yeah, I don't even think like they painted the ice for them or anything, did they?
No,
It was
the college.
Yeah.
They genuinely didn't care. Like,
Mm.
we don't care about you, man.
The
Have a good night, Rob. Take it
Coyotes
easy.
wanted them to, and the college refused.
As they should. These guys have no bearing here. We're letting you stay here out of pity. You don't have any rights here.
It's sick.
Yeah, like, get out of here. I just thought it was hilarious. That was funny. I like the name is all numbers. That's nice.
Well, that's awful kind of them.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
Remember people thought Fanatics was going to look out for the small hobby shops? Question.
Bill,
Who thought Fanatics was going to look at the
Bill?
small hobby shops?
we love Fanatics. Thank you.
Do we?
Yeah, they send hockey jerseys if you're nice.
They are
I'm not
overlords.
nice.
Well, look, I gave Billy a hard time because my favorite thing, I don't remember if I shared it with you, Eric. I think I might have shared it in the text message thread. It was the greatest thing I had ever seen. So, old Jimbo Beckett, Bobby's favorite. So on his podcast, the other day, he did a podcast where he was reviewing some products. He had received some free products from Upper Deck. Okay, fair enough. Sure, I guess.
He has
Okay.
enough sponsors.
Yeah. And look, it's fine. Look, if you cut a big enough check, I don't care. It's fine. It's all good. But here's the part that killed me. One of the products he received was Black Diamond AEW. I cackled. First, I cackled. Then I started listening. But Amanda, this was the product review.
I can only imagine how that went.
The thing is, he didn't say, again, he doesn't have video for this podcast. It's only audio.
No, it's
So
audio.
whatever you're going to do, you have to describe it to me. You must explain to me
Oh.
because I can't see it. So you have to explain it.
How do you
So
do a box break product?
Amanda, I'm getting to that. Please, I'm getting to that. So the thing was, he didn't say anything. He literally just told me, it's like, yeah, I pulled a couple of these cards. They were like manufactured patches. Of whom? What do they look like? Tell me anything. Tell me anything that I can't literally read off of on the average pack you will receive. He didn't say anything. And he basically counted the number of cards and said, oh, I got one card that's got an autograph. I'm paraphrasing, but basically what he said. And then a couple of these were the manufactured patches. And I'm sitting there like, you sent him a free box for this?
Yeah.
You need to start talking nice
Tell me
about those-
anything.
about
Describe
the
it.
Lunchables cards, and then maybe you'll get a box.
Maybe.
I was dying. So Eric, maybe if we show a little bit more appreciation to, like a boss, maybe I get a free box with Jimbo Beckett. I was dying. I was dying.
I can only hope that the Flavor Flav cards.
See?
Just
If
go.
you guys just act right, you get these really nice.
Act
get
right.
You get these nice letters from Upper Deck with some boxes.
Anyways, I'm going to bow out, guys. I'm done.
Yeah, sounds good, Bobby. Take it easy. We're
we'll
starting
see you
winding down in
on,
a couple of minutes here, but go
We'll
for
see
it.
you on Monday, Carlos, and the rest of you.
Yes.
We'll see you soon.
Yes,
Yeah,
I might go
obviously.
see you at the expo. Bobby, are you at expoing in April?
Yeah, that'd be number 71 in a row.
Oh, awesome. Okay. I will see you there
Look at you. Have a good night, Bobby.
See you guys.
for the official ice cream cake meet and greet.
Amazing.
Easy.
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to make sure I touched on this. It's like, when did Fanatics ever say they're going to look out for small hobby shops? I
Well,
don't have any recollection of that.
I think they're helping them with like paint and getting up to snuff so that they can carry Fanatics items, right? Isn't that the deal? I don't really know. I just catch bits and pieces of stuff, so I don't know for sure.
Okay, I gotta play this because it's glorious. All right, hold on. I was able to find it. He timestamped it. Bless this man. He timestamped it. It's beautiful. All right, hold on. We're gonna listen. Remember, audio only. We're gonna listen to a product review. We're gonna see how it's done. Eric, take notes. This is how a fucking product review is done. Okay. All right. I want to make sure we got this. So this is an episode of Dr. Beckett, Dr. James Beckett, Sports Card Insights, episode 1337, Elite.
Wow.
This is an Upper Deck product mix, all right? This is Upper Deck product mix.
That is elite.
Elite. That's what I'm saying, man. We got this. We're all about the finessing and the elite, all right? We got this. All right, so here we go. So he received these products for review, all right? So I'm going to play it slightly sped up, but you should be able to understand it. So here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready, Eric? Are you taking notes?
I can barely contain myself.
Here we go.
In the Black Diamond, they were nice enough to send me an AEW wrestling box and a hockey box. And I thought, that's really cool. I can compare those. Exactly the same
Excellent.
configuration, design.
Good.
There's a lot of economies for the card companies. Like back in the day when they had all the sports, they could get a brand or a sub-brand and let it go. And the artistic design, the inserts, all that stuff, they'd have a head start. That's probably the case here. And I think that's good. It's profitable to do that. I think it's helpful for collectors. They can recognize the brand. It demystifies, oh, I had this other sport, so I know what's coming here. If the insertion ratios are similar, it can be easier for dealers to put prices on things. Back in the day with the price guides, it was difficult to get the initial pricing. And many dealers would not even price stuff, and they just waited for it to come out in the magazine. Sometimes they could sell some base cards, especially base cards of veterans, by their own formula, whatever priced cards. But the rookies can be tricky, obviously. And when something's just come out, it's hard. And if it's a similar product to something else, you just get in trouble if you say the best player in basketball, the high basketball price is this, and then the best wrestler ought to be the same. It depends on the popularity of the sport and the production quantities and all that. But I do note that both of those Black Diamond products, I think, started out at $300 a box. Then they float in the secondary market based on the distributors, the LCSs, and all that. Wrestling was released first, and it's actually floated down a little bit. And hockey has only been out a month or so. I got to tell you, I only got 5 cards. And actually not complaining. I realized people don't complain if they only get 5 cards, if they get the right 5 cards instead of 6. You're more affected by who you get because it's formulaic. You're going to get one that's autographed and one that's game used or a relic, and you're going to get a serial numbered and all this stuff with the various inserts and all that. So you're going to get 5 or 6 interesting cards, and they're not all the same thickness, but I couldn't tell when I opened it up, but I only got 5 cards. Again, not complaining at all because I got 5 good cards, and I did get a Dallas Stars guy that I can put on my wall. Then you go to the ADW, I got 7 cards there. So again, I don't think this is quality control disaster. It's just the insertion ratios and the variable thickness of the cards. I don't know. But the fact that I got 5 in one and 7 in the other, the average is 6. That's why the disclaimers usually are on the average. But in my 7 with the wrestling, I got 3 patches and one. I always prefer game used or something that's not contrived. Prefer that over the manufactured patches. I still think the manufactured patches are very nice looking. Did I thank my sponsors? Topps, Panini, and Upper Deck. Thank you.
That was it.
That's a massively high level review.
So Eric, what was the review? What did you pull?
I just look at it and say, I now know what Dr. Beckett would sound like if he snorted some Colombian bang bang.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Now I know what he would sound like.
Eric, isn't it bad enough that you declared war on the company? You need to declare war on the namesake? My God.
Yeah.
My God. Amanda, the thing is, I don't mind the summary. But again, since I've only got audio to go off of, could you tell me what you pulled? The name of the inserts, the characters, anything. Just tell me something.
I don't know. That's like a weird choice to compare like AEW and the number of cards you get per pack with hockey and the number of cards you get. Like who? I mean, I guess someone like you who does both. Like I don't do both. I don't. Like I'm not going to be like, oh wow, I get more if I buy AEW. I get one more card per pack.
Like legit. Like I said, just so we're clear, my goal here is not to pick on Jimbo Beckett, although he is a fake hobby doctor, unlike me, who is a legitimate hobby doctor accredited by me.
Accredited, yes.
By me.
Yes.
But the point is that you have a platform, you have the audience, you receive this product, which I don't have an issue with. I can live with it. Look, as much as I like to tease, at the end of the day, whatever. I don't control it. I'm the marketing department. You do, y'all do you. But Amanda, the part that has killed me over time, every time I listen to one of these reviews about the AEW product, I know who these characters are. I literally have extensive conversations with the people involved about said product. But I'm sitting there and I'm listening to this as a product review. He's right. Black Diamond started off as a $300 US product. And that was the review that we just got. You received a $300 box, and I don't know anything about the box after you finish talking.
Yeah,
Show me a picture. At least post it on your Instagram. Give me something. Like what came in the box? You got 7 cards. What 7 cards? Tell me anything. Give me names. Read like, one of the names.
It's a weird choice to do that as an audio only.
It makes no sense. Like, forget about everything else. As an audio only, give me a couple of pictures as a supplement to it, so at least I can see how's the quality. How about this? How's the quality control? Cards in good shape? Cards chipped? Like, am I being unreasonable, Eric? Like, am I being ridiculous here? Like,
oh, I don't think it's much of a review. No, he didn't really talk about what he liked about them, what he didn't like about them. He talked about how many came in a pack and their worth, and manufactured patches and autographs, but he didn't say, hey, I like the way the gold foil looks on this, or I liked the design, and the photography was good. No, it wasn't anything that
we got something out. Dallas for the wall.
Yeah, the thing is that I opened a box of this on my other YouTube channel. It wasn't a review, but I literally opened a box. It was a box break. But in the course of the box break, I went through the cards that I pulled and gave commentary on said cards. In doing that, I am showing you the cards. I am stating an opinion on said cards. You could use it as a review if you wish, as an example of a box that could be pulled. But at least I've shown you the items. You can at least see it for yourself. And the people that watch it were at least able to get a, it wasn't an amazing box. I actually opened 2 boxes of it. And in both cases, it was like, it wasn't great. Better
I
uses
feel
of money.
You've been like lopsidedly lucky though, I think, on your breaks of that, haven't you?
Not on Black Diamond. On Black Diamond, it was
Oh,
44.
okay.
It was
Oh,
Allure.
okay.
It was 22 Allure that I was very, very fortunate.
Oh, okay.
And that, and like I said, and even when I opened those boxes, I said, no, this is beating the odds, easily beating the odds. On the Black Diamond one, I think I might have had the 2 worst boxes in the production. Like it was the opposite end of the spectrum. Like it was like I actually couldn't have handpicked worse combination of cards than what I got. I was actually impressed. I was like, wow, okay. This is the opposite.
Black Diamond's the karma set, Eric.
So it would seem. Who knows? As a man of peace, I am hurt by your suggestion.
That's how
that I
you
deserve
weigh
to be.
how good you're acting lately. How is your Black Diamond box?
Well, the problem, man, it's one thing if they give me the box. Another thing, I paid for that shit. I made money out of my own pocket for it. So you know what? Then I'm getting my pound of flesh. I'm gonna say all the things I want to say because I paid for that shit. I paid
I just want
for
to point
it.
out that Black Diamond is one of my favorite Kiss songs. I just want to throw that out there.
See, could you imagine? The only way it could have been worse is if you open the box and you hear the Kiss song on top of everything else. It's like, oh my God, this is even worse than I thought. No,
It was a Kiss song.
I like everything. As far as I'm concerned, Amanda, everything's a Kiss song. It's like O-Pee-Chee. It's like
Everything's
Spartacus.
O-Pee-Chee.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee. Everyone's Spartacus. Everyone's Poppy. Every song is Black Diamond by Kiss.
That is
All
right.
the songs.
An awesome song.
You two have
listen,
spent too much time together.
look, all I'm saying is that I remember when Black Diamond was up for the Grammy for Best Country Album.
You guys are like Corey and Tim.
Well, see, no.
Yeah,
Now
he's the Corey Fick to your
Now-
Tim McHenry.
now you being mean.
I'm just
I was
saying.
gonna say.
Extra mean.
I don't
That
recall.
last-
I don't recall
last-
on my birthday, no less. On my
Corey-
birthday, no
Corey
less,
Fick
trying
is
to put out a
the-
sparkler.
he's the smart one, Carlos. That's why you're the Corey Fick.
Oh, listen, that's important. As long as we were clear on that, Eric's Tim.
Oh yeah, he's got the hat on.
Okay.
Just saying.
Okay.
You might have hurt Eric's feeling. He's one.
No,
Now he's going to be really emotional when he does 100 Years of Solitude.
I'm actually more worried now that Tim's gonna watch this.
Wow. Wow.
But Tim can't sit still for 10 minutes, so I feel like I'm pretty safe.
It's Eric's bad hip. He wants to move, but he can't.
It's true.
It's like he's falling and can't get up except he's sitting.
Oh, Bobby's all
Now warmed up, Bobby says. Bob Jackson's a great song, Eric. Bob Jackson says, should we regale the stream with some genius level Gene Simmons lyrics? Oh, man.
Actually, Peter Criss sings that song.
I could comment, but there's nothing I could say that just wouldn't
I
be
don't know
meaner.
who that is. Is that the cat guy or the
Yes.
star guy?
You
Cat
nailed
guy
it.
with the star
Oh,
guy.
okay.
Cat guy.
Is he an actual cat? Is that part of the gimmick? He dresses
Yes.
up like a cat and then like knocks something off a ledge?
He
Yeah.
has to look at you first and then he knocks it off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like, is that part of the deal? Like, Gene Simmons will be walking by, he'll like put down a beer, and then all of a sudden he's like, bam. Because that'd actually be pretty cool.
That's why he got thrown out of the band, because he kept doing that to people, pissing them off.
It'd be a problem, yeah. It'd be an issue, I'd say. Are young people collecting hockey cards, you think? Well, Eric still collects them. He thinks he's young.
Yes,
Does that count?
we have a friend Yitz who is really quite young and he is getting into hockey
Ooh, one of
cards.
Eric's favorite people. Go on.
He's a wonderful young
He speaks
lad.
very highly of this young gentleman.
Everyone speaks very highly of Yitz.
he's
Did
a
I? Did
wonderful-
you not meet Yitz at the expo? Oh no, he wasn't at the last one.
He's a wonderful young lad.
I think he'll be at this next one. I think Marino's going, and I think Yitz works for him. So we'll see.
I'm just clicking through.
Okay,
just
for a
figuring
minute, I thought Bob was talking to somebody in chat, and I was like, "Ooh, Ooh, I gotta scroll back and see.
No, these are genius lyrics. This is what Eric fell in love with. It
For a
was the
minute, I was
deep-
like,
So Amanda, here is a perfect example.
is he
These
talking to
are the
Ham?
deep, insightful lyrics that Eric fell in love with, and then became a card-carrying, flag-waving member of the KISS Army, based on "Oh Babe, I want to put my log in your fireplace."
Yeah,
And everyone's
these
like,
are-
"Yes, it speaks to me."
Well,
on levels.
he has to balance it out because at night he's reading Hamlet, so his entertainment needs to be very lighthearted.
Oh, I love the idea that he alternates between Hamlet and this.
You like that? See, Eric, I'm trying to make it up to you.
That'd be amazing.
I have to be on a bicycle at 8 a.m. So
That's a foolish decision on your part.
Am I going to sit here and be abused? Because I got to go to bed because I have to
All
get
right.
up and ride a bicycle.
I think 5 more minutes of abuse and then we're done.
Okay.
I'm gonna, man. I feel good. I feel like 5 more minutes of solid abuse and then we'll move on with our day.
Oh, Paul, that's not a bad idea.
After Crips about to have Eric read KISS lyrics.
Yeah, I'll
That
start.
might get it. Listen, is there a Grammy for spoken word poetry? Because if there is,
There has to be. It's just one of those ones that doesn't make the show.
no, Amanda, what I'm thinking is maybe we still don't make it into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. But what if we won the Grammy for spoken word poetry?
Imagine trying to get into this YouTube Hall of Fame. You accidentally win this other much larger award.
Well, Amanda, that's my point.
That's a
I'm
lot,
thinking,
Amanda.
we
that's-
continue to fail to make it in the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, but we
No,
win
we
a
won't.
Grammy, an Emmy, a daytime Emmy, a nighttime Emmy,
Anytime Emmy. Something from Telemundo.
a Saturn Award. We win Best Telenovela
Yes.
because it is episodic. Yo puedo hablar español.
It's the longest running something because he
Well,
never
Amanda, look.
takes a week off. He never takes a week off, even, when his co-host isn't there, and, never mind.
Since October of 2020, Amanda, not a single week. October 2020 is like 5 years ago. 5 years.
It's inspiring. It's inspiring, Carlos.
Stupid.
You can add inspiring to your title.
As I should. The important thing, though, is that I think we could win the telenovela because yo puedo hablar español.
That's all we need.
And that's honestly all is required. I just point at Eric and say, este es el problema. And then everybody's like, oh my God. Amazing. We could win all these awards and then still not get into the YouTube Hall of Fame, which would be amazing. It'd be like, we won a fucking Emmy, the Saturn Award, all this shit. Like, I got a wall, I got a trophy case full of awards. Hell, you see that? What's that? That's a fucking Stanley Cup. How did you get that? I might have stolen it. That's not the point.
I think Bob Jackson's right. I think William Shatner did win something. For
5 moments of abuse, hit the like button. Yes. Did Shannon woman for singing? Maybe he did. Look, all I gotta say is, like I said, we did Spanish, we taught grading for the night, we made fun of Eric in a multitude of different ways, and you know what? We're gonna have the party horn when we win a whole crap ton of awards.
I can't even get my camera to work, and Carlos has got like all this other crap going on.
This is what I'm trying to say, Amanda. Get on my level.
I've got it's gonna take me like 4 years.
I'm just saying. Look, you know what's worse? Like, anytime we got all this going on. Hold on, let me stop. Number one and only show in romantic comedy hockey cards podcast category. Yes. Someone told me, Eric, and I quote, muy bufano. Amazing.
It really does fit into the romantic comedy because we have the whole Eric and Ham and Michelle thing.
That love triangle really has
Yeah.
carried us for seasons. And look, if that wasn't enough, Amanda, because it's so damn cold here, you know what? It's feeling a lot like Christmas.
Now you're showing off because I can't do any of this.
I can do more.
I can't even
not
switch the cameras fast enough for Ian. He's constantly scolding me on camera.
I don't know what to say.
What's that like? That must be horrible. Can't imagine.
See,
What's the phone thing?
So the thing is, okay. So real quick, behind, again, inside the actor studio, we're gonna do one more inside the actor studio
This
tonight.
is the second phone reference tonight.
I'm gonna let you guys know a little secret. I say a lot of shit. Sometimes I can't remember. Sometimes, honestly, I say some.
Eric, we got to clip that. That I say a lot of shit. We got to clip that.
Eric,
and then we can
do I
make it
not
the
have a-
ringtone for when he texts.
do I not have a rule about this? About lies.
Oh, Carlos lies. Yeah, that would be rule number 5.
Thank you.
Rule number 5.
No, man, I got this that's not a joke. I've got this covered.
Okay, so the Because I'm Carlos t-shirts, you know how like tour t-shirts, they have the dates on the back? You guys can just have the rules on the back instead of tour dates.
I've thought about that. I think some of the rules would be t-shirt worthy no matter what. Like, that's a real thing. Definitely some of the rules are t-shirt worthy. Easily. So anyway, the point is that I say a lot of stuff, and I have no idea what Bob Jackson's talking about.
Okay, but
it's very possible I said something related to a phone, but I don't get it.
You must have, because somebody else brought up the phone, and I don't think it was.
It was also Bob Jackson. No, it was also Bob Jackson.
Was it?
Bob Jackson remembers a phone. Eric, was there a phone thing?
Listen, this is how you deal with Bob.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. So
that's right. The bat phone.
Oh,
no,
yes.
Just go. Screw you, Bob. That's it.
No,
that's
Bob's nice.
That's all you got to say to Bob.
No, Bob's nice.
No,
I think Bob's making a valid point, though. I do
Bob
need a red hotline phone.
Evil man who tortures me on a weekly basis.
Everybody in this chat's really nice.
Eric, a man of peace who tortures you on a weekly basis. Just saying.
Bob is a horrible, horrible human being. And this
that's a lot of assumptions about Bob. Bob seems like a swell guy.
No, he's not a swell guy.
He strikes me as a man of peace.
He does not strike me as a man of peace.
As a man of peace, I can see another man of peace. In the same way that I look at Amanda and I see another person of culture.
He's clearly a man of good memory.
Amazing. He remembered about the red phone. I forgot about the red phone, but apparently there's a phone. I could see it. I'm with you. Pretend the phone is ringing and answer it. There you go, screw. See?
Mean.
Wow.
Who talks to people like that? He's horrible.
I know. Apparently Canadians tell each other to take off when they get mad. Take off. I'm like, ooh.
I'm fairly confident I don't say things like that.
Yeah.
I see much harsher things.
Yeah. That was like on TikTok. And I'm like, that doesn't feel real hurtful.
I don't mind, Amanda. I know this has come as a shock. I have no problem being hurtful. I've been known to say the odd hurtful thing once in a while. Just saying. Bold claims from a known stalker. That's right, Eric.
Who are you stalking? Oh,
I'm not known. That's what makes me a good stalker. If I was
you're an atrocious.
I feel like Marcel probably knows.
Marcel's clued in on this, buddy. He knows the secret. He's in on this now.
Marcel and I are best buddies.
See, maybe TikTok lied to me because that just doesn't seem very like. But then Canada doesn't always make sense to me.
Who's gonna get all these signed next time I'm up north? Oh, that'd be me. By my best friend in the entire world, Marcel.
You have way more modern cards than I ever would have suspected.
You wouldn't believe.
Eric only likes modern cards. Look, all those old cards he's claiming, they're all reprints. So it's all new trash. He doesn't own any vintage cards. He's just a poser.
He's got that's a SP authentic pageantry right there, I think.
Yeah, I guess so. But he's gonna sign it. I don't know.
Bob and Doug McKenzie would say take off. That's valid. If you want to go Bob and Doug McKenzie, that's different. But that's a very specific.
Irritate anybody. I told you the one time I irritated the Canadians. I irritated all of Canada at one time.
What specifically did you do?
I critiqued a song by the Tragically Hip in a negative way.
Them's dangerous words.
And I got destroyed.
That's like going to Eric and talking bad about his knives.
I had no idea. No clue.
You're just lucky you didn't say something about Rush because you wouldn't be left. You'd be dead.
I like Rush. Rush is fine. Yeah.
If you want to get back into Canada, you better say that.
Yeah, but man, I had no clue who they were.
I think at this point, the Tragically Hip would be a bigger sin. You got to be real careful with that one.
The Holy Trinity.
Look, Eric. Look, to put this into proper perspective, that's like going to your house and denouncing Kiss in your room, right in front of your face.
No. Then I'd have to show them my brand new knife that I just got.
Oh no. Why is it in your pocket?
Brand new.
He needs to defend himself from his many enemies.
Brand new to the collection this week.
Okay,
Other
so
than
Still
than
can shave arm hair with it.
Eric, I'm not completely
Show
convinced your
me.
knife collection. I'm not completely convinced that your entire knife
Prove
collection
it.
isn't because you're too old to remember where your other knives are.
Sometimes that's true.
let's see you.
I'm-
Let's see you like shave off one of your eyebrows.
No, but I can.
Oh, I can hear it. Oh, Michelle is gonna just ask me, "What are you doing?"
Oh, there's a lot of questions that she could ask. The knife is spreading mayo and cutting chocolate stick donuts. Truth.
Can you see all the hair?
Okay.
See all the hair on my finger?
So, did it come that sharp, or you had to get it
No.
there?
No, it comes that sharp.
Was it sharpened by monks?
No.
Oh, that sucks.
Okay, so do you have like a display for those? Why does it open so quickly like that? That's a little bit scary.
Because I can flick it with my thumb and it's
He uses it to intimidate the people, his friends
it's
that he
made really well.
stalks.
I'm feeling a little, yeah, that's like a little bit scary.
What do you think Marcel has the security?
And they let me bring knives to Canada. They don't let me bring other things to Canada, but they let me bring my knives.
Eric, literally, you are the least intimidating human being on the face of the planet, even with 100 knives.
Are you talking about
you have a broken hip.
All I'm saying is they don't let me bring other things, and they stop me at the border and ask specific questions every single time, which freaks me out. That they just by
that they
getting
know?
my passport, they start asking me specific questions.
You're
And-
on a watch list. I've gone through a lot of trouble.
But
Do you think they just assume all Americans do?
they ask me specific.
No,
questions.
we just look at Eric. We
And-
literally just does he not give you Unabomber vibes right now?
But they
He's
No,
playing
he
with his
gives
little
me-
knife.
He gives me
But they
lots
never
of vibes, but not
ask me
Unabomber.
They
Because
never ask me about like all the knives I have in my pocket.
Oh, and you walk into the expo with that?
Yep.
I didn't think about it, but they don't check us for anything at the expo.
No, they don't.
God, in LA, I can't even take my purse to a Kings game.
I know. They let us just do whatever we want because they think everyone's going to be nice and friendly up there.
Oh my God.
Eric, literally not one person in the entire country is intimidated by you and 100 knives. Every single one of them will beat you up with hockey sticks. Every single one of them. What kind of range do you think you got a knife against a hockey stick, Eric? And we're not talking about a hockey stick you bash, Bobby or hockey stick you bash into a wall. We're talking about a functioning hockey stick.
One time.
On camera,
And
in
it was
social media.
and
I'm
it
not
was
gonna-
and it was a shelf. It was a
I'm not
shelving unit.
critiquing your hockey stick packaging skills because Eric got a hockey stick all the way to me here in California in beautiful, perfect shape.
Yeah.
Well, because it wasn't Bobby Orr. He hates him.
it was
He has no
Jason
respect for
Allison.
Bobby Orr.
It was a Jason Allison gamer.
Yeah, a respectable hockey player, not somebody like Bobby Orr.
Don't flip it like that. Have you ever cut yourself?
Yes.
Right.
Have you ever cut yourself on purpose because you realized, oh my God, this is my life? No.
Many times,
I was
especially
gonna
in the
say,
Friday nights.
If he's not
Well,
cutting by
midnight.
now, he's not going to start.
Maybe he's just mad they took his chocolate sticks. That's true. We'll
I
let you have
didn't-
knives. We won't let you have the
That's
chocolate
the
sticks.
thing. They don't take my knives at the border, but they take my chocolate sticks because I want to bring extras to last me the week, right? That I'm away. Because they
Eric,
have chocolate
again,
sticks there.
again, I will explain this very simply.
They
We are
take-
not intimidated by you and the knives because you suck. But the chocolate sticks, they bring the diabetes. That's a threat.
Yeah, they do.
They got the diabetes.
Yeah, they do.
You don't want any of that. We can't take that. Look, we got enough. We
I'm excited for you guys. Those are really good. There's a key lime that's really good.
I hope they put the crumble in that little plaza next to the expo. That'd be awesome.
Eric, if there was a crumble, listen to me very carefully. If they put a crumble cookie near the expo, everybody's like, all right, y'all, we're here. Okay, fuck the expo. We're going to crumble cookie. Let's go. Hashtag content. Hashtag praise the content gods. It's happening. What isn't there? Who gives a fuck about the expo?
That's
No,
right.
then when you
Focus,
set up
people.
when you set up at the expo, you have to check fingers before you let them touch your cards because they've all been to crumble. Yeah.
Eric's not worried about cards. He's only worried about cards.
Yeah.
He's got a
I tell him that,
cards. All right, we're gonna finish off here. All right, name says Eric doesn't bleed. He mayos. Facts. It says Eric could make a knife fight weird. He makes everything weird. He is playing with his little knife while the man is holding him down. Probably he's still playing with the knife while he's being held down by the man.
The man's always trying to keep me down.
It's succeeding. Mike says, made it to 1 o'clock. We'll see you all at 3 and 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So discussing knives, mayonnaise, and chocolate sticks. Possible. Cheesecake.
Hold
There you
on.
go.
I have a
cheesecake
ride
is
at
good.
8
What? Okay, before we go, why do you have a ride at 8?
because if we wait any longer, the
Other than you
snow-
being an idiot. Why?
Are you in a gang? Are you like in a bike
Yes.
gang?
I'm in a
a
bike.
really lame gang? Like the lamest gang there is?
We have to, if we're gonna ride in the snow, we got to do it while the snow is still cold.
What?
Is
It
it
like
always
melts at
cold?
8:01? Like, what
So
are we
you
talking
have
about
to
here?
Go early before it starts to soften up and melt.
Oh, I have no snow knowledge.
So we have to go.
I have a
early while it's
question.
still cold.
What temperature do you think it's going to hit there that the snow is going to melt past 8 a.m.?
It's the sun. Sun melts it, softens it.
It would if it warmed up enough with the
It's gotta be
sun.
like it's gotta be like 20 degrees when we start riding.
Oh my God. Okay. I had to stop and go put on a hoodie because it's 55 degrees. I'm dying. And you're going out and it's going to be what?
Like 20.
Oh,
But that'll keep the snow the way we need it to ride.
you might as well be Canadian.
Well,
Yeah,
like
that
Eric's like he's certainly not American. We've discussed this at length. Like he's certainly not.
But
I don't know.
I need to go to bed so I can get up and go ride my damn bike.
But you're already going to get up at like what? When does your insomnia hit? 3 a.m. or 5 a.m.?
I think the move, Eric, is for you to go outside in your bike and wait for 8 a.m. to come and sneak up on you.
Oh, he probably used to do that when he was really excited when he first joined the gang. I'm sorry, Mike. I take it back.
I was gonna say, settle down. We don't claim him, and the
Especially-
Americans don't claim him.
Especially since I have
Yeah. Who's got the freaking
this
jersey?
beautiful jersey.
Eric, maybe you should just get yourself a Team Canada jersey, and then you at least have a country. America doesn't claim you.
No.
We've talked about this already.
I
They look
want
at you
to-
as
I
like,
wanna
hey,
be
it's the bougie
independent.
knifey guy.
I want to be an independent.
That might be your best bet. We know after Ham shows up and takes Michelle away, you'll be very independent.
Okay, Massachusetts can be its own thing, but you have to take Rhode Island.
I will like hell.
And Eric wants to crash his bicycle. I know. That's what I'm saying. All right, last comments, and then we'll go. Before everybody leaves, remember to hit the like button because Eric needs to pay. Hit the like button. Make sure he pays. And Amanda, on the off chance, and it's 50-50 at best, that you actually do another podcast episode ever again.
He
Like,
already
we'll see.
messaged
Who knows?
me and told me that he can't make it for this next episode, but we're gonna
What?
try. We're gonna try to pre-record something.
When's your next episode scheduled? Tonight?
No, it's every other Friday.
It's
Well, I
next
haven't-
week.
Next week. He's
It'll
already
be
said
next week?
no to next week. Wow.
So we're gonna try to pre-record something.
Okay.
But I don't know. Maybe I'll just drag on someone who's more experienced and been doing podcasting longer to see
A savior, a man of peace.
or if you should go
Maybe-
that far.
Maybe if you did it at a reasonable hour, you'd get more people to watch
I
or
wish we
volunteer to
could.
join
I wish we could.
or volunteer to come on
I
and
know.
participate.
Eric, how is it supposed to be a more reasonable hour when we got to remember there are people out there. Like, listen, I've heard rumors about this. Like, all I'm saying is I've heard rumors that there are people out there that go on bike rides at 8 a.m.
That is true.
These losers
people make
that
bad
live in this
choices.
world, honestly, the middle of the night is the correct time for these things, and they should be watching it and stop being pansies. That's what I think.
Go to bed.
Eric,
We're
go
just-
wrench.
We're just helping you be extra tired so that you power through the insomnia and it doesn't get you.
I was going to say, Eric, have you considered the possibility? And before we leave, I'm going to leave you on this thought.
God.
Have you considered the possibility, but by being completely exhausted, you will be able to bike so slowly, you may actually not crash.
Does it hurt to fall in snow though? It feels like that
Yes.
wouldn't hurt.
It does, because a lot of times
But does
the
it at slow
walks and-
speed, Eric?
No,
If
the
you're so
walks-
slow, you barely move.
No, it hurts. And trees don't care if it's snowy or not. You hit one, it hurts.
Have you ever hit one at 6 miles an hour?
Yes, it hurts.
At 6 miles an hour, what the fuck are you doing?
Well,
Like at that point, you literally just bump into the tree and it just stops. Like there's no impact.
you go ahead and try it. Let me know how it goes. Especially
I've walked into trees. There's no damage. Like at 6 miles an hour, you're barely walking at that point.
good luck.
Don't lead with your head. That's
Well-
what leads to concussions.
Make sure you post something tomorrow so we know you survived.
No,
And especially if you don't,
no,
then I
put
definitely need you to post
video
it.
up. I put the video up, which I thought was interesting to show people about night riding in the snow. And some people, you, made fun of me, and then other people piled on and ruined the entire thing. And now I'm sad.
Technically, Curmudgeon started it.
So I thought people would be interested to see what night biking was like in the snow.
It was interesting. It was
And
also
We
just
needed more crashes.
You know, it was like a 2-minute video.
needed
and
like a
I got like
I was looking for explosions. I'm
10
thinking more Michael
comments.
Bay.
we needed
tell-
like a Dramamine to watch.
said I got like 10 comments, giving me a hard time. So no more for you people. You don't get any more video. No more.
So, like I said, Michael Bay explosions in the background. Like,
Well,
that would really
okay.
sell it.
Then put them on your YouTube channel, which I subscribe to, by the way.
No. Did you see my awesome card content?
I think you need to keep up with that so that way
No,
you can
I only
vote.
had to do one. I can
You
vote.
gotta-
next year.
no, you probably have to. That's it. Just one. You don't have to like keep it live.
Look, I got to be honest with you. I really don't know how far down, like, how far can we push the boundaries of technically it's content? It did happen during the course of this year. Like, one video, does that constitute? It's a stretch. We're going to need the lawyers on this one. Like, is that good enough? Like, does that cover it? What will we do with those stable shop bike videos? I don't know, man. Like I said, we
Curmudgeon
needed
was
some
there
Michael Bay
before
explosions.
me.
Bob Jackson's right. What do you mean, you people?
I thought you people would be interested in seeing something different that you
What's the
haven't-
demographic you're shooting for? Are
What-
these people that are being held down by the man?
The man's trying to keep me down.
The man is keeping you down. The man
I'm
has
telling
successfully
you.
kept you down.
For
You're not
50
exactly fighting back. I got to be
for
honest.
50 years.
I
Look,
think
all I'm
it's
saying is you're not exactly fighting back. I think at this point you kind of like being held down by the man.
I think
don't
in
like
some
being held
circles,
down.
Eric is the man.
Oh,
He is a man,
No,
allegedly.
no, I'm not. No.
I was going to say, how small are these circles, Amanda? Like, how tiny?
Well,
Microscopic, infinitesimal.
I'm a woke Californian, so in some circles, Eric would be the man.
These are very tiny circles. The
No,
tiniest of tiny circles.
But both of you have met my wife, and you know who's in charge. So you know.
Well,
I'm
that's different.
Eric, there's literally no scenario in which you are in charge.
exactly. So
Yeah.
how can I keep anyone else down? I'm being kept down by the man. Michelle's the man.
Well, unless Ham shows up, then he's the man.
Either way, I'm being kept down.
Wow. Wow. And on that bombshell, see, Amanda, this is how now I don't have the fancy card-based sign-off that you do.
Carlos,
But
that's
nonetheless.
all I have. That's it.
That's fine. And I give it to you. I was there during the inauguration of said
You
sign-off.
were.
So kudos to you. The sign-off, I co-sign on. The sign-off is legit. I think that's right. The consistency of the podcast, I got some questions, but the rest of it seems reasonable. All right. So we'll leave it at that. Eric seems to be down from crashing his bicycle. That's right. All right. So that's it for this one. There's going to be a box opening that will drop on the channel in the next couple of days. I will be attending a card show that the bro will be at. So my intention on the podcast is to report back my findings. And in the meantime, Eric will crash his bike. He will complain about something, say his hip hurts him, possibly stab himself in the process. That's a possibility. It's in play. And I guarantee that no matter what happens, that box break will be more of a review than the review we saw earlier tonight.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
Really low bar to hit, but the point is that I feel strongly that I can meet that challenge head on. And to think, free boxes for that.
Don't think about it.
Really?
Don't think about it.
Okay. Moving on. All right. Longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, we still don't know. Sounds like a great weekend to me. I know. I'm saying. Longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, since October of 2020 and counting. And Eric's still in perpetuity. He'll be stuck in that room forever.
And I hate
Good night. Have a great long weekend. Catch you in the next one.